Hello, testing 1 2 3. Hope you guys can hear me all right. Today is the 4th of October. For anyone who may not have tuned in for a little while, we're doing, I believe, our third session, I think now. Yeah, this is our third session of Dredge. Greetings to Ash, Crolan, Tomo, Jake, Jazz, and Jiu. Hope everyone is doing okay. Sorry that I was a little late. A couple of last minute things I wanted to grab before I got started. Hey, Idiot Slayer. I believe I've got everything set up. But yeah, I don't know how much of Dredge is left, because like the main story has you search and try and acquire the better part of 3 different so there's 5 artifacts total. I have 3 of the 5, and we're starting to close the gap on where I suspect the 4th one is. Also, Ash, thank you very much for the resub of 88 months at tier 3. Hey, Nuiz. How you doing, bud? Day 2. Do you mean of Dredge? I believe this is session 3 we're doing right now. But yeah, thank you again for the resub of 88 months. And by all means, yeah, go get some rest. It's going to take me a little bit to get reorientated to remind myself as to what we've done so far. But yeah, let me, let's see here. Let me get punched into the game. Let's take a quick look-see. It's not registering the pad for some... There we go. Took it a second. Dredging the depths. Yeah, so I left things at Greater Marrow. That about tracks. Yeah. Okay. So as far as story goes, we still don't have a conclusive answer yet as to what's going on, but starting to flesh a few things out. Also, Darius, appreciate the resub as well. The 72 months at tier 2.
6 subbed. Puns time. What do you call smart people in the USA? Tourists. My friend's died cause we could not remember his blood type. But his last words were kind, he said to be positive.
I've heard that one.
And what did the Terminator said when somebody asked for milk in the grocery store? I'll be back.
Wait, have I heard this one before? Or at least in succession? This sounds very familiar. Either way, appreciate the resub. Hey Diamondus, Sif, you look clean shaven as fuck. I had planned to go for a haircut as well, but yeah, things were rather tumultuous yesterday. Kind of got pushed to the wayside. But yeah, appreciate the resub, guys. So yeah, as far as the game story goes, largely still remains the same. When the game kicks off, it shows the character that you effectively play, you know, the fisherman, on their boat, seemingly responding to what could only be seen as like a job advertisement in Greater Marrow. But before you can successfully reach there, it's difficult to say what overcomes you, whether it's the nighttime, the fog, or something else more oppressive. But you end up running your ship aground just on the off, like just slightly far away from Greater Marrow. Fortunately, the populace there are able to find you and rise you to consciousness. And the mayor is even kind enough to fit you with, well, it's not as shiny as your old ship was, but gets you fitted with a new vessel. And you start off initially in debt, but you can easily make that back just by catching the fish that the city needs, or I'm not sure if it's a town or a city, or a port town, I guess you could call. After that is where the game then begins to open up. So, hello. How you doing, bud? So when we first begin, it seems fairly tame to begin with. You know, you fish primarily during the day. Things at night do seem to be a lot more spooky. In particular, your character's sanity does end up getting tested. So the first couple of things you'll probably end up seeing is, or lack thereof, is that the visual range diminishes considerably. You also see like these weird reddish, I don't know, like hazy clouds or veils of mist around you that the closer they get, the more it tests your character's sanity. The most blatant one is that you almost see what looks like another ship in the distance, and it'll sound its foghorn, and then only when it draws closer it suddenly transforms into what can only be described as a giant anglerfish, and it proceeds to ram your ship. So you do pick up very quickly that during the night is where things go from the mundane to a lot more creepy. So as far as all the quests are, the main one we're following is this thing. So the quest is simply described as the collector has installed dredging equipment on my boat. I'm to locate some relics for him. He said he'll reward me for any I return to him at Blackstone Isle. Checking out shipwrecks and the like would be a good place to start. He mentioned that the locals might be able to point me to some. So thus far, of the three, we found the key, the music box, and the ring. Each time we've done this, we've been rewarded in a fashion. The collector has in it on his person a very interesting looking tome, definitely filled with some sort of eldritch knowledge. So anytime we return one of these key pieces to him, he'll flick through some of the pages, recite the words, and our character usually has a less than stellar experience, but it is gifted with some kind of boon in return. I guess the power of eldritch knowledge. Doing kind of bad. Yesterday, checked my eyesight for driving. Any glasses? Thought I had no vision problem. Yeah, the obstacle. I mean, glasses is probably the least of the invasive stuff. I think it's simply a matter of go to the opticians. They'll see how well your vision is on the eye chart, and then have spectacles made for you. Unless you're keen on wearing contacts. I got glasses much later than I should have. Didn't realise I needed them until I was in college. That was largely because anything that was written on like a whiteboard or blackboard, it didn't bother me since I usually sat quite close to the front, at least in those earlier years. And my first class in college, I couldn't find where the ICT room was, and the only seat available was the one at the very, very back. So she's like jotting down notes, and the chap next to me and the girl next to me are having no problem. Like, can you see that? And they said, yeah. And that's when I thought, oh no. I should probably get my eyes tested. It turns out, yeah, I apparently needed glasses. Hey, Colin. But yeah, as far as helping out the collector, every time we do this, we get a new ability. The very first one we got was aptly dubbed as haste. Haste is the process by which you can imbue your engine with otherworldly speed, though the trade-off is two things. It does affect your character's sanity, so they're more prone to have a mental break, and the other one is that if you push it too far, you can see the gauge on the bottom left with a little fire symbol. If that hits to full, then you'll likely end up pushing the engines too far and take on damage. The ability after that we got was Manifest. Manifest is really cool. It just allows you to instantaneously teleport straight back to the to where the collector is, which is Blackstone Isle. So good to get yourself out of a bind. And the last ability we got was Banish. So you recite the words, and the moment you do, there'll be almost like a beacon that will hover over the ship and pulse, and generally it will dispel and repel a lot of the eldritch stuff that try to get too close to you, at least for a little bit. So it's like an AoE begone. Hell no to contact. I wouldn't be too keen on them either, to be fair. No eye doc for free, so I have to go to private doc. Yeah, opticians say it's very much the same. They're not crazy expensive. It's, well, at least to get your eyes tested. It's the lenses that end up costing much. That's the part that's a lot more costly. But yeah, the other quest we have, like, it's interesting the way they've arranged it, because it's quite clear there's like maybe 4 other quests that we haven't found yet, if you look at the way everything's put on the core pursuit. So there are a few more that we need to do at the moment, but the next most pertinent one is to find the 4th relic, which is a necklace, and as the game is informing me, it's located in the Twisted Strand, which is over here. We've partway done like the first leg of the quest. Can I ask that P6 tailors their scenarios even slightly to acknowledge the social of a persona says dating Ant and I had almost no effect on Hawaii? Yeah, it's that can sometimes be difficult because they can't always account for where you'll be at. that can create a few variables. I can't speak for game design, but it would be nice to have those things acknowledged as you progress through the game. Okay, we're going to end up heading here. So the quest that's tied to this is this thing, the bitter end. So somewhere in that region is the 4th relic. But the reason what makes the Twisted Strand such a scarier place is it's a mangrove region. So pathways are often very narrow and can be quite difficult to navigate, but the real problem is that the area is littered with these creatures called mind suckers. When I've seen them, they normally reveal themselves hovering on the surface water as like a singular little bulb, and then once you draw near or catch their attention, it reveals to be more akin to like an eye stalk. And usually your sanity only gets affected during the night, but if these things sense you, they'll begin pursuing you, and as long as they have a direct line of sight, as best I can tell, it'll continue to chip away at your character's stress levels. So more oftentimes you have to take a more roundabout way, which brings us to this airman that we found, who is kind of like right at the very heart of where the mangroves are. So the quest describes it as: I found an airman in the Twisted Strand who crashed there some years ago. He's the only surviving member of his squadron. He doesn't want to leave until he's avenged his fellow aviators, killed by mind suckers apparently, and I'm to help him with his plan. Here, Restitution. How you doing, bud? Enjoying Genshin at the moment, while having Satisfactory open while I sleep to get the golden nut passively. Oh, if you can do it in the background, that's kind of... Nah, that's not cheating, that's just using your time more wisely. So the first part of this quest was more a matter of getting to him, because if you try to take the most direct route, you would almost always bump into one of those mind suckers. So fortunately I had the good sense to stockpile several pieces of dynamite, because there's like overgrown mangroves and other debris in the way, but if you have the dynamite you can detonate those and effectively clear the way and create more than one route to safely get to the heart of the mangrove. So that definitely helped in that regard. So the first part of his quest, which will make him more inclined to leave, is he wanted you to find the mortar pieces. He wants to basically blast these mind suckers into oblivion, but the problem was the pieces for those mortars were located at 2 different locales. Fortunately, because I did a fair bit of exploring, I was able to already get my hands on the more elusive piece, because it's much further away, and the second one was within the mangrove itself. So we've assembled the mortar, but the next thing is, even though we have the means to fire at them, we need to draw them into a location where the airmen can open fire, and to do that there are 3 different locations in the mangrove where the airman has set up bait traps. So the hope is that I gather the subsequent fish needed to create the bait, and then once they're there, the airmen can start opening fire. I think once those mind suckers are out of the way, I think only then will it reveal to me where the 4th relic is. Doing alright. Glad it's almost the weekend though. It'll be busy with a farmer's market and a sci-fi convention. Oh, you're going to be very productive. How are you? I am not very good, if I'm going to be completely frank, but I am still functional. Glad the brother is gone and hopefully he never shows up again. I suspect that this is far from over, but we're working through it. My dad, just as early today, was experiencing another one of those dizzy spells. Friday he likes to go to the mosque to do, the weekly prayer. I long since dropped the particular practice, but I didn't feel comfortable with him going on his own, so I actually ended up joining him for this one. Seems like he managed to get himself stable again, but he's still been experiencing them, which is definitely a cause for concern. He's doing okay now. Once he got back, he was feeling better. He's got an appointment this coming Wednesday, because it's being done in 3 chunks. First one is he got like an immediate checkup with the GP. Just ensuring there wasn't anything imminent right then and there, and everything else showed that it was okay. Second thing is pending, which will be this coming Wednesday. He's going to have a blood test done and an ECG, just make sure nothing is wrong there. if none of that shows up anything and he's still experiencing those symptoms, the only thing left after that is the cause of like much of his physical discomfort, which is, you know, his arthritis in particular. It's kind of like at the base of the neck, central. I think there's like a cluster of nerves that all congregate there, and it could be from that specific point. The way my dad describes it is he gets this very incredible sense of like heaviness, kind of like he's about to fall asleep, but not. He has difficulty putting it into words. Sorry to hear that. That day he's got an appointment. Yeah, that'll at least get results on that. The MRI, however, that's going to take some time. We haven't really got anything specific for that. But yeah, I'm kind of going through some of my own stuff as well. So just working through, you know. I'll give you a slight TLDR so you can feel happy for Ash. I was talking with an author on Discord and I brought up Ash's books. This is her response. Oh, hang on. So, would you believe me if I told you I heard about these books? Well, that's a trip, isn't it? Well, well, well. Look who's getting popular. In other news, I don't think I mentioned this to anyone because we're still kind of working through that. Obviously, because my dad has, even though he puts on a brave face, I can tell there is uncertainty about his like stability. And given that he's like the primary driver, like my ma can drive, but her vision's deteriorated to the point where it'd be too much of a risk. I'm officially reinsured now, so technically, if I had my license on me, I could hop in a car and drive, but I'd be a threat to greater society. But I'll be getting lessons booked in quite soon. Start taking those regularly. The hope then is once I've had those first couple of lessons to help me reorientate myself to driving again, then kind of spend some time with my dad as well. Obviously I'm naturally apprehensive because I'm an anxious individual by nature, but hopefully we can address that particular thing, and that'll just add me as kind of like a failsafe just in case, you know. So hopefully going to be addressing that. You and me are both going to drive. Yeah. We'll have that first lesson. Just remember, cars are not for hitting your brother with, even if I threaten to hit one of the younger brothers with one. No, I'll be on my best behaviour. I'm blessed in that the biggest hurdle's gone, which was the actual examination. Like, I can now learn on the basis that I just need to be safe enough on the road. That's a big boon. So I'm glad my dad insisted that I passed the examination way back when. So hopefully in time can dispel some of the, you know, ambiguity. But yeah, I'll be completely honest with you guys. Yeah, I'm not doing very good. In fact, I'm doing quite poorly. But at the same time, I'm trying to not have it like completely colour and dominate all aspects of my life. The trick here is to do what I can, and the things that I can't affect, well, we'll take them as they come, if that makes sense. So I'm trying to at least assert some control over the things that I do have control over. Play the hand I have, you know, for good or ill. So if I'm a little bit like lower energy, it's because still trying to internalize a lot of what transpired. It was quite a bit. Been hit with a lot of stuff in like very like rapid succession. Some might make the argument, oh, you know, you should rest up, but then I feared that my mind would more than likely wander too much, you know. So trying to readjust to this very big upheaval that's happened is a little tricky. It's going to take a few days to come down from that kind of confrontation. I'm sure things will level out with your dad. These spells are concerning, but I get them all the time. Yeah, he's definitely putting on a braver face. But well, I'm addressing. Like, I can't fix that, and if he's experiencing those and it's compromising his ability to drive, so what can I do to fix that? What if I refamiliarize myself with driving? Then I'm at least doing my part to help, at least kind of compensate, in case he's otherwise indisposed. If I was in your position, I would have gotten a restraining order a long time ago. Yeah, if it was just me, I would have, but like I said, the folks still being, you know, the parents. Always want to keep that door open. We'll see how things shake out in the coming weeks and months. I doubt it's the last of this, and it'll probably cause some other things to bubble to the surface. But I think I'll be in for a rough couple of weeks or a month or two. But I'll still be streaming to the best of my ability. But yeah, if I kind of, I don't know, if I just seem off, just know that's the reason why. Anyways, back to gaming pursuits. Where am I? So I'm at Great Amaro. I believe I teleported back. So I guess I'm gonna go for the mangroves, because we kind of sort of need to do that quest. At least he wasn't too dumb and hit you. Yeah, he had the wherewithal to not do anything too drastic like that. Ah, well. You know, what can you do? So let's see if we can try and head back to the Twisted Strand. I'm sure it won't be long before it's like nightfall again. The brother's a bully and a coward. Yeah. I mean, it shows, you know, where a person's mind is at. If basic discourse is beyond them, so their first inclination is to resort to violence. For someone who supposedly is meant to be a practitioner of a religion of peace, who certainly was very quick to throw down, or at least, you know, the threat of it. Ooh, look at that, we've got a big old whale. League of Legends World Championship is going on. Sadly, my favourite team is starting with a loss. Is it out of a certain number of games they gotta play? I've been enjoying Dredge. Yeah, actually. It made sense to play it. Ash had been kind enough to gift this game to me. Having played Dave the Diver, there was like a little bit of a crossover with Dave the Diver. And with the birthday stream coming up in a couple of days, that being on the 6th, I figured we might just be able to make things sync up in such a way. So I figured this is a short enough title. It allows me to go from one kind of seafaring, fishing-based kind of game into another. Just made a lot of sense here. I love this song. When you told me about the eldest thing, all I could think of any man who says I'm... Yeah. It's in a... Oh, what was it? Game of Thrones. That scene in particular where Joffrey proclaims, you know, I am the king! To which Timon responds with, any man who says I am the king is no true king. My brother's wedding is next week Friday, so I trust chat will help you remember that I'm not dead when I don't turn up next Friday. Oh, I'm sure someone will remember. Glad to hear you enjoying it. Definitely enjoyed my time playing it. Yeah. It's I comprehend its loop. I wasn't sure like how they were gonna make it work, because while it isn't explicitly like terrifying, but when nighttime comes, there is this sense of like a very minor perpetual dread, with a few instances of like, oh my god. But it does a pretty good job of keeping things nicely balanced. So I just sold the fish. And I'll repair the net. Okay. Swiss stage, so teams play quite a lot before eliminations start. So I guess like they accumulate points and then qualify. I actually saw a short this morning with Daenerys and Tyrion, and he explains that she needs to inspire a certain level of fear, but his sister and the rest only have fear, and in return have almost them dead. And it's very astute. I think Tywin's curse was that his 3 children represented one aspect of him. So Tyrion was the one who possessed a sharper wit and mind. Cersei was definitely a personification of his ruthlessness, you know, and to an extent his cunning. Whereas Jaime was, he was more exemplifying the physical and the combat prowess. So they all 3 had those characteristics, but unfortunately, you know, they each had their own motivations. Had they been able to pit their heads together, well, that would have been a totally different story. She's very much his family before all else temperament. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, trying something a little bit new here, drink-wise. I remember Ash telling me that, you know, because my stomach ends up getting tied in knots a lot. Apparently ginger kind of helps with that. I noticed my folks had what looked like a little, something like in a tea bag. Which a mix of like a honey and ginger combo. So I let that stew for a bit. I'm hoping that'll kind of ease my... It's so frustrating, the brain's chemistry and the way it reacts with one's gut. Because I can try and reconcile the things that make me stress. Yeah, the freaking cargo folder you gave. You're planning on watching the new season of Vox Machina? I only got halfway through the second season, so I would need to finish watching that and then binge the third. I think the reason I wasn't as keen, you think I would have been, is because I've actually seen the session, all the sessions themselves. Though, yeah, I don't know, something got in the way. Fortunately, Amazon will keep track of where I last left off, so it shouldn't be too difficult to pick up from where I left off. On the positive side, I gathered enough pulls in Genshin that I guaranteed Silonin when she comes out next Wednesday. Wait, mathematically speaking, you can guarantee that? I'm guessing because of the game's like pity system or something? No worries, Blade. I'll hopefully catch you soon, man. So yeah, as far as the ship's concerned, the only thing we need here, I need to get one more refined metal, and then we can upgrade the integrity of the hull. But the other problem is that we need such a wide assortment of fish if we're going to create the required bait to deal with those man suckers. The sun's practically set, but I'm just going to see what fish are here locally and if any of these could be used for the bait. That looks weird. It is an entwined mullet. Twisting, twitching tendrils sprout from the gill plates of this little fish. They heave in unison, moving the fish against its will, compared to the normal grey mullet. Oh, it is a special fish, I can tell. Unfortunately, we fished so quickly and efficiently that we didn't get a chance to even bring it up. Kinda got hit by a double whammy there. Looks like we also finished reading that book. Okay, now we'll quickly circle back before I end up getting murdered in the night. Gonna go back to Persona and lurk a bit. I'll have you on the other screen if someone needs to ping me. No worries, man. Enjoy yourself some P5. The pity is 90 pulls if you have no luck. So you have that many in reserve? There's a hard pity at 90 pulls, and there's two forms, a 50-50 chance and then the guaranteed pull. On the 50-50 you aren't guaranteed to get banner 5-star, but could be a regular pool one. However, if you don't get the banner 5-star, the next... Oh, okay. So then it's like guaranteed. So it goes from coin flip to listen, just take it, because your RNG sucks. That makes sense. Okay, so we'll wait till the morning, because we'll now have a wealth of time. I've lost 50-50 before, so this is it. So yeah, you don't want to take any chances. If you hit the banner pull on your 50-50, the next is still 50-50. Interesting. Guess it keeps track of all the failures. Okay, so here's our boy. So it doesn't really say the fish he needs. I suspect I'll need to jot that down myself. So once we cross this threshold, we're going to be potentially at the mercy of So the creature in question is that thing over there in the distance. So it can only track you if you're moving. So if I can get here and stand still, I should be fine. I suspect I'll need one of each. Yeah, seems to have submerged itself and left. Oh, even keeps track even if you had a hiatus for that long. Damn. So that's a new one. It's a sergeant fish, sometimes called the snook. This drab fish feeds on anything smaller than itself, including juveniles of its own species. Well, at least they don't discriminate. Okay, that was the grey mullet I think we had found elsewhere as well. So for now what I'm doing is I'm just kind of grabbing one of each. Okay, so we already got this guy. Doors are weirdly expensive. We're talking like for your own home to be. That was one thing that surprised me as well. Because when we moved in here we didn't have all of the interior doors fitted. Like the only working ones were the front door. Basically any doors that would go to the outside. We had those. We had the one for the bathroom. But no others. Like those had to be fitted after a short time after the fact. We finalised the exterior doors. That's the word I'm looking for, exterior doors, yeah. And the garage doors and what the actual thought. Yeah, you're thinking these are doors. Why so expensive? I think the creature's behind me. The reason, another reason why this place is so sinister is the mangroves kind of rise and bar your way periodically. So if you sail through like a particular opening, it might not be there or accessible anymore. So I'm not really seeing any of the different fish type. So I would need to get to our friend. So I'll take a slightly longer route. I think the way the mangrove itself, you could think of it as an encounter, if you will. It's going to require you to gather all the... Oh god, it's right there. I can see it. Gonna get a line of sight. Yeah, it requires a certain number of fish. Not sure if this one will count. Do we have this fella? Yeah, that looks like these guys. Okay. I need to get to our friend, because I was hoping the quest log would have kept track of what particular fish would be needed for the bait, but you have to ask him about each individual one. There's a new one. A tarpon, okay. Okay, so now I need to somehow navigate through all this. And if I can get to our friend... This will be tricky because it's kind of awkward, man. He's right over there, I can see him, the bastard. Gonna accelerate here. I don't know if there's a precise number of how many of those guys there are. Okay, so we gotta go this way. It's so narrow, man. Oh, it's also getting dark, so I'll turn on the light. Yeah, my guy's gonna steadily go a little loco. Okay, so a straight line, I should be able to get to our boy. Trying to not damage my ship in the process. Okay, made it. Yeah, it's awkward getting all the way there. Hit the front door on our current house. It's leaded glass, which in and of itself is fine, but it's geometric and has blue in it, so yick. That thing is like 6k, and I have no idea who the fuck justified that kind of expense for that door on this house. Wait, the front door is 6 grand? Jesus. Ornate. Oops, that was the wrong thing to push. Let's going to speak to our friend here. So let's see. Let's talk about baiting the traps. We need to make 3 special traps from different combinations of fish. Let's discuss the bait for the first one. This one takes 3 fish from the area. Ah, but you need multiple of the same kind, so you did not stipulate that. So, hang on, if I open up a little notey note of notiness. Bait number 1. So we're gonna need 2 grey mullets. And 2 grey mullets. And then one of these long boys. Gar. Actually, I just realised, yeah, the way this game works, you don't necessarily have to have them all together. You can actually place them part way, so that way they don't just rot while you have them. So basically all I need there is just a single... I just need a single grey mullet then, to finish that particular bait. Okay, so bait number 2. So on the current house, we got a very nice black wood front door with side lights and a transom for a few thousand less. I'm excited to visit the house this weekend. Yeah, curious to see what they're up to now. We have to attempt again to look at kitchen and bathroom fixtures in the next city over. You said attempt again. Did the last one not turn up what you hoped? Oh, never mind. I gotta keep reading. Oh yeah, Oktoberfest. Yep. Last weekend they were unexpectedly closed for Oktoberfest, so I'm sure we'll go down, get boba, and stop at the new house. I'm hoping to see shingles on. Yeah, I remember you saying that. That was just timing, classic. Okay, so we got that one. Second bait. Interesting. That still looks like a grey mullet, but I don't recognise this other fish. So bait number 2 needs 1 grey mullet. Second fish, unknown. What does it look like? I'll say big fish plus whiskers. Not sure what that is, but it only needs 1 of them. This could be a nighttime fish or a specific one that's within the region. So much as I love Genshin, the game is still bad at co-op. Me and Yara are frequently playing together and a lot of things become non-interactable. What do you mean? Like, because someone's joined with you, does it prevent you a bunch of other stuff you can't like interact with? Accidental Oktoberfest, the worst Oktoberfest. Sid and I just can't stand milling drunk cries like that. Yeah, didn't you say that someone was like out of one of the establishments, just kind of keeled over, completely pissed out of their gourd? Couldn't imagine being in a state like that. Jesus Christ. Okay, then we need the bait for the final one. No idea what that is. So it's bait number 3 is 2. I'll just simply call them L-shaped fish. Okay, so the first one's doable. The second one is part way, but we need to find the damn things. So let me check his exact wording. He said this one takes 3 fish from the area. So from the area to make. Okay, that's fine. Now, did he say the same for all one? This one needs 2. Yeah, they're all. He says from the area, unless the third one has something special. This one has 2 fish. Yeah. Okay. So he hasn't specified the time of day. But yes, all 3 fish seemingly are made available with, I would say, somewhere within the mangrove. Yes, you can't do a number of stuff in multiplayer, like you can't do quests and story, I'm pretty sure. I can see how that could impose some limitations. Because, like, is the stuff balanced for, like, single player or something? Or is it more the fact that, like, if you've already done it, the system isn't put in place to have another player redo that content? That was a couple of years ago. Went to a really nice place for my birthday during Oktoberfest, and this lady was literally passed out on the sidewalk in front of the restaurant. God, it's terrible. Can you imagine that? That's why I didn't go out for my birthday. Then this weekend is fittings, next weekend is my brother's wedding, and our anniversary the day after, so maybe the weekend after that we can go out. So you basically penciled it in until later. That's probably the right call. The not this TwitchCon, but I think there was a TwitchCon in Amsterdam, I think it was. This is before COVID hit. Me and Orson had been thinking to make a booking for that. Now, assuming COVID had not been a thing, we decided quite far in advance, like, oh, we should go, because we had a pretty good, we had a fun time when we went to Berlin. So we started to look at like what the flights would cost and everything, and the sticking point was when it came to booking like a hotel or somewhere to stay, you know? And the prices were insane. We couldn't find much availability, and we were confused as to why. And coincidentally, both where the venue was and the date and time in which Twitch had picked to do the TwitchCon was essentially when the F1 was happening. Now, I don't know how big F1 is in Amsterdam, but clearly it was big enough to cause all the hotels in any place within the tri-state area to be booked out. So we were trying to see if there was maybe some other way, and we'd almost come together with a plan. And then all of a sudden, the pandemic kicked off, and there were quite a few people that were in that situation where, whether it was for the F1, whether it was for TwitchCon or something else, they were in a situation where they've booked, and a lot of that stuff was non-refundable. Apparently a global pandemic wasn't enough either, so we kind of counting our lucky stars that we didn't pull the trigger on that, because it would have been just our luck. The one time where we're kind of proactively making plans, and it goes to complete shit. But yeah, mostly because different people can be at different quest states. You also need to be on a similar world level, or joining someone who's at a lower level. Yeah, I guess because like if you're too high level, and if you join someone lower level, you'll steamroll content for them. World level is world scaling of enemy and loot. It goes from 0 to 9. Yeah, I would think in an ideal world, perhaps they would have done something where they can lower your fighting potential. So that way, you know, they're not completely broken. You can join someone lower can't join someone higher. Okay, that's fine. There was a system that I believe Guild Wars 2 had. It was a great way to encourage folks to go into different regions, even if they had out-leveled it. It kind of scaled your level down. So that way, you know, if you were like a level, I don't know, 40, but you went to a different starting area, you wouldn't suddenly just start wiping the floor. Your level would be scaled down. Higher level doesn't get nerfed going into a lower level. Yeah, so I'm guessing that's, you know, let's say if I joined, right, and I asked someone to help me, and you've basically done everything in the game. If let's say if you could join and be just as powerful, you would steamroll the content. The hope I would have liked to have seen is if there was a way they could have lowered your level to be on par with mine, so it's still enough of a challenge, and that way you can still help a friend out. But I'm guessing there's no such system that's put in place like that. But yeah, I can see that be a major sticking point. Let's see, so these are the fish that remain. So did I need any of these? Really? Well, still gotta find the other ones. Okay. It's daybreak. Navigating out of this place is what can be a right pain in the ass. The game's easy enough for not needing to co-op anywhere. It's not that I find the issue with. It's more the fact that, you know, I like the more co-op friendly the game is, the better. You know, it kind of encourages folks to play together. That's treasure, we don't want that. I can also see where the enemy is. Hold still, don't move. It finds you by movement. Okay, it seems to have gone. That is the gar fish. Oh, I got the funky one. I want the normal one. Okay. So I got this fella here. Given how close we are, I think I can go straight back to my boy. And just hand it right into them. I'm so bad at navigating this region. But stuff that needs work, and they can't print money with that. Heaven forbid, man, that they do things. That is treasure. Wait, I overstepped. It's so easy to miss this one. Just navigating here can be tricky. Okay, so I think with that we might have just enough to complete the first bait. That should do it. I'll just mix these in here, load this into a trap, and then get clear from it. When the trap springs, I'll fire upon it with the mortar. Make sure you bring back proof that the thing is dead. Okay, so it gives me this little bucket. So I just want to test the mechanic itself, just initially. So I'll probably do away with these fish because they're going to end up rotting before long. Yeah, they're already starting to rot. So the 3 locations to place this trap are quite nearby. The nearest one is just over here. So I imagine what's going to happen is, once you place the bait down, that'll compel the enemy to draw close. And then your boy will open fire. Okay, you load the bait into the trap, you should probably move away. Oh god, it's there. I damaged the ship partially, but that's okay. Here comes the mortar. There we go. So that's the first of them eliminated. Can I loot the fucker? Inside is the obliterated corpse of a mind sucker. The airmen will be expecting proof of the success. The rest of the carcass sinks out of sight. Good, little bastard. Okay, so that's the first of them down. A pale and bloodied slab. Its smell is acrid and metallic. Alright, so we have a system that kind of sort of works in its own convoluted way, I guess. I was reading a thing last night how 53% of PC gamers prefer single-player games, and yet the AAA games keep pushing this co-op shit because it prolongs engagement. That's such a frustrating metric as well. See, most single-player games, once generally speaking a player has reached the end, then the player will cease to engage with it, unless it's the type of game that encourages multiple playthroughs. That's a different story, or if it's like a roguelite. Once again, a game that encourages multiple runs. You know what prolongs engagement? Not making a shit fucking game. Yeah, like, that will... You make a bad game, you won't even get your foot in the door with the first part of the equation, which is getting people to sit down and play it long enough for it to be a measurable metric. I play most multiplayer games as single player. I mean, generally I think I do as well, even some of MMOs. The only game that kind of had me change that perspective was FF14. Now granted, initially it was because it didn't really give you a choice. Especially, you know, those first few starting dungeons. You kind of had to. But eventually, there were folks in chat, and we also picked up several randoms, and it was fine. I didn't actually mind. But yeah, generally I have a preference for single player games as well. Oof, that was rough going down. A lot of PC gamers are 30 plus. The younger set broadly prefer consoles, so now you're expecting a bunch of 30-somethings to regularly find time to play together. Yeah, that's going to be really, really difficult. Not impossible, but like consistently, that's going to be a challenge. We can barely schedule D&D once a fucking month with 5 adults. Yeah. And that's with the option of online as well. You know, not having to go physically in person. How are things going? So let's see, I have a creature card to show you. Let's see it then. You hand the tattered lump of flesh to the airman. It's almost unrecognisable, but you both know it couldn't have belonged to anything else. He pokes at it with his knife, testing the rubbery meat. He seems satisfied. Let's hope he doesn't start eating this in the hopes to gain power. Yes, this is one of the beasts. Progress, at least. More to go, though. Okay, so we need to get the other two. Hopefully that means that there'll be less of them trying to attack me now, since one of them's off the board. But I now need to somehow get my hands on the other remaining fish. It did take a bit of damage, but it's fine. It hasn't compromised the vessel too much. So somehow I gotta find the rest of the fish. I wonder, do any of the ones in a net count? No, they're just grey mullets. Actually, touche. I stand corrected. Bait 2 does require a singular grey mullet, so if I do a U-turn, I can deliver that immediately. So this is an addition we got during the last stream, the fishing net. Normally you have to go out of your way to fish them yourself, but if you have the space and you attach the fishing net to the ship as you're sailing, it will passively add fish to your collection. Let's talk about traps. Second one. So you want one of them. Perfect. All they need now is whatever this big fish is. But we are getting there. Oh, wow, there's actually one literally there. That's actually kind of funny, because we need 2 of those. I think I might have overcomplicated this more than I should have. Well, that's highly convenient, because that was for the 3rd bait, and that's literally just give him the things. I think that the more challenging part we already did, which was to locate the mortar. Since he's already found it in the middle of nowhere, I saved myself the hassle. I didn't expect one to be like right on the doorstep of this place, especially for the 3rd bait. So they need 2 of these. It's a long fin eel. A long eel with delicate fins. Spends the day coiled around the roots of the mangrove trees, but emerges at night to hunt. Oh, that's why I had access to it. It was a nighttime thing. So it turned night just as I was trying to leave to explore. And it must have changed the fish that were there. That should do it. Just mix these in. Here. Load this into a trap and then get clear of it. And the trap string, same as before. The dialogue is the same. He'll open fire, and I just need to bring back evidence of the deed. So what I'll do, because it's already nightfall, we can wait until the following day. So what I'm going to try and do, I sailed to the nearest one because I just wanted to test how the mechanic would work. This time though, I'm going to sail to what you could argue is objectively the one that's further away, which I would say is probably this one. There's no mini-map, so I'm just having to open the map over and over, just to make sure that I haven't gone too far off course. Yeah, I think there's one in every region. That's why it initially felt like I was being followed. It's not that you're being followed, there's 3 of them. Gonna get the speed boost so I can actually get ahead of them. There we are. So a large cage is suspended over the water, a small receptacle is flowing. Load it with bait. You load the bait into the trap, you should probably move away. Yeah, so he's already there, he's already emerged. Now I ride away. There comes the mortar shell. Boom. So the trap gets him first and descends to lock him in. Auto's fired. Boom. And that's 2 of them gone now. Just like that. So same as before, inside is the obliterated corpse of a mine sucker. The airman will be expecting proof of your success. So same as before, we'll grab this fella here. The rest of the carcass sinks out of sight. Now, seeing as I'm here, I'll see if any of these might house the fish we need. Though I suspect the last one I need probably is could be a nighttime fish. That's for dredging. Let's got some wood. What about this one? If that's debris, I might want to grab that. You can sometimes get research components, even though it has the silhouette of lumber. Might not have as much space here this time, really. Oh, only 2 of them. That makes things simple. Okay. I'll quickly poke my head in these. You can actually see the silhouette of the fish, but always good to double check. Yeah, this one's a lot trickier to navigate. It was simpler when I had the older engines because the ship was a lot slower. So when you had to make sharp turns, it was a lot easier. With these newer ones, it's very quick, which is good because it means you're able to cross larger distances with far greater efficiency, burning a lot less daylight. But the problem is when you enter in these regions where it's a tight fit, then it's easier to bump the ship. Okay, so what we'll do super quick is we'll get the ads done and dusted while I switch from sitting to standing. And we'll just basically have the game on hold. Be just a tick. So let's run these bad boys. I always do the first playthrough blind, unless I'm hopelessly lost on something. Yeah, that's generally how I've done all the Persona games. And if you're going to need a good guide for New Game Plus, this game has a bad habit of stretching multiple evenings and days where you just aren't allowed to do anything. Example, my plant is wilting now, because I can't buy plant food. Like, is it skipping days when you least expect it? Is it mainly because of that? Can't remember, it's been a while since I played P5. Yes, I'll get on my feet. Meeting be back in an hour or so. Please wait to be eaten until I get back. Well, right now, we're killing these eldritch beings with mortar shells, so I think we might be okay. But hopefully we'll catch you soon, Ash. Blade, I thought I was going to stop by the usual place for some food, only for it to be closed, and the alternative was completely packed, so I didn't feel like waiting a long time. Decided to just cook at home, only to open my door and realise that I forgot to wash the dishes. Checking the Chinese place is open now. This seems to be like a string of Nas happening in quick succession. Okay, there you go. Success. Now as long as they don't mess up your order, you'll be okay. Alright, I think I'll close this window here. Temperature's definitely starting to dip. Hey, Kronk. How you doing, bud? Just gonna wear one of these for good measure. Yeah, happy Friday to you, man. How you doing? We're doing our 3rd day of Dredge. I don't know if you're familiar with the game. Been progressing through it like nice and easy. I think if this is a game that I played off stream, I think I would have finished it in about 2 sessions worth. Not too bad. Nice day at home, overcast, rain, good coffee. Sounds perfect. I was glad I was able to squeeze a walk in today. I really needed it. Been gradually listening to the audiobook. Oh. Can we skip to the 24th? What's happening on the 24th? Is it the announcement? I forgot the date they gave. They did say it was a month away, and that kind of measures up. Windblown is going into early access. Wait, I should know this game. I feel like I've seen this and put it on my early access. I went through all that effort and headache to get the Digimon World Through Rando working, and now I don't even want to play it more because there's just so much running back and forth. Well, look at it this way. You educated yourself on the process of setting that up. I don't know if that knowledge will translate to other games and their randomizers. The makers of Dead Cells. I think I have seen this then. Hang about, let me check check Steam. Steamy. Windblown. Yeah, it's on my wish list. Yeah, I have seen this. Oh, I have seen this. Oh no, what it is. Took me a second to remember that. Given that it just ended up being a download open, it didn't really. Oh yeah, because I remember when you were doing it the first time around, what you were downloading is more like the source code or something. Like you were doing it the wrong way. That much I recall. Slight moment of panic. I call and they say 1 moment. It's really busy, so going to check how long it'll take. Then they get back and say is 15 minutes okay? That's not too bad. 15 minutes is a jaunt by comparison. Also, I believe the ad that I dusted got a little sidetrack there. I like how you put it on a hoodie inside, complaining about being chilly, while I still go outside with a t-shirt and shorts while it's 4 Celsius. It's I always like the hoodie because it's the most comfortable. I could put on something else, but yeah, once it starts to get into the lower, I don't know, about 10, I don't know, I just feel colder than normal. So I figured the easiest way to do that is wear something that has some long sleeves that help. Since losing weight, I have to wear the hoodie more often. Like, are the other options not viable? Let's see, I've had a word with the airman. So we'll give him the other creature corpse. So let's see, you drop the flesh onto the ground, and he gives it a few slashes with the knife. It wobbles a little. Another one taken care of. 1 remains by my count. Let's finish this. Okay, so for this one, I need to double check the bait. I think we need that big fish, right? Yeah. I need this like catfish looking thing. Okay. The real twist here would be that he's given us a very convincing story. You know, the fighter jets crashed here, and himself and his comrades were taken by those mine suckers, and he's been surviving here ever since. And the natural fact, who knows, maybe he's the one who ended up getting all of his crewmates killed, and he's having us gather the flesh of those creatures. He could devour them for all I know, make himself stronger, taking that eldritch mojo. So now there should be regions of the of this place that'll be much more simpler to navigate. I was about to head back till I saw this. There's a fancy fish here. Surprised I fucked that up. That's not a fancy fish. It lied. Let's turn on the lights. We got a new one fitted yesterday. Not yesterday, the last stream I did. It's got lumens. This thing here. 2100. That's a fair bit of illumination. When I'm going cycling, my mum has to wear a hoodie and a jacket with mittens because it's cold, or whatever she means. Well, my mum is similar, but that's more a mix of old age and just generally she has had a habit of getting colder a lot quicker. Like, I could have done without having to wear this, or even closing a window, but I don't know. I just want it to be more comfortable. I guess some folks just have a greater natural resilience to temperature. It used to be a t-shirt and shorts in 10 degrees Celsius weather, now it's hoodie and sweats. Yeah, what you're seeing me wear now is generally what I wear most of the time. My worst habit, I think, harkens back to when I was in my teens. The problem I often found, I was very tall, but I was extremely skinny. And the issue I kept running into is if you bought clothing that was for a tall fellow, it also translated to there being a certain wider aspect to it, which I wasn't. So even though I bought clothing that was the appropriate length, the width didn't really match. So much of what I wore always looked baggy to me. So as I've gotten older, if you look at like some of the most earliest streams, you'll see how like gaunt thin I was in those. So as I've gotten older, I know I've definitely been eating more than normal, and I'm going to assume that my metabolism has also finally shifted in pace. So I've filled out more. And then you combine that with having put those older articles of clothing in the wash over time, probably shrunk a tad. Now, those baggy clothes fit me perfectly. I think that's part of the reason why I have so many older shirts and trousers, because they now fit me properly, whereas before they fit in terms of length but not width. So they got so much mileage. The only ones I've thrown out are the ones that finally started to show wear and tear just due to a lot of use. Yeah, slim and tall. Like, proper work trousers were so frustrating, for the office. Nothing annoyed me more than that. Because I'd get trousers that were the perfect length, but the waist was freaking massive. So when I wore a belt, around the waist it just never felt right. It's so annoying. So, we're going to have a quick word with the lady at the fishing market. Now, I have caught almost everything that I can here, so we'll sell that. Then what we'll do, we'll go to the shipyard and repair everything. That includes the net, the damage to the ship's hull, as well as any like physical damage that's reducing its durability. I think the best thing I invested in, I think I'm not going to say I cheated, but I feel like I skipped a step by researching this versatile rod. Because the way the game works, when you first begin your journey, you only have access, I don't even think it's here anymore, but you have this very like shitty fishing line. It's terrible. And it can only help you fish things that are in like more of a coastal region. Eventually you'll get something like this that allows you to fish in shallow regions, and then where things splinter off again are when you start entering the different biomes. So there's a region northeast where there's volcanic activity, and it can be difficult to fish there, so this one's a heat resistant line. And then the region I'm in, which is the mangroves, is an anti-tangle line, so it allows you to fish there. But because I dumped so much of my research into the fishing rod, I was able to get this thing, the versatile rod. It can basically, it's an all-purpose one. So an all-rounders rod. This rig supports a quick swap attachment, allowing the user to change lines depending on the situation. And it's also got fairly good speed as well. So I never actually ended up individually buying the anti-tangle line, nor the heat resistance. I kind of skipped a step. Remember that I skipped a large chunk of mementos for Fatapa Story? I finished like 10 requests today. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I think I did those gradually, or maybe I did let some of them build up. I'm glad it wasn't one of those things where they would only let you complete a small number and then you'd have to wait, and then only then could you resume. So it is very much the dead of night. I'll take a bit of a risk since I've repaired the ship. It's always possible that this last fish we're after, it could mainly be like a nighttime fish, but I have no way of knowing. So the hope is to see if I can use the spyglass. It definitely looks like a catfish type of creature, but whatever it is, I haven't seen it. That stupid red stuff is heading right for me, man. You know what? Maybe not. Maybe not. No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. That red haze is heading right for me. I always underestimate how quickly time can pass in this game if you're not careful. Gotta be cautious. I had a bunch of ones that you had to do to continue social links too. I forgot they were tied behind that. Okay, so we gotta find one singular fish type. Could be on the outer perimeter, it could be deeper in, we don't really know. I think that one. Also, is that a yellow one? It is a yellow one. This could be dog tags actually, because it is near this. It is, yeah. I was wondering why it had a yellow sheen to it. Pair of dog tags, a name, number, and address is printed on the duplicate. Well, that's a positive, to be sure. There's apparently a remastered release of the Lunar games coming out next year, and the voice acting for it in the trailer feels really bad to me. Was the game, I'm assuming, not previously voice acted? That's got research components? This one's quite importante. Singular, but I'll take it. What's the deal with this one? Oh, that's fake news. Second one of those I've encountered. Very sneaky. Masquerading as debris. We had that. That did surprise me the first time we saw one of those. But I'm familiar enough. Hey, nice. So you remember how I said, even though the silhouette of this makes it out to be like it's going to be lumber, you can still come into possession of research components. I don't know if there's like a probability aspect to it, or if we're guaranteed. So there we go, we've got another one there. This is really good. It's going to allow me to research one other very, very, very versatile aspect. Whoa, okay. 4 of them. Getting spoiled here by the game. Though it looks like poo. It's because we're in a mangrove region, so the coloration, a lot more yellows and browns than you would come to expect. But kinda hated, man. Let me rephrase. The voices themselves, not the voice actor. They had some voice actors in the games previously, usually important scenes. The voices themselves. And I'm guessing, since this is a remaster, I don't suppose the fish changed. Okay, just in case this suddenly had one here. I feel like they should have used the original voice files. Did they recast? Did they change the cast of voice actors, or did they have them redo the lines? I gave this example in the last stream. There was one game where I was surprised they didn't just rip the original audio. So there was the original Metal Gear Solid that came out on the PlayStation 1. They ended up doing a remake of the game on GameCube, Twin Snakes. And they basically, as far as I could tell, almost one-to-one recast all of the original voice actors. A few minor changes. I think there's one notable one that was changed. And I felt like much of the delivery of the GameCube's version, I felt like they weren't on par with the ones from the original. They still passed, but maybe just down to personal taste. That's Flint, Michigan war, if I've ever seen it. Is it that bad? Just broke through rank 8 of the Death Arcana after completing a request. Maybe that's a royal feature. This I cannot answer. I never got to play Royal. My pattern was I did a very in-depth playthrough for the first run. Took a break from the game for quite a while. Round about the time I triggered New Game Plus, I heard about Persona 5 Royal coming out, so I thought, well, there's no point doing New Game Plus now because I could do it with extra content. So I figured I would wait and then buy it for the PlayStation later. But I never ended up doing that. Between streaming and editing, I just didn't feel like I'd have the time. So I thought, screw it, maybe sometime in the future. And then it was made available on PC, which kind of surprised me actually, that it came out there. And it was the Royal version. So then I said to myself, well, at some point, I should probably give that a playthrough. So I might do that in the future. Okay, so with all those research components, I can now finish getting that. So it does mean foregoing the net. But the trade-off here is that I can almost fish under any circumstance. So as far as like your standard fish, whether it's coastal, shallow, mangrove or volcanic, the versatile rod's got me. And if it's any deep sea fish, this allows you to get those that are oceanic, abyssal and hadal depth so it's literally all-purpose. This one's just mainly for speed, but has its limitations, so I wouldn't stress over that one. Engines, eh? No casting me for Seth, she's royal only, I'm told. Correct. This has been a pattern, I reckon, as early as the 3rd game, where they'll release like an original version, and then a more improved one, which adds a lot of additional bells and whistles. Persona 4 Golden was the only reason I initially ended up buying the Vita. Still got it somewhere boxed up. I did get all the titles through the PlayStation Store as well, no less. So it certainly got its mileage out of it. And then, lo and behold, P4 Gold also came out on Steam as well. Everything seems to inevitably come out on PC, unless you're Bloodborne. Apparently that title is never going to make it. Immerse yourself in battles with fully voiced attacks and incantations in either Japanese or an all-new English voiceover by playable characters and enemies. So yeah, they redid the voice casting and I don't like it. Yeah. I'm trying to think if I've played a title myself where there was like limited voice acting, and then they've done like a updated version, but they've redone the whole thing. I can't think of anything that quite matches that. Because the example I gave with Metal Gear 1 to Twin Snakes, it was generally like 95% was the exact same cast. They just redid the lines. I just happen to have preferred their original deliveries. But I haven't had it like this, where I've played a version of the game, they've then done like an overhaul of it, and then chose an entire different cast. It would so significantly change the vibe. Yeah, that was because of the like the aftermath of the story for Persona 3, yeah. P4 got the addition to Development Room and now comes to me. Yep. So this is like been a trend. So if you're someone who is in like no major rush to play the main title Persona games, to be a true winner in this, it's best to just wait after the games come out and wait for its like second incarnation, because that will not only have additional content, but they'll also address some of the things that might have missed the mark. At least that's been my experience so far. Let's see, crab pots. Oh yeah, I still got the one that's all the way down southwest. Nets? Well, we're going to be subbing these out eventually. I would say engine. This could genuinely have some use, because it takes only a singular slot. This is a big boy engine, man. I'm not sure what it does. And you look to be the most versatile of the versatile. 36.8 kilometers. This engine is outfitted with a dual propeller system increasing speed. I kind of want to see what this thing is, but you can't do that until you learn this one. Okay, so that gives us twin propeller engine, which leads us to twin jet drive engine, which I think exceeds our current speed. A further improvement on the basic jet drive engine. This unit has 2 intakes for additional power. Well, that's definitely a step up. And I'm going to assume this has essentially what all of its predecessors have and more. P4 also strikes on top. That's a new twist. Yeah, actually, yeah, that was like a completely separate title. Can't remember if P4 had... Didn't they have like a fighting version kind of thing? My brain forgets. Okay, that's all the wood. We'll keep the dog tags on us since we'll need that. Let's go to sleep. I was supposed to find that last fish, but got distracted. When you suddenly come into possession of 3 additional research components, that's a difficult thing to not suddenly focus on. Yeah, I thought they had fighting games. Okay, which still leaves us just trying to find that one missing fish type. It's not you either. Spot baying in mangrove territory. I think step 1 is, let me scout the outer perimeter, because I feel like that's the easiest way to have not encountered them. If that doesn't work, then we'll go back into the mangrove, and if that still doesn't work, odds are high that it's probably going to be a nighttime fish. Hang on a minute, there's a docking area there. What the hell? Was that always there? Hello? Not sure if I examined this place. Might have. Oh, visit every dock in the game. Apparently I didn't visit this. It was enough to get an achievement. I'm going to assume this is probably another one that has those weird symbols and sigils inscribed everywhere. You see a campsite. Some old fish are suspended on a spit over a fire that was never lit. That rhymes. A pile of fabric is gathered at the base of a large nearby tree. Inspect the fish on the spit. Rotten fish hang from the spit. The fire below had been prepared. Someone must have left in a hurry. Check the bundle of fabric. A nest of rags lies at the base of a tree. Somebody slept here. The rags are covered in bark chips. There are symbols carved into the tree trunk above. There are 3 distinct set of symbols. Look at the first one. There's a book symbol underneath a wave, and then an upwards arrow. A cloud hangs over it all. Okay. Odd. I see P4 Arena. Yeah, that's the one I was referring to. And I see folks asking for P5 Arena. Yeah, so Persona 4 was the one that had the, you know, it plays very, very akin to how a fighting game would, like Street Fighter or Tekken or Mortal Kombat. And then Strikers, that was a completely different thing in and of itself. Second set, 5 unfamiliar symbols mark the corners of a pentagram. The shape of a person is lying down in the center. Sacrifice? There are 3 distinct sets of symbols. Look at the third one. A book symbol sits above a wave. A downwards arrow points from the book down through the wave. Well, there's not much left to do except leave. Well, should we need to dock in case of an emergency? We can do that. So I'll just place that symbol here as a reminder. Just because you've located one doesn't mean that the game will always mark it for you. The ground's shaking. That's not that tentacled thing looking at me either. So once again, I'll go on the outer perimeter of the mangroves. See if the fish we need are along here. Could be easy to miss. There's something fancy in this one. Could be these guys, maybe. No. Ooh, look at this guy. Got myself a vortex interloper. A slow swirl twists its body, stretching it towards an unseen dimension. You always get some twisted version of these guys. Hey, affiliate. How you doing, bud? That sounds like a whale is nearby. Okay, hang on. We got more debris. Just in case there are research components. Don't see any harm in dredging up more of these. Yeah, I knew it. There was one here. Nice. Okay. What fish is this? We already have these guys. Well, there's going to be another dog tag maybe here. The wreckage of an old fighter plane lies buried deep in the sand. You pull a little closer. Hopefully a good giant crab or stabbo doesn't emerge. Hey, there we go. Another research component. 1 golden ring and a second set of dog tags. Doing peachy over here. Glad to hear that, man. Glad to hear that. Dredge? More like Dredge. True. Not seeing the fish we need. Wait, that's more... Did I mark this one? Yeah, I did. That's slick rock. Placing a hand upon it seems to elicit a type of response. Yes. Something's looking at me. Shit. I'd like to get those, but... Oh, it's that crocodilio. Let's see what it is. Well, it's getting remarkably night. So, might want to find myself a safe haven. The problem is getting to that safe haven. So, I know I'm opening the map a lot, it's so easy to get disoriented here. Mayhaps this is the fish I need? It is nightfall. Oh, it is. Yep. Got him. So it was a catfish. Equipped with sensing barbels, this large scavenger can detect morsels hidden in the mud. Right, all I gotta do now is just not get torn to shreds. As long as we hang a left here, and in a straight line, we should be able to plonk the ship there without going crazy. And then that'll be all 3 baits done. So speaking to the airmen, let's talk about baiting the traps. We're missing Bunfu for the back and forth of No You. Yeah, she hasn't stopped by a little bit, but you never know. She can always slip in from the ether. This is why every game should have a semi-transparent overlay, especially for my blind ass. That's manageable, man. At least for my carcass. But how you doing, Poppin? So, traps. Second one. I've already given the first fish. Given that one. That should do it. I'll just mix these in here. Load this into a trap. Then we'll get clear from it. When the trap springs, I'll fire upon it with the mortar. Make sure you bring back proof. I always do, friend. I always do. And then... that's all for now. And then I can give him the dog tags. So I'll give you... one of them. And one of these. And he said for each one of these I gave, I think he'll give me a research component in exchange. Yeah, perfect. So, I love how I just spent 4 and got my hands on another 4 in quick succession. We're speedrunning this. So if I go into research, we can actually immediately learn this one. Further improvement on the basic jet drive engine. This unit has 2 intakes for additional power. So, it's more about the amount of space it's going to take. Let him sleep for now. So if we can navigate the boat to here, get to the trap, place down the bait, that will eliminate the third and final mind sucker. I feel like the big guy is going to be waiting. Yeah, there's one per like region they're sort of scouting. It's probably right here as I pull up here. I pull up. A large cage suspended. Load up the bait. Move away. He's just appeared. So I'll pivot the ship away, or try to. The trap comes crashing down. Then Bin begins to descend, skewering him, and then the mortar's fired. Got him. And that eliminates the only... well, the only threat left now is the giant shark. Inside is the obliterated corpse of a mind sucker. Damn straight. The rest of the carcass sinks out of sight. Okay, so if we now return that to our friend, should be good. Let's see, almost lost my internship week. Wait, how? But the company luckily gives me a new chance next week. Hopefully my stomach isn't going into I'll empty everything that goes in mode, 4 days of constant puking and pain. Was this due to something you ate, or was it just more like stress and anxiety doing that? Because I'm definitely familiar with the latter. Like if I am very stressed or anxious, it doesn't matter how much I resolve it in my head, the stomach is always the first to go. Apparently there are very close ties to that. The way the mind links things to your belly. The human body can be quite the marvel for both the best and the worst reasons. This cruise seems far more chill than Valheim. You used to freak out anytime that you came near shore if you were in the wrong environment. Well, when I first came here, I was freaking out because the ship I had was far worse. It was much slower. I had far fewer options to get away, and I hadn't quite fully sussed out all the mechanics. Also, the trick to this, the part that made this region scary is once you enter, it can be a little bit difficult to maneuver out for 2 reasons. The first and the most scariest is if you've just gone through an entryway, the mangroves will rise up behind you, sealing you in. So your escape route's cut off, meaning you have to go elsewhere. And the second thing is there are 2 predator type enemies here. The first one is pretty mundane, it's like a giant crocodilio. If you just give him a wide berth, he won't really bother you. But this region has 3 of those mind suckers. And what they'll do is they're normally just chilling on the surface, but when they detect movement, it'll be like a big old ice stalk that'll pop out of the ground, or the water, I should say. And you're not informed that the thing it's drawn to is movement. You learn this from the airmen. So most people, when they see it, they'll try and like sail away, and that draws the attention of the eye. And what it'll do is it'll start kind of barreling towards you. And if it can see you, it'll start to affect your sanity. But once you know the trick, where once they emerge, the trick is to stay calm, don't move. It'll kind of pair up, look around, and then sink back down again. And the other thing now is I've destroyed 2 of them, meaning that at least 66% of this mangrove is now free of that threat, and I've just killed the final one. That's why I'm a lot more relaxed now. But when I entered the first time, I didn't know what I was signing up for. I had a worse ship, much slower, lacked the knowledge, it was easy to get turned around, and there were threats I hadn't identified, and if I had, I wasn't sure how to deal with them. Let's see, I've actually heard folks overthinking themselves into being ill. That's probably me. Yeah. I even now, like sometimes I'll recount like how things went yesterday, and it like I know it's not conducive, like it doesn't change anything, and I try and like snap myself to like snap back to reality. But it's frustrating that my brain isn't wired for that. No idea. Doc said it's probably a mix of both. First day went great. Got myself sushi to celebrate from a shop that I know I never had problems with, and poof, next day I couldn't even go to the doctor till I managed to take in something to stop the puking. Ooh. And it's not like you did the first day of the internship and you were particularly stressed, because Christ, you were celebrating it with food. Yeah, that's peculiar though, that it completely made your stomach go arse up a tea kettle. You see Thor's show about Cthulhu. I'm pretty sure I did. Pretty sure. I'm trying to remember what prompted him to say that. You can't get bad sushi even in a trusted place. Yeah, because if Papa had told me, yeah, I was like super stressed and I was like wasn't sure if things are going to go well, then I would have thought, yeah, that's probably overthinking and your own stress and anxiety. Decided to just go completely AWOL on the sushi you had and spit it out. I honestly wouldn't know, Poppin, but I'll say I'm glad you're feeling better now, and doubly glad that the place is willing to give you another shot. That's a relief either way. Let's talk to the airman. There are things. So I have a creature corpse to show you. Let's see it then. He dropped a large, bloodied carcass in front of the airman, his eyes filled with sadistic delight. Yeah. Part of me is hoping that he's not doing what I've seen a lot of other NPCs do. Excuse me. When you provide them with the carcasses of these fish, especially these like corrupted ones, they actually end up partaking in the flesh, and it tends to change them. I don't know what's compelling them to eat the stuff, but I'm hoping that he's not been secretly doing that, and that he is in fact trying to avenge his comrades. So his eyes filled with sadistic delight. He bends down and plunges his knife into the soft flesh. It falls away before the blade, revealing a glint of metal. Ah, so I was wondering how we were going to find the artifact piece. And I guess it must happen when you acquire the 3rd and final chunk of flesh. So this will probably be the 4th artifact. With a sickening tear, he wrests it from where it was embedded in the flesh of the creature. He holds it aloft. You recognize it as a necklace glistening in gore. Well, fisherman, some fortune at last. This ought to fetch a decent price from the right collector. Here, why don't you take it? Abso-fucking-lutely. That's the 4th piece of the puzzle. He stands back from the corpse. A melancholic look comes over his face. And now, well, that's that, I suppose. I think will he still stay here for the dog tags? So what will you do now? Can't say for sure. I thought I'd be asking you for an escort away from this place, but this has become somewhat of a home to me. It doesn't feel right to leave my brothers here. I think I shall stay a while longer. In the meantime, I can make up some special bait for you. It ought to help with your fishing. Absolutely. Depends what he wants. Can you make up some bait for me? Here. This was left over from the other bait we made. Interesting. But when would you use this? I'll hang on to 1 dose of that. Oh, it gives you a new ability. Bait. Toss bait overboard to attract local species. Right, now we can make some fresh stuff if you like. I'll need some fish from you first, any type will do, but the more you give me, the more bait I can make. Good to know. So bait bucket was another ability. You didn't give me a fish, so I can't make up any bait for you. Okay, well I'll do for now. Oh, this is the Cthulhu clip. Okay, let's have a gander here. So how does Thor phrase this?
That's what Cthulhu's supposed to be? Bingo. The problem with Cthulhu is that it sounds too much like Cthulhu, and as such, ruins the entire effect. So you just see him in cat ears, can't be afraid of him anymore. It's done. Yeah. Should have named him better. Not my fault.
Yeah,
that's what Cthulhu's supposed to be? Bingo.
If one person knows why naming someone or something, anything, needs to be done so appropriately, is Matt Mercer. In particular, anytime like he's named an NPC or a location, something, the players have found some way to just take the piss out of it. One of my favourite ones was it was in campaign 1, and I think it had to do with a particular chess piece that they'd found, and a subsequent check of the item revealed that it belonged to an individual by the name of Pervon, but the players with it as Pervon, and of course Sam fucking Regal was yeah, he's getting this Pervon, second name Pedo Bear. They're like, oh fuck's sake. So a number of times like Matt Mercer has picked a name for something, and the players that have found some way to bastardize it is beyond counting. Heard Gobbleston is superior to Cthulhu. That sounds way better. How do you take the piss out of Gobbleston's name? Gobble these nuts or something? I don't know. Let's see. So, wait, I shouldn't be resting. Actually, let's see. I got 10 fish. Yeah, let's. I have everything to gain. So this is the new thing. Throw bait overboard. Who knows what will turn up? Let's do that later. For now, I will use manifest to get the fuck out of here and teleport myself straight back to the collector. So we can now give our boy the next thing he needs. Turkey dinner's coming soon. People often, like, you guys instantly assume that because it's turkey related, Gobbleston is going to show offense. You gotta understand, you only perceive him in that visage because that's sort of what the mortal mind can comprehend. Perhaps the argument could be made that he harbours some affection for these birds, and may not look kindly if, shall we say, certain ne'er-do-wells were to do them harm, but generally he's impartial either way. Of course, Gobbleston even bestowed Seth the power to kill the... Is that lore accurate? That's how I gained, supposedly, the ability to factory reset the world? So let's speak to our boy. You enter the house carrying the ornate necklace. The collector recognizes it almost immediately. An excellent find. It demands a pride of place in my collection. The chains, so relinquish the necklace. Is this the wording? Relinquish? Like, it's always chosen that. He sweeps aside some scraps on a dusty table, candle wax pooling in its corners. He places the necklace carefully in the clearing. And I suppose you'll be demanding recompense as well. I mean, he's the one who's been consistently granting me more eldritch powers from that darn book of his. So, once more he opens the book, dust pouring from the pages as he reads aloud. You begin to feel weak, but you're rooted to the spot, knees on the verge of buckling. Atrophy, eh? As he finishes speaking, you feel blood rushing back to your legs. A strange feeling of power grows in your chest. We're so close. One more remains. I'm loath to suggest it, but the abyssal plane on the approach to Devil's Spine is a likely candidate. See what you can find. I'll mark a location on your map where you can begin your search. Anything else? I guess we'll learn more. Wild turkeys are dangerous and absolute arseholes. It's a perfectly picked appearance, really. I mean, have you ever been chased by an angry turkey? Just a lot of gobbles, man. In one of the last episodes, it was you were going around. Oh yeah, okay. So I haven't caught up, but I saw that particular YouTube shot. I believe this is addressed to Fern. Oh god, that was such a big mishap. He meant to say, spread your wings, but instead, spread your legs. Here, evidence. That's not evidence. That's just a series of emotes. That has the same veracity as the chicken scratches that Spab does with Microsoft Paint. How in the world does dust gather in a closed book? You have to ask him. That's his thing. So, the words you read from that book, what do they do to me? The book holds power from the deep. I merely extended its powers towards you. Is there one in particular you wish to know about? Yep, atrophy we just got. This phrase instantly culls the closest shoal of fish, readying them for swift reaping. It can be heard from a great distance, so you need not be close to your victims. But the population is unlikely to recover from such vile trauma. Use it sparingly. Are there other powers you wish to know about? Nope, we looked into all the rest. I'm ready for Sunday, so happy birthday. I'm hoping that we don't have any last minute hiccups. I'd like for something to at least go right this month. Spab has the supreme evidence, it would hold up in court. Yeah, kangaroo court, sure. Let's see. How do you know where these relics are? I largely don't, but I read the seas. I see the swells that give shape to the formless. I hear the waves that whisper secrets to their witnesses. And I speak to the currents that hold a memory of all that they claim. He also mentioned that he can't gather these himself because apparently he and the sea are in some kind of a disagreement. So he has to use me as like a surrogate. Are you human? Your inquiry is met with a piercing gaze. Why, of course, as human as you are. Oh, yeah, he's definitely not human. No fucking way. I've still not been able to go into his workshop. You approach it and should I say it's locked? Yeah, okay, I thought so. I suspect that's something you don't get access to until after you've given him the fifth and final piece. And perhaps in his workshop is where he's going to put all those together. Let's see, I don't want to, but I should probably get out of house clothes and go get food. It's now a pot noodle, and I'm not really feeling it today. I'm always a big proponent of noodles, but usually I recommend only doing that if time is scarce or if you just really can't be bothered for that day. Alright, so everything is now pointing us towards this region. It's funny because like when I started to head out, the first place I went to briefly was this section, and then I went there. Clearly I went here far too soon. Let's go to Great Amaro, see if there's any new dialogue with the locals. So the new ability I got is this thing. So if I use it here, will that instantly kill them? Ooh, yeah, it does. It also has you also get the infected version as well. Unless that was a coinky link. Tendons and sinews stretch over the fins of this bloody predator. Powerful jaws are clad in exposed muscle. Frickin' muscles. But it's rather telling because all the abilities have been unlocked. I was convinced that I was going to get the final one after I got the last artifact, but that ended up being this bait capability. My guy definitely needs sleep though. So, since I've acquired another piece of the artifacts, I should probably have a quick word with the lighthouse keeper. She clearly knows us from before we supposedly appeared here. What is it? She's not looking to give any more dialogue, so no. Oh, the mayor. What can I do for you? Nope. What if we ask about the wider region? Is there somewhere in particular you wish to know about? Nope. We've exhausted all of his dialogue then. Speak to the fishmonger. Okay, I've sold all the fish, which gives me a fairly decent amount of coinage. On second thought, one issue with Thor's explanation is that we instead have a cat-eared eldritch being that will still melt our brain. Lack of fear probably makes it worse, but it makes the eldritch abomination far more palatable before it boils your brain. It looks like you can't open the workshop unless you buy a $5 DLC. Oh, is that what it is? Because I did recall there being a DLC. Part of me was thinking maybe that's something only accessible until after you have gotten all the artifacts. Please melt my brain, eldritch horror, ooh ooh woo lord. Typical. So this is the new thing we got here. It does mean having to ditch the net though. Should probably repair that. This I'll place into storage. Same with that. I guess the bait bucket as well. Called Blackstone Key DLC. Right, well at least that eliminates that as a point of concern. Fathomless winch. And then there was the engine as well, right? How much space is that? So it would take the full size of it. So currently I've got 2 of these, which each give 26.3. So this one would end up still being faster by a noticeable margin. Yep. So I would say uninstall and place them into storage. What are you charging for this, by the way? Okay, a little pricey, but I can work with that. Oh, actually, if you wanted to, you could fit in the smaller engines. That's a long installation time. Okay, it's a little bit quicker. So I just forgot to remember the fact that we're just mere mortals and not a god of thunder. For him, Cthulhu is just scary. For mortals, scary has nothing to do with it. It's in our nature to go insane, just look at them. So maybe us adding the uwu is like an early form of our insanity? Possibly. Not enough space for that. So yeah, if we can research that single engine, then yeah. I don't know if these are going to be needed. I think what I'll do for now, I will buy it, but I will place it in storage. Because odds are I'll probably still be sailing for a while, and a lot of the passive income we've made so far has been the result of this net. So if we go to the dry dock, the big thing I'm missing and I haven't gotten yet, I need one more piece of refined metal. That's effectively the thing gatekeeping me from the rest. Because the rest of this will then require, yeah, so lumber, some mechanical parts, bolt of fabric. Yeah, these are like way easier. So any hull upgrades, they tend to be the more pricier sort. I think I finished reading one of those latest books, did I not? Yeah, getting over it with mind and body, so it gives you a higher resilience to panic. A strange journey smattered with quotes and wisdoms that promise enlightenment, but towards the end it became a tedious and unrewarding slog akin to climbing a mountain. An odd mix of relaxation and frustration. Maybe I'll read it again someday. Right. Makes sense. And that'd be the encyclopedia. Right. I don't really have much in the way of like treasure to sell, really. I've got one fraction of what appears to be a map. Quite a bit of lumber. And a few of the knickknacks. Either way, this warrants sleeps. Okay, so now if we look at the map, yeah, there's this stuff for the tablets, but only really found one. There's the rare fish, so I'm not entirely sure where all these shit heels are, and I don't believe I've come into contact with a fangtooth. So the region we're going to go to, Flames of the Deep, that's basically where we're headed. Mostly. So we're finally returning to this region. There was a found a fanatic there that gave us a quest. The problem is that it was difficult to navigate the area because much of the local marine life, well, let's just say they were quite aggressive. So they could easily chase me away. I get why now, because we do have one of the abilities that once activated it will cause enemies to fuck off, essentially. Stop hounding us. That sounds like dolphins. I don't end up overpowering the engines too much. Yeah, I think the Fanatic was on this one. Or at the very least there's going to be a bunch of wildlife very eager to eat me. Here we are. Yeah, so we couldn't fish these before since we didn't have one designed for whoops. Volcanic. So what is this? Tail skate. One of the deepest living species of skate, thought to use hydrothermal vents as incubators for its egg cases. Damn. That would make them rather resilient if they can survive those temperatures. Yeah, so our boys chilling here. They must be able to light all 3 of those statues, or at least acquire the means. Since I'm here though, might as well grab these. Cool. Alright, not bad. Is that a fake ship? Or is that a shiny? Fake ship, shiny. Fake ship, shiny. Wait, it disappeared. Oh no, it's a note. Okay, this we do want to get. I better turn around because things are about to get freaky. See ya! I'm out of here, bitch! Got the boat upgrade yet. Which one? We haven't been able to upgrade the hull again. I need one more piece of refined metal to do that. Yeah, I need one more. So let's see. Yesterday was the reading of his mother's will. Most of the remaining estate went directly to him, of course. But to my surprise, she bequeathed me her pocket watch. Curious. I'm not fond of the thing, but I know that taking it will mean a lot to him. I cannot help but feel it is some veiled jab at me from beyond the grave. She was the type to do such a thing. Was that late on some occasion? I cannot recall. I'm trying to remember, is that the last thing I'm missing? I forgot what the final piece is. Yeah, pocket watch. So I'm guessing it's referencing that, oddly enough. Strange. Okay, so step 1. I'm just gonna see what the local marine life is about. Oh, I'm pretty sure I just remembered we needed dynamite. I found some areas that were sealed off. In fact, there's no harm in also dredging these up. If we do actually end up finding that fancy steel, we're going to be able to upgrade things in pretty rapid succession.
They just keep coming.
Bye-o! Thank you very much for the raid. Hide your stringo, friend. For those hopping on over, I'm doing some dredge. Best I can tell, I think we're definitely in the later region of this main playthrough. I'm doing the game's namesake and fishing up some components needed to overhaul my ship. How you doing? I'm hanging in there for the most part, Bio. Yeah, just taking a bit of a breather from Path of Exile, and been doing some more variety gaming, really. Fish. We're doing the quarry. What's the quarry about? Because I hear the name, and naturally the first thing my brain pivots to is it's a game that likely has to do with like mining and collecting and stuff. I'm gonna head over to the pontoon over here, see if I can sell some stuff. What kind of fish? I think we've caught that one already. Horror interactive movie side game. Oh god. Me and horror games. Never did do well with them. How you liking the quarry? Ooh, might have underestimated the scope of this fella. Discard for now. Can always get more. Quarry's fun. Need to play more. This one you would enjoy, Seth. Well, I have the horror game that I want to end up streaming penciled in, which is Fear and Hunger 2 Termina. But that's going to be around about like the Halloween weekend, I think. Hey, Crow. How you doing, friend? We actually beat the game, but there are so many endings. Hey, Highland. Wait, so it's called a quarry. I'm curious as to how this game is actually described. Sounds familiar. And I think the reason why it's ringing a bell is because naturally with it being the month of October, I'm expecting a few people playing it. Do I recognise this one? Let's see. So this was released back in 2022. So when the sun goes down on the last night of summer camp, 9 teenage counselors are plunged into an unpredictable night of horror. Oh, I think I do know this game. The only thing worse than the blood-drenched locals and creatures haunting them are the unimaginable choices you must make to help them survive. Yeah, it's like the story in this game can go multiple ways, right? Where some members of this retinue will die early or not. Not off the top of my head, Bio, no. But yeah, I think I know in essence what this game is, because my suspicion is that during previous times around about here, like during the Halloween sales, I've probably seen that game. Oh, I said hello, Dace. Maybe you might have missed that, but how you doing, man? You have not been ignored, friend. Let's go to the fish market and ditch these fellas, put these into storage. Okay, make sure we repair the fishing net. Okay, so the ship is spick and span, but we still need the melt. So I know I'm going to need these dynamites. I distinctly recall there were like 2 areas I couldn't get to because debris was in the way. I'll be taking about even lurking. The clock just hit midnight. Take care, everyone. No worries, Bio. Thank you again for the raid. Oh, I didn't realise we were operating on the better part of a 6-hour time difference. Damn. Only thing poor about me is my financial state. I can't remember, Dace. What did you end up doing work-wise? Seem to recall that there was another position where you were working. Did you end up taking that in the end, or can't remember? My own memory is becoming a little hazy. Also, what I'll do now, I know we've just gotten a raid, so apologies, but usually what we do as the hour begins to commence, we get the ads out of the way, just so pre-rolls are done and dusted for the next hour. So if you just bear with me, the game will be on pause. I'm just going to shift my desk from standing to sitting, so you won't miss anything, so please bear with me. So I'd best do that now. Trying to stay on top of these. Dace is accepting donations. You never mentioned this. Let's just say that I wasn't granted permission to take leave to another department. What? Because I remember you saying that there were others that were applying, but like as far as the person fit for the job, you were more or less a shoo-in. There was someone else, but they weren't going to be the likely pick. Sounds like, what, did your own boss step in and say, yeah, sorry man, we can't let you change departments? Did it at least compensate you? I can understand someone being like integral to a group and them leaving could cause issues. They picked the other dude because they need me where I'm at. Oh, that's shitty. Because then, logistically, right, they've eliminated your opportunity to shift departments, while at the same time fill that position in as well. Hey Sage, good to see you again, dude. Let's see, long day, went to the office, then to a new Bangladeshi restaurant. Was it any good? After that we saw Chaplin's Gold Rush with full orchestra playing on the soundtrack. Office day was okay, I was alone, big light off. Sounded like the perfect office day. How's Santa doing? I know she's still prepping things regarding the PhD. I forgot when that was going to come to a head. No compensations were made, just a big fat, you do a good job so you must stay. Oh, that's an attaboy, a little pat on the back. They involved the regional manager to get me to stay. Oh yeah, I told them, oh wow, that good of a job, huh? Well, thanks for the punishment. Yeah, if they said, you know what, well, up the pay. At least that way you wouldn't feel like you'd been completely jilted. Christ, at this point they're practically begging you not to change departments, but to change where you're working entirely. Shit heels. Food was good. I got chili lamb and Santa got spinach lamb. That sounds like it hit the spot. Oh man, you're gonna make me jelly. Big corpos pay is decided by your title, so basically to get more money, I'd have to be promoted. Well, the problem here is that you've already seen what they're willing to do if you're gonna change departments. What's to stop them from not also stifling your ability for a promotion there as well? You made yourself too integral of a puzzle piece. That pizza could also hit the spot. Right now, with the state my stomach is in, there isn't really much it desires at the moment. I believe that should be the ads done and dusted. We can now continue with our regular scheduled programming. But yeah, for those who've inclined themselves to stick around, appreciate it, thank you very much. Slacksill. I think you're adopting the technique that a lot of other folks do. You just gotta work to the point where you don't draw negative attention, but not positive either. You kind of glide through it all. She's okay. She finished the thanks part of the thesis today. She has some fixing to do, and then she has to make the layout for the printing house. Okay, so this sounds like it went well then. Remember the talk we had Wednesday? Enlighten me, because my memory's a complete mess. Also, I'm being chased by some very angry-looking fish. I think eventually they do explode. Eventually. It's also becoming nightfall, so I don't know. Okay, fine. Fine. Okay, I hit him with a banish, which should compel them to leave. I just wanted to see what was here. What are you hiding? A silver plate, huh? They're coming back, aren't they? Oh yeah, they're back. Wrong ability. There we are. I think when it's nighttime, they can actually damage the ship. During the day, I think they just accost you, and that's about it. Yeah, so they do de-aggro once you get close to port again. Those little shits. Their frustration. Oh, is it me with a mullet? Oh my god, yeah, that... Dude, there's no way. It's never gonna rock that look, holy shit. That is so cursed. We need to remove that from the internet immediately. New emote, nope, I refuse. Just realised my rice cookers have been on warming mode since midday. Are you wasting electricity? How dare you. Persona 5 goes so much faster now as I've maxed out all the stats. Now I just have to max confidence, do palaces and visit mementos. It's the benefit of... I'm assuming doing it in New Game Plus makes life so much easier on the subsequent playthroughs. Problem is also currently doing his playthrough of Persona. Okay, I don't know if these guys actually damage the ship, so let me just see what happens. Okay, so they don't do anything. At least not yet, that I can tell. Unless they interfere with your ability to fish things up. I don't know, they're very weird. It has to be during the night where they're a problem. Being mindful of the time. Yeah, I wonder when it's nightfall, that's when they start. Oh, we've got a research component. They might start like attacking the ship. I mean, it's still making a noise. That was this. Can I destroy this? Pile of loose debris. It could be cleared to make a shortcut. Okay. Crumbles away. Right, so I think this could have been done to avoid these guys, but they're not doing anything yet. I'm confused. Perhaps my vessel is too strong for you, traveller. Either way, got a chance to use one of my dynamite. But let's see, so tomorrow we'll visit my ma. Seems that she's problems with her router, so she can't watch TV or use the computer. Oh god, you have to go become tech support, bless you. Need to get P3... Oh, is it a Persona 3 Reload on the next sale because Metaphor is out of the menu thanks to the price. Even here it's pretty expensive. It's the better part of 60 pounds. Coffee with Linda. Thank you very much for the raid. Hi, Shingo. For those hopping over, hi. We're playing some Dredge at the moment. Hey, X-Type. How you doing, friend? Wait, so this is a new BTT emote. Seth Mullet. Sure, why not? I'm often a creature of chaos, I'll allow this. New Game Plus started with 1.5 mil. I've got level 72 gear on. Yeah, you'll have a much easier time this go around. Hell yeah. Should you get coffee? Well, given that Linda was kind enough to toss us a raid, why not? You can fulfill her namesake by getting that. How's Dredge going? It's going pretty well. I think I'm starting to pull up towards the tail end of it. Only played it a little. Very nice game. Yeah, it's proven to be a lot of fun. It's clear the main story has you going through the process of acquiring 5 artifacts. I've got 4 out of the 5, so I'm just fixating on the final one right now. So I've been steadily upgrading my my ship so it's capable of that particular trip. Also, let me give you a quick shout out as well. But yeah, for those who don't know, much like myself, Linda also happens to stream ARPGs, but in particular I've seen her mainly, I think it's like Last Epoch was the primary one. That's the first time I saw you play there. I don't know if you have plans to try things like Path of Exile too. Hope you do. But ARPGs are definitely her area of expertise. So our schedules do have a bit of an overlap. So if you want another place to chill and relax, do be sure to check her out if you can, guys. Wait for PoE 2 and Titan Quest 2. Yeah, PoE 2 is not too far away. It's going to be on the, I believe it's the 15th of November for the beta. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid, and for everyone who has been kind enough to hop on over and join you. Okay, trying to figure out what my strategy is going to be in this place. Let me sell these fish. This I'll put into storage. Didn't think I'd reach this stage, but I'm actually unironically out of room for this. Yeesh. Yeah, normally you're able to add this stuff, but I kind of plateaued here. Awkward. Thanks for having us. Gonna go and eat. Have a wonderful stream. Oh, I appreciate it. Yeah, go get some food. And for those that will hang around, by all means, pull up a chair. We're progressing nice and slowly. Let's see. So we got this. And that's the final engine. Engine stack. A bulking mass of an engine boasting considerable speed. Or you can add these ones. If we finish the tech for that, we could basically attach 2 more of those to give us 9.5 apiece. This takes a lot of research components to learn is the problem. Okay, so it's clear that I've picked up too much of this stuff. Get rid of that for now. Okay, so this we should be able to sell to the trinket vendor. And we'll free up space. Eventually I can use the dynamite. Okay, gonna try and explore a little bit more locally. I'm pretty sure there are other places that we can use this dynamite on. But the sun has set, so it's getting a little risky. See if I can nab some of these newer fish. These damn dipshits are back. I still don't know if they're actually a threat or not, or if it's more for show. Part of me is convinced that once it is genuinely nighttime, that these little gits can start harming the ship. Something slithers into your cargo hold. Well, that's not good. Oh, it's infected. It's infected the fish. Infected this thing. It's a cusk eel, a miserable looking eel often found hiding in cracks and crevices. Well, there's no need for me to hang on to that. I'm sure she'll be fine. Is this streamed live Sarkabun's Act 9 boss kill and Raider after that? She got her record viewers, record subs and all. She finished the story also and started mapping. I was wondering how I actually ended up in her stream yesterday. So as nice as this to do a Raider Rooney, I had my suspicions because I was lurking in his stream while he was obviously casting the gauntlet. But he showed this stream the exact same support as well. I'm convinced had he not done that when I was making the push for partner way back when, I probably would not have achieved partner for quite some time. Okay, that's normal treasure, so I'm not too fussed with that. So they're supposed to be like braziers or some such are meant to be lighting, but I'm not sure where I'm supposed to be going. So apparently it's right behind me. Is that right? Where though? Ah, I think it's in front of these dipshits here, that's why. So it could be this. Maybe. Doesn't look like it. The statues might be there, but there's nothing to light. Now he's a problem. He's that big fish. That can damage my vessel. 100%. He's behind me, isn't he? Oh yeah. Hull damage, packed... Oh, I lost the packed explosives. Wait, is that what they're... Or did... I think they destroyed the engine. Yeah, but like hardly got any thruster speed left. Damn. Oh god, we're dead! No! Yeah, he totally chomped it. So, subtle, but yeah. So what, I guess maybe the smaller ones draw the attention of the bigger guys? I'm not sure actually. Also, welcome back, Roland. Jungrun died and Ben's second character is now as many points as Jungrun had. Wow, Ben did not take very long at all. I saw Jungrun's death. I think it was in the fight against Cirrus. Okay, well, because of my inexplicable demise, I can attempt a do-over. So, like I said, I'm supposed to be lighting something, but I'm not entirely sure what. The game is kind of vague on that. Ah, this is the thing I need. This is navigating to it is the problem. Stone Shrine. An upright slab bears a carving, two heavily plated creatures locked in battle. A lower slab holds two shallow grooves. Ooh. Interesting. So you need, what, two different crab types? That's different. Okay, so it isn't just as simple as, oh, ow, I just damaged the hole. It's not as simple as go there and light the thing. I think it needs a very specific specials. Well, that sucks. This one's a lot more complicated than what it appeared to be.
Mm.
Faye started Ubers yesterday, so Ben started them again. Ben did Uber Eater and Cirrus, and Faye's died to Uber Exarch. So Ben went back to farming clusters to improve his build. Well, I guess he has time now, doesn't he? Yeah, the types of things that we need to catch. I don't think we can fish these up. We're going to need to use those... I think we have to use crab pots to get them. Well, that gives me an idea about the first one. Let me check out the other ancient temple. See if we have any other clues. Kinda has a similar vibe to the mangrove. I suspect the game's encouraging you to use the other things that the game has provided you to, you know, gather up fish and the like. What's this? Yeah, I have very little space in my storage. Yeah, because on this island is where our friend is, the zealot. He's the one who has the final piece that I need, the pocket watch. Sorry, the fanatic, I should say. Yeah. So he'll tell you, if you ask him what am I supposed to do, so you are to prepare the ritual, you must light the stone crucibles around the temple with 3 fathomless flames. You will receive further illumination at the 3 shrines that are deep. They are scattered about not far from here. Yeah. So I've got to placate this psychopath before he'll give me what I need. Apparently I picked up a tattered mackerel as well. If Alkaiser manages to link his sword, he can mirror and double corrupt the original. He also got mirrors from the map runners. I saw the clip. His reaction was pretty, well, for lack of a better term, muted, but I see why. Because he's gotten it during a league that's going to be ending very soon. So it's none of these fish. And there's 2 other altars here. Yeah, I still don't know the significance. Okay, there's the big guy. So he already knows I'm here, or at least he's behaving like he knows I'm here. I have no way to do any direct damage to him. I cannot paste the frickin' mollusk. So, I don't know if he follows a particular patrol route, or if he's just chilling here because, well, he just likes chilling here. Let me see what other type of fish we got here. Already gotten those before. This looks like one of the more deeper variety of fish. Abyssal. I suppose I could use my special ability and just cheat. Just compel this one to come forth. A ghost shark, sometimes called a chimera. This phantom of the deep lacks the teeth of other sharks, instead having 3 bony grinding plates fused to its skull. Well, that's an image, isn't it? It's also remarkably infected. Already got on this fella. That looks like an entryway. But wait, this looks like a place you can dock here. Yeah. I think we read the ancient lighthouse. Yeah, I have been here before. That's why I got that achievement, the city of all the lighthouses. Warm hoodie from laundry dryer. Nice, you're basically Seth comfy. I forgot Anne Tamaki is Finnish in Persona 5. In Japanese, her name is Anna Tamaki, or Takamaki Backhill is a Finnish name. Oh, wait, is she Finnish? I had no idea. You climb the many steps leading up to the ancient lighthouse, and its base is a solid stone door. You can't see a handle, but there's a large socket carved into the face of the door. Yeah, I think you need 4 different tablet pieces. Maybe that's what you need to do. You get the tablet pieces, you place them into the stone door here, and perhaps you can reignite the lighthouse. And then what that'll do is that predator that's constantly hounding us here will leave us. Can I interact with that statue? No. This is a tough one, man. Not quite sure how I'm going to deal with this. I'm not as inclined to dredge this up because the problem is that I can't progress on the tree. I need refined metal. I have several pieces of like bolts of cloth and lumber, but I can't do anything with them until I upgrade the hull overall. So my options be limited. Okay, it's gotten remarkably late. Ooh, this could be kind of dangerous. Need to get back to that rickety pontoon. Or the charred pontoon. Oh, there's a bottle there which I missed. Where was that? That's too risky to grab. Okay. Oh, I just hit a screenshot. It's round about where this island. Okay, I'll have to remember that. I think we can dock the ship where the zealot is. Easy does it. This place, I tell you, it's going to drive me crazy. Yeah, it's a similar thing to the mangrove. I haven't quite figured out what the best approach here is. I want to go back. That looked like another message in a bottle, if I wasn't mistaken. But I only very, very briefly caught a glimpse of it. Hey, Mythics! How you doing, friend? Interesting. That is apparently a shortcut, judging by the... Ouch! Hull damage, lost a silver plate overboard. No fucking way. Don't know how much this will help, but I've carved a path open. That's research components, which is good. Oh, it's a tablet. So yeah, I guess all 4 of them must be here then. That might explain the sudden need for the dynamite. I wonder if that was the thing I saw when I was sailing here during the night. I think it might have been. If that's the case, we have the thing we need. This I've already marked on the map. And I don't believe it is a good idea to sail through the middle of this. But I'll take a look-see all the same. Yeah. Those guys definitely draw the attention of the big guy. I don't know how driven that thing is to chase me. He sounds like he's right behind me. Let's not risk it. I'll kind of just dock myself here. Excuse me. I think he left me. Doing well. For the first time in a long time, the family is all off doing their own things since they have school off. You actually have time to yourself. The wife and youngest are going to do a pumpkin patch with my ma. Middle's being lazy and playing games, and the oldest is off doing homecoming dance preparations. Look at that. A rare instance where you actually have time to yourself. Never thought I'd see the day. Normally you end up getting pulled from all directions. Normally. Not always, but no. So where's that stone tablet piece? An ancient stone tablet bearing a strange glyph. Maybe the trader at Little Marrow knows something about this. Well, I'll have to have words with him. Tied myself is working. Ever the productive git. Might be Royal only, but I just unlocked Network Fusion, and they said it uses both my personas and other Phantom Thieves personas. You can only get certain skills through that, so if you're offline, you just miss out. Not sure I like that. I don't remember that feature off the top of my head, so it could be a newer thing? I'm not sure, though. I do not recall. Okay, well that helps reimburse us for well, a lot. Damn, I can't place the components in here either, even though I'm not there yet. Yeah, literally the only thing stopping me is refined metal, but I have no idea where I'm going to find more of this stuff. See, my storage only has like a single, like pages worth of space. I suppose a bit of Tetris could be involved to improve this. Unless we finally start to forego some of the other pieces. We won't need this, because that's the old hydraulic. I have a superior version. Can I sell this thing? I think you have to like switch it out, which is kind of annoying. Gotta do it the long way, I think. See, that's the old one. Oh, no, you can do it from this menu, yeah. So that's the old one. And then this one is the new one. Okay, well, at least we can plonk that back on again. Which leaves me with this plus those two. Okay, that gives me a bit more room, thank God. We can place this one over there. And I got one research component. Oh, yeah, I was trying to learn this smaller, more compact engine. Alright, well I guess I'll use fastest way to get to Little Marrow is to cheat. We simply teleport ourselves. Now this place in the dark isn't anywhere near as threatening. I see the false ship trying to bait me. The first time I did that, I took the bait, hook, line and sinker. I used the foghorn. I was like, oh, it must be an NPC. Nope, just a big old anglerfish trying to eat you. So, what can I do for you? Show him the stone tablet. The trader takes the stone tablet from you and lays it on the table next to the others. Judging by the age of the stone and the shape of the glyph, these are part of the same set. I'll keep this one for now until you come across any others. It looks like they joined together to form a square, so hopefully there's just one more to find. Yeah, because he has one, I found one previously. This is the second one, so one's unaccounted for. In the meantime, do you have any trinkets for me to appraise? Oh, I do. Don't think I have any more in storage here. Yeah. Yeah, we'll rest here. So if I can scope out the area and find that last piece, should be alright. The only thing I'm not sure is if I'm going to need more dynamite. If that ends up being a possibility, maybe I should swing by down to Inkfell and get a couple of sticks to go. So I think the play here is that you locate all the tablet pieces, you return that to the chap that buys your trinkets. He'll then form it into a singular tablet. You then take it to that ancient lighthouse. The hope being that is you can light that, and then maybe that might change the landscape, or at least make it to where that big patrolling fish will leave me the hell alone. Kind of similar to how when we were in this region, in the research outpost, we had that mechanism that produced both light and sound to cause that giant octopus to leave us alone. And then by extension, the same way there's a more roundabout way, but in the mangroves we created that bucket of bait, lured the mine suckers into the trap, and then made the whole thing go boom. I just realised, I think because I re-added the net, it's not deployed, is it? Yeah. What is it? Oh, it looks like their dialogue hasn't changed. How you doing, buddy? What is it? Nope, nothing there. Alright, then I guess the whaling yards. I have come for some backed explosives, specifically 2 sticks of the stuff. Nice. Okay. Just want to make sure I've got these to hand. I suspect there are probably going to be a few other regions I got to contend with. I never did pick up my the crab pot, did I? God, it's all the way there. You know what? Let's just do it all in one. Oops. I'm fairly convinced some of those altars, the thing they're requesting, I get the distinct impression we're gonna need to gather things with the crab pots, I think. I can't be sure. Because there was like a real big boy crab it was showcasing as well. And I seem to distinctly recall the way that we acquired that was with the crab pots. Something this game likes to do is encourage you to use all the mechanics. And I'll admit, having used the crab pots super extensively. Is that debris or is that just treasure? I think it's treasure. Oh no, wow, that's actually a research component, that's a big deal. Bit of a pain in the ass again, that one. Margin for error being kind of broad. Where am I going to find that second piece of refined metal? It's the only thing preventing us from upgrading the ship, man. Because if I can reinforce the hull, we have access to a whole lot of stuff. I thought debris was a sort of cheese. That's, you know, the brie, not debris. Nice abyssal fishing. I don't have that yet. Where's my net? Or the crab pot. Should be here somewhere. Friend! Oh, there it is. Okay, so this fella's just been chilling here the whole time. Been chilling. Okay. I've got the pot. We need to be careful that we don't agitate the overgrown octopus. But yeah, the pontoon's just over there, so we can speak to the travelling merchant and get ourselves cozy. Touchdown! My birthday present from my friend who I started being friends with when we were in 3rd grade arrived. It's a giant black wooden bowl for me to mix henna in. The loving note written on the inside of the box said, "Happy birthday, you old crone." You know, that's me and the, you know, stirring the cauldron jab. Seems very fitting. So this research component allows me to allocate that one there. 2 more and we mastered the art of these jet drive engines, so can squeeze out a little bit more speed with that. So I got this net back, so I'll put that there. Yeah, I'm frustrated. So close. I think she's implying I'm old. Gotta reciprocate. You need to give a similar gift that evokes same energy. Wait, I do have a research component here. Wait, is that yours? Wait! She fucking sells one! That there the whole time? Fuck's sake, I had no idea. I was like, she also got dynamite. That explains why there was a limitation to upgrades. I'm guessing that she must have one per location. Okay, well I guess I got the thing. What the fuck? I double taked. I was like, is that mine or hers? Evidently it's hers. I need to go to the floating dock. Alright, well great. You gotta love how I just bemoaning the fact I didn't have this. Well now I'm lacking money. One day Seth will not only read the entirety of my messages, he'll also examine NPC inventory. Well, I don't think they ever had that many taps. Turns out the traveling merchant had a lot more than she was letting on. Hey, we need coin now. If I'm gonna afford that stuff. Well, I guess I need one more research component. Alright, sure. We'll sleep and then fish up the locals. Shouldn't be particularly complex, I guess. That was a moment I looked at it, I was like, wait, what? It's right there. I was wondering when you checked that tab. Yeah, I was very perplexed. These are remarkably big fish. Also, I guess I can just yeet this out there in the meantime. It's right here, though. Oh, it's damaged. I see. Well, I guess I'll put the dynamite in storage. Okay, so that's set and able to work again. Alright. So I'll yeet that there, and let's see what else we can gather locally. Fancy fish. Though they do take up a fair bit of room, I gotta say. Oops. Jeepers. Might have underestimated the fish's overall girth. Well, it's an easier way to make coin. We have someone willing to buy them right here. Okay. Right, so if I then go to the floating dock. Okay, so 800 schmeckles for this, so upgrades your vessel to a tier 3 hull and adds 9 new cargo spaces. Hull refined, upgrade to a tier 3 hull. Wonderful. Okay, now I can finally tap into this. Wow, that does expand the ship considerably. Holy shit. Okay, so now all of these that have been taking up space, I can now start allocating them. Obviously the thing that'll stop me yet again for a little bit will be money, but for now I can at least place the assets in there. Okay. Pimp my boat. Somewhat, yeah. Looks like this will need more of the mechanical components, which is fine by me. We can always find more debris. Like I said, the tricky thing was getting the refined stuff. That was just specific NPC and price tag. Not that kind of dreaming. So yeah, definitely more metal. Okay, so yeah, basically the metallic scrap components are the main thing. Boy, does that free up inventory space though, holy moly. It makes it significantly more manageable. Okay, well that definitely helps, but the thing's stopping us here, so these two we can do. If we get about 420, we can do that. I'll also see if there's any local debris here that I might not have fished up. Oof. A different version, a latching snapper. Swollen flesh folds back over its eyes. Cracked lips bleed through mounted scar tissue. Freaky. Okay, so we'll start on this side. I think it's pretty good odds I might have missed one. I'll leave the octopi alone. Wait a second. I don't recognize you. What is this? Oh, never mind. That's rude. Really? That's what it's come down to, you overgrown mollusk? Can you interact with that? What if I do a... What do I do a banish? Okay, so I'll stay dormant, but that's just basically bait. Very rude. Interesting. Pile of loose debris. It could be cleared to make a shortcut. I don't have any explosives on me though, lad. Ow! Well, there goes that part of the ship. Jesus Christ, man. Let's have the... That's wooden. On a metal. Thing is, any one of these could also house research components. So I'm just going to remember to be on this side of the island come the morrow. My guy's going batshit. I gotta speed up here. I'm being watched. As I said, one of the downsides of the ship once it gets a little too fast for its own good. Easy to lose control. Okay, well we're fully repaired. Someone from the Discord of the author that I was talking with just told me that he ordered Ash's first book on Amazon. Oh, no way! Oh, bless him. That damaged hull dropped the rare fish. Did it? All manage. I'm guessing now this thing will come to life and try and swat at me. Or not. I guess there must be a time and place. See, this part here apparently is just a shortcut. So you'd have to, unless there is something in its center. There are 2 chunks of debris though. Wait, is that the refined metal maybe? Yeah, it could be. Okay, well let's at least grab these. Like I said, could house a research component. Any one of these. Or it could just be more lumber. So that depletes that one. Cool. Well, we won't have a shortage of lumber for a while, evidently. Okay. So no research components, so I wasn't missing out anything too major there. There is these. Cloth. Ooh, got a little too overzealous. Ow. Okay, that also depletes that. Is that more? I'm seeing boobles. Ooh, that actually has a component in there. It's gonna be a tricky one to grab though. Nice. Good pull. This I have marked because you can place. You can seemingly place your hands on these rock formations. Nothing has happened yet, but I think that variable could change later. Ninja! How you doing, bud? Just gonna grab these little fellas here. That'll be fine for a few days. Don't listen to that foghorn, it's fake news. I can see it in the distance. Okay, you can sell them. Research, engine. Okay, so we now have jet drive. So if you want to get more speed, I believe we have just enough room to accommodate those. Ooh. Also, Ninja, appreciate the resub of 72 montheroons. Thank you, thank you.
Hooey. 6 years? Where has the time gone? Lime's love.
I've asked myself that same question, bud. Lord knows where the time has vanished to. That being said, I still appreciate you choosing to spend your time here of all places. Thank you. Wait a minute, does she resupply herself with these as well? Oh my god. Because this came back, the refined metal. Wait, so as long as you have the money, you could effectively just finish updating the ship. You just need the coin. Yeah, the technology's practically there. Hang on, I need to go into floating dock. So what was the money for this thing? 120. That's 2 rod spaces. That needs 200 bucks. So I'll have to obviously find more ways to get muns. But we can keep fishing up more. Me and Ninja all got same day of sub day. Yeah, I noticed a lot of resubs firing off in succession. Hope you're well. Definitely going through what many might consider a rough patch, but still chugging along in spite of those setbacks. Been really enjoying playing Dredge. Starting to reach the later stage of the game though. Can you do any of your upgrades? Yeah, I just need more money. We just need more coin. So the hope here is that I'm going to keep looking for any other points that I can salvage around this area. As well as fish, of course. Isn't tomorrow your not birthday? It's on the 6th. So it'd be on the... I believe it's on the Sunday. So yeah, unironically, birthday. We've got 2 games that we're going to be streaming there, which I've already got chosen. But yes, it doth approacheth. A lot of lumber that you find. Oh, research component. Tangled in this web, catch 150 fish and trawl net. Oh, thanks I guess. Research component is pretty fucking nice, isn't it? That burns that one. Did I already grab the treasure here? Waves lap at a pile of flotsam collecting on the beach, nestled in the centre is a wooden chest. Look inside. Ah, there's the other part of that treasure map I thought I saw before. That'll give us some potential ease of access to muns. Cool. Okay, I know the researcher's chilling up there. There's that rumbling again. It's like the world knows things are at an end. Oh, simple enough. That be fish. I'm being very not to go too far into the centre because that darn octopus is still there. And trust me, it will not be. I won't even be a gentleman about it. It will proceed to tear the hull asunder if I'm not careful. I think I gathered everything from that debris over there. There's no harm in checking, I guess. There's a little bit, although that could just be like normal treasure. Take a look-see here. Aye. Who this? Ooh, that's got the metal components, which we do need. Where are you located? Let's place a temporary marker there. Nightfall doth be arriving, so I need to offload a lot of the stuff that I've got as well. I'd like to see you get eaten HG Wells style. I'd prefer not to get eaten. The closest thing to a jump scare that we had was there appeared to be some sort of like formation of rocks and what looked to be runes inscribed upon them glowing, so I thought, oh, I wonder what this is. and as I approach, the entire thing comes to life. Turns out the rocks were perched upon the back of a large little Crabbo El Stabbo. Very mean. So I'm heading for that place over there, straight ahead. Gonna push the engines a little bit there. Made it. The best $5 I ever spent on stream was to get Seth to go back into the dead zone with the sea moth, and we got the bye-bye ship clip. That was such a waste as well. Also, I just realised what time it is. Gonna switch from sitting to standing, so I'm just gonna play some very quick ads in the meantime before we continue. But yeah, what Ash is referencing, so in Subnautica, if you end up swimming to what is basically like the edge of the world, so to speak, you'll eventually draw the attention of like fully adult ghost leviathans that'll just tear your ship apart, like the longer you spend there. I knew something was wrong immediately because like in games like that, I was, you know what, it's funny you say this. I should probably do it in this game to see what happens if you sail to the edge of the world. I haven't done that yet, so I probably should. But yeah, in games like this, I tend to see what happens if you reach the edge. So in Subnautica, we were still underwater, and something was just weird where everything went quiet, there's like no music, and the water became like almost pristine and clear. Like we were just a few feet beneath the surface. I was like, man, this is very peaceful. You mean ecological dead zone wasn't a hint? Well, I mean, no, it's definitely a factor. But it was so quiet, and then eventually we started hearing the sounds of things approaching. And yeah, then I got promptly torn apart, of course. Let's give it a couple of minutes, and then we shall resume. Because right now, these ship upgrades will probably go a long way. At least they'll buy me some more time. And we're only a single artifact off. Need that darn pocket watch. But this one's a tricky, because you're expected to like 3 different kind of braziers, but each... I've only managed to get to one of them, but the implication is that you need to provide it with a very specific marine creature. And the first one seemed to showcase what looked like 2 very large crabs. Oh yeah, there's the clip. Yep. That was quite a while ago. Yeah, that was 5 years ago. It's a different time back then, dear lord. Yeah, it's basically this. And here's something. Yeah.
Ah! Ah! Fuck! Whoa! Whoa! What the fuck? Oh Jesus Christ! Fuck! Oh God!
That was such a mess.
It just destroyed my ship.
So I'm trying to get my bearings to to get out of the dead zone. So I get the little glider to help me. But this thing is like, nope.
Oh my God! It's going to fuck no! No 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 no! Must swim.
Yeah, and notice how it gets dark again now. So now you're back in the playground where you're supposed to be.
Well,
there goes the sea moth.
There goes the sea moth.
That was totally Ash's fault. I think I got bribed into this. Pretty sure I got a dono. Ash is like, oh yeah, go back, see what's there. Take a quick little look-see. Your eyebrows do a perfect limes yikes in that clip. Yep. My expression is more akin to that. And you wonder why I love you playing horror games. I do really badly with horror games. They unsettle me too much. That was a bit of effort to find the clip, but amusingly worth the effort. Yeah, I think Spam is the one that usually has some of those things on demand. I don't know if he's bookmarked it or just has a section dedicated where he's got the URL for it. Some folks in chat have some... Well, you know, I've streamed on Twitch for a while. And, well, as you can imagine, you guys tend to keep track of certain moments. He's got a notepad doc with them. Yeah, I think that sounds about right. So if he needs to ever invoke them for comedic mockery, he's more than willing to do that. The little shit heel. Okay, I believe that's the ads done and dusted, so we can get back to our regular scheduled programming. So, did I pick up much in the way of fish? I don't think I did. Aside from the ones in the net. Okay. So we can toss those into storage. I have another research component. So I guess now the question is what do we dedicate our research to? I think it's going to have to be the crab traps. See what that final one is. Maybe that'll make it easier for us to get what we need. Okay, so we have enough money to upgrade this. So I get +2 net spaces, additional slots configured. So yeah, we have basically that there. Then there's this. So put those away for now. So I have this little treasure thing. I still think we're missing at least 2 pieces. So obviously it's showcasing somewhere. Huh, wonder which part of the map this is. Well, we're assuming that we haven't, like... Can this be rotated? Ooh. Yeah, that does change everything. I'm going to assume there's a bunch of ships probably littered around the area that is probably housing these. Either way, there isn't much else to be done. Okay, well I did still mark the place on the map that had the scrap metal that we can pick up, because that will also go towards upgrades. I had a thought the other night that for a Halloween stream sometimes Seth could read scary stories and tell them in the dark with good illustrations. I love those books so very much. But me kind of narrating to you guys live. So, I think it's this ship here, it'd be. Easy does it. Easy does it. Alright. Oh, it's only a singular one. Wonder if I'd fished at this one before. Guess I'll continue my patrol around the perimeter for this place. Hitleon is the worst game ever that I hit with the 1 in 6.66 million for a Barrett. Wait, what is this? Like an item pull, or I'm a bit confused. Octopath Traveler 1 and 2 is on sale on Switch. Can't remember if to sell had a Switch or not. Everything always had to go towards funding that. Also, there's a fancy fish in this one, I think. Or more. There it is. Got the trophy version. That was a weird sound, whatever that was. They're on sale on Steam as well. How much are they off, by the way? Because they could be pretty pricey. There we go. We got some more debris. There's some more metal. Who knows? Could get lucky and get a research component. Nothing else past that point, really. Oops. I'm kind of closer to Blackstone Isles, having gone that far. Oh, there's that fake ship. Hang on, I see what they're trying to do. That mist is trying to sneak aboard the ship. And that anglerfish vessel thing is trying to ram my ship. Go away. Too late, I found civilization. Screw you. That thing there, look at that thing. Bastard. Got close. Let's see, turn-based RPG Fest 50% off. So, from what I've seen, Octopath is pretty pricey as far as those titles go. I think it's like 50 odd pounds, so if you're getting it half off, now's as good a time as any to really buy them. The art of these books that were atmospheric middle school stories and just overturned them to pure nightmare fuel. What is this? Okay, that is very disconcerting. The original artwork for scary stories to tell in the dark gave me nightmares as a kid. Yeah, that thing comes like it's out of a fever dream. I love how every one of these images are etched into my mind from when I was a child to the extent that I instantly recall every story that comes along with them. Wait, so here's a question. Were these particular books meant to be read by the young and impressionable? Because that is some very scary imagery, I feel. I feel like that would... It was? Interesting. Hey, Spitteroo, just kick in the door and start aggressively fishing. I think aggressively and fishing don't often work, unless you're tossing a stick of dynamite into the water. You know, the goblin style of fishing. They were literally in Scholastic Book Fair stuff in middle school. Well, I will say that imagery is deeply, well, potent. Yeah, let's put these here. Okay, so these three we should be able to use. Well, since it's daytime, we can probably head over to Greater Marrow and see what we can do about those upgrades. The one about Harold the Scarecrow scared the ever-living fuck out of me. In the very best way possible. What do I feel like, you know, Harold just wants a normal individual and then gets turned into a scarecrow or some shit like that? Is the vibe I'm getting based on the name. Home sweet home. Sort of. Now, were you selling any of that stuff? No, I guess it's only the traveling, like, fishing merchant that sold that. And it just never occurred to me to check the additional tabs that they had. Okay, so we need one more of those. This requires 3 of these. And that's before we include the money for it. So speak to the fishmonger here. Was it not all schools of fish are the same? Some contain abnormal specimens. Sometimes you can tell just looking from the surface. I've seen a few of the more, shall we say, abyssal variety, at the very least. Yeah, that's a 300 buck upgrade, man. We need more coin and scraps of iron. In the meantime, though, having gotten ourselves sorted there, I think we can head back to the outpost here. Want to see if there are more regions that I can dredge for supplies. Could find more research components on top of... Are you kidding me? Is there one right here the whole time? I wonder if some of these respawn. Or if they appear at fixed locations. Got my doubts now. Oh, the way all taken. Don't suppose you got any chunks of scrap metal? Ah, I never even saw this one. So that's the shiny metal that you could have used, but you need dynamite to break through that. Well, at least I know that if I... Maybe I should mark that. That's a very, very easy one to get. You can literally just grab a stick of dynamite, yeet that there, and then you have access to it. It's either that or you speak to that travelling merchant, and that would require you to throw about 450 bucks, which can be pretty costly for that component. My uncle's movie watched Children of the Corn at like age 4 and made me suspicious of all my friends in kindergarten. I think that's one of the biggest things that I think could like fundamentally leave an impression for good or ill. If you watch some sort of like horror movie or TV show or read a book, like just leaves a long-lasting impression. Okay, so we're heading in this direction. Unless there's more debris here. That looks like more driftwood, though, rather than scrap metal. I'll take it still. I make exceptions to hating people on Halloween. We're the house that gives out full-size candy bars to 250 plus kids. Yeah, you should see the setup that they have. Scarecrows and all. Just gotta make sure I'm going the right way. Okay, so as long as we head in this general bearing, should hopefully be able to get there safely. Don't trust children with the name Isaac. My apologies for anyone who happens to be named Isaac in chat. We're not trying to, you know, discriminate. Just pointing out some facts. Okay, if there's an emergency, we can dock the ship here at this research outpost. But I think we're okay. Now, the fastest way to get to where I need to is to sail across, but that would mean having to antagonize the giant tentacled creature, who, in case you haven't noticed, does tend to want to rend your ship asunder with supreme glee. Let's see how the net is as well. See if it... I hate when it gets this thing. Oh, Taiki, thank you very much. Okay, good. Meanwhile, I've not experienced Halloween things like going from door to door getting candy, since that's not a thing here. I learned about it from the internet. I think the last time I did it, I was still in primary school. And this is back when our family lived at like one of the first homes we ever had. I think I was pretty sure I was dressed as a pirate. Remember the little head bandana and the eye patch I had? I seem to vividly recall having a toy sword as well. The weather was also cosmically shit, but I was going with the neighbour's kid who I'd known since childhood. But that's like the one and only time I could think of that I actively participated in Halloween. Like getting dressed up for the occasion and all that. Alright, let's see here. So we sell those fish. Put them into storage. Then we go into the shipyard. Yeah, she does, like, she also resupplies herself with research components. So as long as you just have the money, you can just keep throwing that at the problem, and you could eventually end up maxing out the ship, if you go down that route. Oops, I need to go into a dry dock. Or floating dock, I should say. 19300. 271. Do I have anything I can sell? Oh yeah, I should have sold the treasure I picked up. Well, I know we won't need these anymore. Yeah, we could probably sell the older engine components that we've got. Yes, I won't need that one anymore. That's the good one, we want to keep that. It's interesting how you can't sell this one, the peculiar engine. Hey Zokitai, how you liking Dredge in comparison with Dave the Diver? I like them both for their own reasons at the very least. I definitely had a lot less friction with Dredge. But no, I've enjoyed both games thoroughly. How you holding up, Zokitai? Love seeing the kids just lose their shit and sprint back down the driveway going full size. I got a big bar. Hey, they like their sugar rush? We don't really do Halloween here. You have the occasional father and kids that walk around going from house to house. But the reason we don't really do it here is because we have a yearly carnival, so everyone uses that to wear costumes. What's the carnival's like occasion, so to speak? One of my life goals is to be that house, and we're not going to get many, if any, trick-or-treaters at a new house. So this will be the last hurrah for that. Yeah, because you guys are a little bit more, I'm not sure if the word is remote, but a bit more secluded. Gonna start passing out king-size bars and Red Bull. Let's see if we can get a 9-year-old to hit faster than light travel. Oh my god, you're gonna send them into the stratosphere with a combination like that. No family, no travelling in shit weather, no buying tons of gifts, just dressing up, having fun, scaring yourself shitless and handing out candy to hyperactive kids. Yeah, and it's just for that one, I think it's generally for that one day, right? I'd love to share a Halloween if you had a kids part and an adults part where it's heathenistic shit where you pretend to do stuff like way back when. Go full on ritualistic. I mean, sure you could. Doing great. Going to a Halloween/birthday party tomorrow. That's timing. So I was in Sweden today. Bought some candy and booze. That's a great combo. That's a nice amalgamation of both. Okay, so ship. So floating dock, I meant. Yeah, there you go. So that gives us 4 more cargo spaces. The only reason we can't upgrade this is we're missing one metallic component, but the ship is definitely getting a little bit more verbose. So I'll rest up here. Well, as long as we're not doing any sort of actual sacrificing, sure. I'm all for adults getting in on some of the action. So, I feel like I did a pretty good lap of this place, right? So we can go counterclockwise. Pretty certain. Yeah, because like there's this big giant Crabbo El Stabbo there. The only thing I suppose we could do is I can grab we can grab 2 sticks of dynamite, go to that resort area, and break down the section that was inaccessible to us, I guess. So we could do that super quick. Like I've already got them in storage. Just grab 2 of them. Just gotta remember where the heck the resort is now. I think it goes in this direction. All this talk about Halloween just reminded me of an artist that I know Ash will love. Let me see if I can find it. I'm not going to post a linky link. Where we used to live, there was a community that went all fucking out. Haunted houses and garages, big fucking bonfires, and there was this dude with a Father Time costume. Just studying how good it was. All softly glowing in the dark with the big hooks. Shepherd's crook with an hourglass on it. Just walk around, stopped, looked at you, and then return and watch the sand run out of the glass. It's a shame, because I've seen on YouTube a couple of examples where like the neighborhood by and large have kind of all as a community put that together. Hey, you don't get that very often. You might get like a house or 2. Not much cohesion. And usually when around about the time where trick-or-treating happens, it's the timing for parents in particular and the kids can be inconvenient. It's just even if the timing is right, you know, what day it ends up being. Ideally if it's on a weekend. And the second is the weather, because more often than not it can be completely pissing it down here. Alright, so now we have free access to this. And I also assume this is that fancy metal as well. Yes, yes it is. Get. Alright, refined metal. So if you want to buy this from that traveling merchant, is what, 350, 450 bucks? Or just find some forehead, like I just did. Okay, based off of that alone, I think we've like unearthed most of what we needed here. I reckon maybe we head in the direction of Ingel, gather some fish passively, upgrade the next part of the ship, and then we'll pivot back to the main stem of the story again. Because now that the ship's been upgraded somewhat, it gives me a bit more leeway. I've been on a haunted hayride where they literally had a dude jump on the wagon with a chainsaw, no chain, and a sleepy hollow rider on a black horse with flaming pumpkin just haul ass past the car and spray you with fog. See, that would have been awesome. Christ, if that had been like one of the Halloween kind of like highlights, that would have left an impression. But no, did it just the one time. So if that's the stuff that you got to experience, Ash, it's no wonder that you've invested so much into making sure that you know that you have one place that the youngsters will remember. It's kind of scary. You're scared, and 2 seconds later it breaks and everyone laughs. Yeah, that's the kind of scary it should be though for Halloween. You don't want to be scared them to the point where you've effectively given them a new paralysis demon. So this guy wants a... These are the cultists that want very specific fish or crabs. Another sacrifice. Yeah, he wants one of these. This is a corrupted version of the tiny fish. They're very specific with their wants. Let's try and see if we can get to Ingfell. I gotta hustle. Kind of the dead of night now, so might have pushed it a bit. Gonna hit the thrusters here, baby. Guessing I'm going the right way. Yeah, I am. We're good. Uh-oh. Ugh. Rude. You know, since I'm here, I could just quickly ninja fish these up and sell them. A little bit more passive income. I do have upgrades to do. Gelatinous stonefish, flesh and scales intent on shuffling away from a creature struggling to maintain its moral form. Well, isn't that endearing? Scariest haunted house I ever went to was put on by a church. We were chased. I was half expecting this to be some sort of precursor to a terrible joke. You were chased the whole way through by 3 of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, and at the end, you were finally out death. Was there on a pale horse and holding his scythe, just pointing at you. Once again, that would biblically speaking, that would leave an impression. I'm hanging in there, Coles, man. Dredging along well. Yeah, we need the final relic. Though how on earth I'm going to actually get that still is an unknown. I have a vague notion. We're kind of working on a few boat upgrades before we continue that particular line of questioning. The guy playing War was built like a brick shithouse, and him and his horse were covered in fake blood, and Warhammer cosplay coming after you like a fucking lunatic and smashing through things. I was going to say, if they wanted to do the Pestilence, do you just need any average follower of, what was it, Nurgle? I knew I did a good job raising the voice when Player of Gontarrius made his own pumpkin sentinels. Oh. Lifted from the deep. Catch 250 fish using rods. Was not aware that was an achievement, but you know what? I'll take it. Yeah, good old... I love how they lovingly call him Papa Nurgle. Murgle, gurgle, Nurgle. Wait till the morning. I imagine the fish won't be nearly as fresh, but it's fine. Hello! Okay, sold my fish. Got a spare one of these. Now I'm curious. Would she have sold the things the components? Oh, she would have. Yep, it was here the whole time. It was staring me in the face. Though you gotta understand, right? The trade-off here, you either find it yourself, which probably will take more time, and there's an RNG component to it, or You just have the money. If you have the money, you can just buy the thing outright. So yeah, the two elusive stuff. Refined metal is probably the most elusive. And the research parts are the things needed to help you actually progress the tree, the progression tree. I'm eating a salt caramel almond cake. Cake? You got it for the rest of the class. You got a good memory blade if you dug that up. What happens to you if you sell into the water spouts? I haven't tried this. I suspect I'll probably end up taking damage to the hull, so I figured probably not a good idea to tempt fate. You know, because it's a little tempest. Might ruffle some feathers. What's floating dock? Floating dock. Okay, so we can now upgrade. Oh, we cannot. We need metal. So I have the money for it. I just don't have the components. So we need 3 pieces of scrap metal, which will then give us access to 1,503 of the refined pieces of metal. Definitely up in the ante in this one. Dear Lord. My memory is impressive as long as it's not important. Yeah, I think Austin can attest to having this like supernatural talent of being able to memorize like the most innocuous stuff. It's kind of his spiel. Alright, here's what we're going to do. I need to grab that crab net. Make sure we got both, the crab pot. We'll repair our nets and then we'll head northeast. See what we can do about getting access to that last little tidbit. This is just wood, right? Yeah. I'll need scrap metal. Was that travelling merchant selling anything useful? The same stuff that the other ones were. It's the same person. They seem to consistently have either those research components or they have those refined pieces of metal. Sometimes they might even have the dynamite. I also only remember stuff which had been in my Oculus. A very peculiar choice of words, friend. Easy does it. This is, I'm gonna guess treasure or sure. A single doubloons. Memories all over the place, but for some stuff it's scarily accurate. That did lead to one of my favourite comments that I ever received, but both the author and myself loved that moment. I think I've seen this one. You remember all the details, I look back at them, realize the connections. Yeah. I think you had posted that once before. Is that fish? It is fish. Okay. Almost made it. The author for realizing someone remembers such detail about their story, and me for being recognized by the author of the story you love. Well, I think that's probably, well, I'm not a writer, but I can see how an author would appreciate that. Especially if it's a reference that most folks may not have realised, or at least something they might clock the second go around if they're reading it again. Something like foreshadowing. Alright. Oh no, I was supposed to grab the net. Yeah, I think this thing might be at its limit. Hello. Are you kidding me? I actually fished up a research part. What the hell? Game's taking a piss. The fact that you can buy one from the merchant for what it's like $350. You just get one in the net casually. What the hell? Thanks. So I was trying to learn this one, which then gives us access to the final one. So the last one is reinforced crab pot. Lasts for 9 days. Yield is 3 per day. The most durable crab pot ever constructed. Just make sure that you return to collect your haul before something else does. So if we have that, then we got options. That shit means the world to authors. I can definitely see that. I still recall, you know, as I was reading from one book to the next, what my theories were. Well, I think you were just happy both of my reactions and then what my expectations were. But what was my own conspiracy theories. It hits especially hard for that guy because his story isn't all that popular despite the quality simply because of his writing style. It sucks, man, because I feel like this... It could be anything from something as simple as someone who live streams, to an artist, to a writer, to a programmer. There's probably so many people that are crazy talented, but circumstances make it so they can... Well, they can't quite reach that stage, you know? It could be a plethora of stuff. Someone could actually do everything right and still fail. My tea's been steeping for 30 minutes. That's kind of overbrewed. It's good to drink now. Well, I guess it depends who you're talking to. My dad, he'd be sure. Ash, should kill you. Kind of differs. That's overbrewed damn near to oblivion. Right. Yeet that into storage. Okay, so I made it here. So, need to make sure I repair the crab pot before we head out. I think we have to go into the shipyard for that one? Yes. Okay, so that repairs both of those. We're good to go. Okay, so yeah, I was pretty thorough in this region. You could make some arguments I might have missed some... I guess I could poke around Ingfell. I want to be a bit more thorough. Good enough for the trash. I don't know, you struck me as more of a coffee drinker, you, rather than a tea drinker. I'm not allowed to enjoy both now. Oh, I didn't mean like that. It's just most of the time we've spoken of you know, the swell I drink. Coffee was like the core thing being brought up. But no, you can totally enjoy both. I'm not gonna place you against your will in a particular camp. It's the only stream. No! I drink both. Though in more recent months, been more of a coffee drinker. With the caffeine to maintain my level of alertness. Your coffee does not count, but the swell I drink. Or as Ash would call it, memories of coffee. I love how two of you just like synced up to immediately like air quote that stuff. Christ. Oh, speaking of, yeah, I'm not sure if you saw Ash. I'd finally, despite being somewhat pressed for time after yesterday's, well, whatever yesterday was, I did finally get around to editing this. Or is it? Yeah, this one here. This thing. Check these two, right? This is a before and after. This poor little feline has just actually gone through some surgery here, right? Take a look at the before and after. So here's number one. This is kind of on loop, you know, we've got some lems. This is Ash's cat, right? Followed by this. It loops so well. Look at that cute little hat. Aww. Precious bean. She's such a little weenie. How is Sarah doing, by the way, Ash? Assuming all is well. I only drink tea of the two. I have a coffee taste, and if I'm gonna add so much shit to make it taste good, why wouldn't I just use less effort and get something that tastes good to begin with? Taste for me is the key thing. As long as I enjoy the taste of it, that usually acts as the hard carry for the beverage. More wood. I need scrap metal. My scrap metal, is it like just crazy rare? You always find so much lumber. Been here already. That's fish. Yeah, see, here you just find either lumber or you find... I suppose the cloth will have to suffice. Cool. Although it is now the dead of night. Ah, okay, here's the thing I need. But, yeah, we kind of sort of need to not get killed here. So I'm just going to use this as a little, a temporary point of respite. Wait, what happened here? You undock next to an old rowboat. Wait, someone's here this time! Normally I was playing catch-up. He's hunched over by the campfire, muttering to himself. You cautiously wait. Someone's here! I didn't even realise, because the campfire is turned on. Or set ablaze. Also, Tumpora, thank you so much for the resub of 60 Mundaroons. Hope you're doing well, man.
Zeph, hi.
Hi. How you doing, man? First death in the game, guy enraged Joker and made him kill himself on physical flight. Let me say this. One of my fastest game overs, right? There was this epic build-up to it. And I didn't know what the encounter's weakness was. Proceeded to do a very strong physical attack. Instantly reflected, killed Joker. GG. It's like, fuck's sake. Guess me and Seth are so bitter inside that we enjoy coffee. I mean, I like both coffee and I like tea. But as many folks have put, you know, what I drink is coffee, not actual coffee. I drink the instant variety. She's doing great. Breath smells much better and she's eating better, so that tooth was clearly bothering her. Neck's doing good too. Lots of scabby flaking, but the edges of the incision are holding together well. Perfect! Have all the stitches now been removed, I believe? Was that one you just went right past metal, or was it trade? No, that was metal, but the reason I ignored it is because the sun had set, so I wanted to dock and then I'm going to go back to it. I love that you knew that I wouldn't see that as a short, but showed it on stream. I love that her grace is content fodder for you. I was going to get to it eventually. I have plenty of footage to work with for Dave the Diver. We got a few more Balatro ones to do. Bought Persona 3 Reload from someplace else. 41 bucks. Yeah, that'll keep you amused in the meantime. Speaking of death, I'm somewhat surprised how few close calls that we had in the duo WoW Hardcore. Well, we played it quite safe. And both of us had a pet. And I think there were legitimately maybe 3 to 4 moments in particular that could have been classed as dire. I think one of the worst moments was probably we were doing that quest in Tanaris. You know, that's kind of like at the back of the islands. You know, with all the ghosts and whatnot. That was probably one of the worst ones. Like that could have gone south. Okay, so they took them all out. Perfect. Brew coffee, then stir instant coffee into the hot coffee, then talk to the electricity in the walls, so you can like see forever. To die with that comp, you have to fuck up beyond fuck up. Yeah. I think there was the one in Stranglethorn, you know, where it was an alliance that kind of overpulled into our pull. And it kind of aggro-leashed onto us. That was bollocks. Refused to do any dungeons. That was the problem. I had ample faith in myself and Jake. It was the other players. And with dungeons, if something went like catastrophically wrong, well, it's very difficult to extricate yourself from that. You're kind of stuck. So you have to embrace death. So yes, pardon us for taking the safer option. Played like a chicken is what Seth did. No. Played like a winner. You know, someone who actually achieved the objective, which is to get to level 60. So you can call it chicken or whatever name you want. All I see is I win. Hey, say what you want. Right? Say what you want. You guys are just mad because you're bad. That's all it is. The agreement was simple. If I got... For those who lack context, we set a community sub-goal. And if that was hit, I would level on a classic World of Warcraft server in hardcore. Meaning, like, if you die once, it's over. I ended up partnering up with one of my viewers, Jake. And just in case, you know, so we don't waste too much time, I set the objective that if I happen to die before level 30, I have to start again. But any death over level 30, and we would conclude the challenge done, and I failed. But no, we actually managed to get to 60. But naturally, realised the risk when it came to running dungeons. While running dungeons would have been great for XP, and very much so for equipment, even from the quest ones alone, the problem was that if we either misplayed or someone was just a complete idiot, who we couldn't, like, you know, directly account for, then that's a lot of progress to lose. So we ended up playing it very safe, going from zone to zone, doing quest by quest, and the final, I think the final level and a half, we just farmed enemies. Played like his balls hadn't dropped. You guys can say what you want, man. Still got to level 60. Bite me. Let's see, so you undock to an old rowboat. Somebody's here. He's hunched over by the campfire, muttering to himself. You cautiously approach. Wait, that's the old mayor? I was half convinced I was going to be him. Did you throw it back? I'm going to assume, right, that he's referencing the casket. Because once they drew that thing up and opened it, all hell broke loose. What are you talking about? Oh, it's the book. Oh wait, that's the book the collector has. I think you've mistaken me for someone else. I'm not seeing things. It's really you, isn't it? Yeah, I feel like I was here before, and the big thing missing are my memories. Who do you think I am? He turns away, wringing his hands. He speaks to the fire. It was him. Him and his damn wife. They dredged up that old book, but something cloaked in fog followed it out right through the boat. Boom! Wonder if it was that married couple. Wait, was I the married man? Where's my missus? The man makes crude explosion noises and motions wide with his hands, still talking to the fire as though pantomiming a story to a child. It spoke. It said it was coming for our breath, that we wouldn't be needing it soon. And then darkness crashed down. An age later, some of us washed up on the shore, and him still clutching that book. Throw it back! We cried as the fog rolled ashore. We thought, surely it can still be undone. It has to be the book the collector has. The one filled with all that eldritch knowledge. Seth, it's spreading. What is this? Oh no. Look at that. This is what happens when cubism takes over. I mean, I will say, it does look quite nice. But the fact that it's a yellow golden type of cube really sells it. If someone would have messed up, you'd probably be able to get away, while I wouldn't really have a chance to being unlocked. Yeah, I could have like feigned deft, or maybe like, I don't know, sicked our pets on some of the things to pull aggro and then hearth out. So what book? Silver and Crimson, the book covered in her blood. You're not making any sense. Throw it back! The man closes his eyes tight as he holds back tears. His voice falls to a whisper. Please, the lighthouse keeper. Yeah, she recognizes me as well. She saw. She knows where it came from, where it needs to go. She better not be my ex. Tell me more about this book. Silver and Crimson. Silver and Crimson. He rocks back and forth, staring through the flames. What do you know about the fog? It cloaks that calamitous thing. It's evil. Haven't you felt it? What does the lighthouse keeper have to do with this? She saw it all. That ruinous day. Ask her. Beg her. Tell her I... He trails off, his face collapsing in sorrow. Was not expecting to find him, because there's a bunch of campsites that are littered around the region. All have these like runes carved in there. So previously no one was here, and now suddenly there was. So when it said, oh, someone's there, I was like, Nani? Could have fucking filled me, mate. Not that one. One of these had metal scraps. Wait, where'd it go? I thought the wreckage moved. Hate the negotiation mechanic in this game. Even with guides, I somehow still feel lost. Moda tells me it's suppressed, but that word doesn't exist in the guide, and I'm basically flying blind. They have had this right as early as some of the Mega 10 games, and half the time, I feel like you just gotta say something random. Though I haven't explicitly looked at a guide. Like, if there is a rhyme or reason to it. Because like the worst case scenario is you attempt to negotiate, they say no, get like a free attack, and then, well, you've effectively just lost a fuck ton of action economy. People talk about PoE needing a masterclass, this motherfucker. It's, it could be a bit of a mess. I can't. Uh-oh. Do we find out what these do? Fuck it, let's just learn. What do you do? Good, it damages the ship. Lesson learned. Oh look, that big fish is here now to try and eat me. So I haven't been struck by one of those before. So I figured, we'll just learn. We shall educate ourselves. How much damage is that? A single notch. Yeah, the ship's mostly fine. Oh shit, he's right behind me! Parkour! Okay, you know what? Piss off! I rebuke your existence. Go away. Jerk off. Hell takes the filthy fatting animal who's boss. Is that the anglerfish? No, this is more of a sea serpent type of thing. It usually patrols the region. Once it gets a whiff of you, it tends to hound you a fair bit. It's not usually a threat since we're done here now, but I was just curious. Are you liking the Lovecraftian vibe of the game so far? I've been digging it a fair bit, to be honest. Just gotta figure out what I'm gonna do next in this journey. Okay, so with those new metal pieces... Wait, where do I go? No, it's the floating dock. So now we can grab this one to complete that. So for 80 bucks, modifies the cargo space to hold an extra socket space for an engine. And this requires 2 of them, which we just got. And for 75 bucks... You say rebuke his existence and the sail right beside it. Well, it happens to be going down the same path I am. And this is... Modifies cargo space to also hold lights. Alright, which now brings us all the way to this one for the hull upgrade. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Well, at the very least I can allow this to free up some inventory room. Not that you have to rotate that in that particular direction, but it's good to be on point. Well, aside from metal scraps and 2 additional pieces of that fancy metal, that's not too bad, I guess. I wonder why there's some pieces you can't, for whatever reason, move. Very weird. Either way, 1,500 to initiate that upgrade. Jesus. It's rather costly, if I do say so myself. But the ship is upgraded. Okay, so... I also have the crab net. Okay, now we'll go to that final region. We'll explore. I'm just happy I upgraded the blasted ship. I still have no idea how I'm going to deal with the local troublesome fish. Books in Lovecraftian setting are the worst. Find a book in Lovecraftian TTRPG, burn that shit, and put the ashes in acid. Well, the collector is very much in possession of one of those. Now, here is problem. It is dark, and a port is far away. Very far. So, we're going to have to kind of burn the candle at both ends here. And hope... Never mind, it's already here. I'm being chased. Being remarkably surrounded here, lads. It's fine. Ignore them. They're not real. It's just you and the ocean. Ignore the eyeballs. So the figment of your imagination. Okay, these two fuckers are trying to get up. Go away. Go away. Go away. You're not getting on my ship. Shoot. Just gotta reach that right there. And we're golden. Friend! I require aid and lots of rest. Ugh. Made it. Mostly. Okay, no part of the ship is damaged. Yeah, definitely going to bed. Sheesh. That's generally what this game is on, actually. It's a slow burn when it tries to get its hooks in you. Okay, I'll toss that there, because we need to apparently have appropriate sacrifices for this to work. So, I think the key to this place is getting that lighthouse working. There's the big guy, by the way. That big looking fish. But I need to find one of the missing tablet pieces. Because the trinket trader had one. I've already found two. So that's three altogether, and we just need one more. Finding it, though, is going to be the problem. Because I don't actually know where the fuck it is. And you have all these little dipshits that want to eat you. I think, yeah, oh, that's what they do. But he says they just slow you down. That's their snake oil. They disable the engine. And then draw the attention of the big guy. Yeah, they haven't, like, destroyed the ship. You're just not able to move very far. Pricks. I was wondering why previously, when two of them were on the ship, nothing was happening. So that's what they do. They kind of mess with the ship's propulsion. And then that'll draw the attention of the big guy. Who'll then proceed to eat you. Now, where's that last piece of the tablet? Dynamite might be needed for this. I'm playing a Teen Titans style superhero game right now, and I'm playing our magic user. I'm basically a Lovecraft sorcerer trying to use it for good. It's flipping hilarious. We're hitting a bit more light-hearted with things, obviously. Sound like Raven for a second, you know. Darker powers, but used towards a more positive cause. There's like one of the braziers. Can you blow that up? I think you can. We need dynamite, those. Still can't sit. Go away, go away. Go away, sure. You bastards. Okay, there's the last piece that I need. So where is this map-wise? Right there. Okay. So now that I know where that final tablet piece is, how do I get to it? I suspect I might need explodies. I might need explodies. Let me just take a quick little look-see. I think the big guy might get to me before I get to this thing. Yes, they're dead. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Because these fuckers have got me bound. I'm gonna manifest out of there. This will teleport me straight to where the collector is. Because I need to get this tablet looked at by the chap in Little Marrow anyways. So I can just haul ass and get away. While at the same time grabbing the thing that's most important. See? Strategy? Actually, well, we also got to speak to the lighthouse keeper as well. Let's see. Hello, what can I do for you? Here, tablet. The trader takes a stone tablet from you and places it alongside the others. He turns them over and arranges them together in a square. On the undersides of the tablets, new glyphs begin to form, casting an eerie light onto the low ceiling. Yes, go on. He begins transcribing the glyphs onto an old scrap of parchment. Each stroke appears to demand excruciating concentration. After a few minutes, he puts down his pen and reads aloud. When the sky mistakes the stars, and the air grows thick with night, the deep will open its scars. Protect us, O guiding light. I only know of one guiding light, but these tablets predate the lighthouse at Great Marrow by centuries. I know where this ancient lighthouse is. The fragments are fused together now. Why don't you take this back? In theory, they should open a lock somewhere, but where? I know where it is, mate. An intriguing mystery. Do let me know if you make any progress. In the meantime, do you have any trinkets for me? I do, mate. Namely, this, and this. Can't do much with this. Okay. Gonna have a quick word with our friendly lighthouse keeper. Part of me is starting to wonder, when you find a series of notes and messages in a bottle, beginning to wonder if this wasn't us. So if you go as early as... I'm not sure if are they in order? I don't believe so. Let me see. Actually, realize what time it is. We're going to do the quick 3-minute ad. So that way we can eliminate the pre-rolls, and I'll switch my desk from sitting to standing, and then we shall resume. So appreciate your patience, ladies and mental gen. Be just a tick. Do 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 do. From sitting to standing, aren't you standing already? Other way around, from standing to sitting, I should say. Plonking the desk downwards. I've been doing this a lot. Saying things the wrong way around. Brain's a little frazzled at the moment. Give these a read in just a moment. Need to get my bearings again, because we picked up a whole plethora of notes. Hither and thither. Oh. Trying to think what more is left. Because I'm banking on that darn lighthouse being the key. Because we could avoid the big fish that's patrolling the area. We just got to be wary of the little ones. If they latch onto the rudder of the ship, it basically just slows you down, and you'll get torn to bits if the big guy ends up spotting you. Seth's now double standing, ultra standing. I don't think my legs have quite the strength for that. But yeah, let me think. So the way I expect this to play out is you return to the region we just were at, find the lighthouse again, place the fully assembled tablet to open the door, and I guess you then light the ancient lighthouse? And perhaps that'll be enough to push back that thing that's constantly hounding us. Because after that... There's 3 altars there. Unless this part of the quest could be completed in 2 ways, because you could either do what the fanatic wants, which is to light the braziers. There's 3 of them in total. Now I've only been able to successfully get to 1 of them, and get a vibe for what they were after. It's clear they want you to sacrifice a very specific sea creature. So it's possible if you light those flames that you maybe push the world in a different direction into being consumed by the fog, maybe. And perhaps if you go through the trouble of getting all the tablet pieces, and activate the lighthouse, you instead forestall whatever's coming or buy us some time. I don't know, so I'll have to wait and see. I believe that concludes the ad break. I was going to read these notes. So, Goldsmith and Son received a further so that's for jewellery. Music box, wooden mask, 12-piece set, jar of earth. Found you at last. When you left, I was scattered to the winds, but now I feel almost whole again. There is one thing left to do. Throw me back. Feels like years since I've been warm. I do not expect him to write, I just need to know that he thinks of me from time to time. The next few lines have been smudged out. He must return. More angry smudging follows. I've written him another letter. This will be the last one. Let's see, not written in a few days. I've been afflicted with some strange chill, which conspires to fog my brain. That's like the experience we had when we came back here. Cannot seem to keep warm no matter what I do. The ink has run from some lines here, and they're illegible. While most of what they hauled up was junk, they eventually came up with a large wooden casket. A hush came over the crew at such a tantalizing discovery. I remember the next moments with excruciating clarity. We pried it open easily. The buckling boards cracked and groaned with relief as they splintered apart. Crimson cloth spilled out onto the deck. The crashing waves rose to fill my ears. I hear them still. He stared down into the open casket, then turned to me. In his eyes I saw the void. I wonder if I was the one who pried this thing open. I feel like this could have been written maybe by the lighthouse keeper. Yeah, I think it starts from this one. Maybe? Let's see, we're engaged to be married. He sailed us out to the very centre of Stellar Basin to see the lights. We talked for hours, something we'd not done in such a long time, waiting and hoping. Sometime past midnight, as we were growing delirious and hysterical from the lack of sleep, the aurora shimmered into the skies above. When I turned to see his reaction, he was already down on one knee. I cannot even remember what he said, or what I said, but I know that I said yes. And that worries me. She thinks that she proposed to be engaged in marriage. Could have been ritual sacrifice for all we know. The ring's beautiful with a span of jewels going right around the way. I cannot take my eyes off it. P.S. I was not sure whether to write this under yesterday's date or today's, given that it occurred at the conjunction of days, but I feel that the news is significant enough to warrant spanning multiple entries, which then led to this. Yesterday was reading a mother's will. I think we found this note today. Most of the remaining estate went directly to him, of course, but to my surprise she bequeathed me her pocket watch. Curious. I'm not fond of the thing, but I know that taking it will mean a lot to him. Cannot help but feel it some veiled jab at me from beyond the grave. She was the type to do such a thing. Was I late on some occasion? I cannot recall. Morning of the second day of the honeymoon, and our first day proper. Today we're sailing around the islands and inlets at the back of Greater Marrow. I love the rocks here. The layers and colours are striking. Yeah, as long as they don't strike the hull of the ship. Furthermore, the fishing is relatively poor in these shallows, so I know that he'll keep his hands on the wheel instead of the rods. He renamed the boat last night Julie. Now, wasn't there a piece of jewellery that he had inscribed with the letter J? So he renamed the boat last night Julie. He did a fancy renaming ceremony and everything. I think he took that more seriously than the wedding. Supposedly, it's very important to perform it correctly, lest you want ill fortune to follow the vessel. I'm hoping he's not doing some fucked up thing where he's like married some lass and is going to end up using her for ritual sacrifice to bring back his missus. She said it herself that she wasn't sure what she'd agreed to, but they were agreed to be married. He wanted to throw away everything with the old name on it, but I kept the keychain. Ocean's Riches was a good name. I think he has prepared a surprise picnic lunch. I can see the basket half hidden, stuffed under a blanket at the front of the cabin. I love it when he tries to be romantic. No, you're about to be sacrificed. We had a slight accident yesterday around the shallows at the back of Greater Marrow. A rock seemingly appeared out of nowhere and struck the front of the boat. It did not penetrate the hull, but it jostled us around, and a few items fell overboard into the water. We did not see what they were, which is of some concern, but we believe all important articles are accounted for. He's been checking over some notes from the boat renaming ceremony. He's paranoid that he performed the steps incorrectly. I've never known him to be so superstitious. Yeah, 'cause he's tapping into some eldritch shtick. And then all this started happening. Okay, I guess I'll have to have a quick word with the lighthouse keeper here. Hello! What is it? What do you know about the Silver and Crimson book? She shudders at the very mention of the book. You're really asking me? After all this time? You know it must be returned. She looks at you with deep pity. You have to move on, for her sake as well as yours. I'm guessing, move on from Julie. Take control, be rid of that thing once and for all. Insult the Fatpedia. Find the door. Yeah, so I found an ancient stone tablet with a strange glyph on it. Looks similar to the ones I saw on the trader's desk in Little Marrow. I should show him the tablet. He might know more. So, done all that, and now we're at find a door that can be opened with the fused tablet. The translated runes mention something about a guiding light. Absolutely. But first, it's kind of late. Should probably go to bed. Alright, 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 alright. The music in this game is so good, man. Like, even this one, basically played in the first, like, 15 minutes of the game. There's just so many good things in the game. Yeah. I'm impressed what the team was able to put together. Now I just gotta remember where that frickin'... Well, I don't really have to remember where the lighthouse is. I can see it from here. Yeah, it's a very lovely soundtrack. Just complete the main story of patch 5.0 in Genshin just a few days before 5.1 comes out. It's a pretty good introduction. Wait, how much longer do you have to wait before you can acquire the character you're after? Because you have the proverbial pulls. Okay, there's the lighthouse. I just hope I don't get chomped by the big fish. There should be like a dock or a pier here somewhere. I'm going to put a bit of a pep in my step here. So wait, when... Oh, you said in a few days is when 5.1 comes out. There it is. Okay, so hopefully this will work. So we slow down the ship. Pull up there. So you climb the many steps leading up to the ancient lighthouse. At its base is a solid stone door. You can't see a handle, but there's a large socket carved into the face of the door. So here's the thing, we got the fused tablet. 4 fragments fused together. The trader at Little Marrow says they form a key to a guiding light. The fused tablet clicks into place and the door rumbles before sliding. Step inside. You step through the doorway of the ancient lighthouse. The stairway to the top has collapsed, not surprising. This is as far as you're gonna get. Around you are a number of dusty objects. Whoops. Some of them look very valuable. Interesting. So, golden goblet times 2. A ruby ring. All of these we've actually acquired just through dredging, so nothing too crazy. And the final thing, flame of the sky. Oh, it's a wow! It's a big boy light. So the current one I have has a lumen value of 2,100 with a range of 30 meters. This one, it doesn't have as much range, but it projects one heck of a amount of light. Impossibly bright for such a compact design. The delicately faceted crystal lens focuses a perpetual shimmering flame. So that's what this was for. It is not tied to the story specifically. Light up the night to have a combined light strength of 3,000 lumens. You take everything from the room. I believe that concludes it. So if you go back here, you step through the doorway, this is as far as you get. The room's empty. You turn around and leave. So I guess we do still have to gather those fish and yeet them at the altar. All right. I can work with this. Fudge. That means I got to deal with those big fish. Where's the crab pot? Okay, so it's probably close to where the fanatic is. We'll go there. Yeah, there's 3 altars, each of which can be, well, a little tricky to get to safely. It's a process, you know. I feel like the storms are getting way more volatile than I remember. Wait a minute, what happened to my net? Okay, that amazingly is more or less what we need, but I'm being accosted by a couple of wieners. Pretty sure that caught the exact thing I need for at least one of the altars. Let's just wait until the morning. It broke previously. You never redeployed it after you fixed it. I'm missing out on some passive fish because of that. Damn it. Alright. But yeah, like those two, the way they're positioned is exactly as one of the sacrificed altars. Covered in tiny bristles and spines, this creature is thought to be blind. They process toxins spewed from hydrothermal vents. And spider crab. Right, so what I don't know is if all of the altars are the same, if they need the exact same sacrifice. So, God, it's so awkward to navigate here. So the first one's right there. Hello. Yeah, so you got this thing, and then this fella. The rock splits with an almighty crack. It crumbles away, revealing its core. Oh wow, okay. You got the fathomless flame. You got yourself a piece of wood. A research component. Another one of these golden goblets. And a silver plate. RC. Fathomless flame. Hold the onions. Is this metal? No, that's just normal treasure. Well, at least this one had the good sense to be so close to the pontoon. I can deposit that stuff and worry about that later. Odds are I might need to redeploy this darn thing. Guess I can deliver that to the psychopath. Never would have guessed I would be invested in this type of culture, but it's pretty interesting. It's all Swahili, tribal, and ancient things. I will say, one thing that I thought was nice that Genshin did is that there's a different theme for each of the expansions. So it can end up feeling quite fresh and new, I would imagine. Okay, so I was going to upgrade this thing. So, I wonder if the... Part of me is guessing each of the altars is probably going to require a sacrifice in the form of the marine life you capture. I wonder if the trick is that you want to yeet the crab net basically close to or within the proximity of where the altar is. There's the big guy, by the way. This guy is doing some patrolling. Gonna give him a bit of a wide berth. Each biome has its resident git, and that's this one. You thought the mind suckers were bad. This guy's a right arsehole. He sends the small fries after you to completely destroy the ship's ability to move, or at least slows you down. See, having a dynamite here would be very clutch. Yeah, we want to make this one go boom here. So I'll come back with dynamite. Let me take a look at... it says few, which is kind of meh. Ah, fuck it. There we go, you take those. I'm gonna head back. So I'll grab the dynamite. Because the benefit of that is that it's more of a straight line. You don't have to like kind of awkwardly navigate the ship around. It's much easier to run things aground. Yeah, risk going through here. But just technically faster. Rather reckless of you, boy. I do underestimate the potency of this darn engine, I tell you. Hello! And that was the water region, I believe, Load. It's like... let's see, do I still have dynamite left? No, I used my supply, but last I checked, she also sells her fair share, or singular in this case. Alright, before we create an opening for that, I'm going to have a word with the old zealot. So he's at the ancient temple here. I can show him that I'm making progress towards the cause. I swear it's just the game's just spawning more of these now. Alright, let's have a word with our friend over here. Hi! There's a statue. Which one? The left one. The statue holds a stone crucible. I shall implant onto it the flame. A cold flame roars in the statue's hands. Which statue do you want to look at? None. Now, if I speak to our boy, will he comment on that fact? What is it? I've lit some of the flames. I can see that, but we cannot proceed in darkness. All three must be lit. Damn. I was hoping it'd be like, you know, well done, my initiate, knob, something, blah, 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 but no, probably not. We get no attaboy, no pat on the back, nothing. Cool. I like you just unquestioningly aiding this apparent psychotic being with apparently eldritch horror related stuff. What can I say, man? As far as the story's concerned, that dipshit is in possession of the last piece I need. I think it's, what's it, the pocket watch, or which one was it? Yeah, he's got the watch, the bastard. Likely the one that has the inscription of J etched upon it. But he won't part with this unless I deem myself worthy. Bypass! Parkour! Nothing eldritch about this game. Did you not see that? You know, these weird frickin' angler-looking fish, those clouds of hazy orange trying to possess me. Marin bought my brother and his bride a gift off their registry from Marin and the Goats. Brilliant. I love the idols, statuettes of them. These were perfectly normal fish, clouds, and people. Have we been playing the same game here, pal? I think not. This is a perfectly normal fishing game. Clearly followers of the Eldritch ways. You're just paranoid. Well, I guess I can be a bit of a negative Nancy. Wait, you can also use dynamite here, apparently. Why would you, though? I guess there's a very specific type of fish. So that might be why you need explosives to get through that. I could see them definitely slowing me down with that. Okay, now where was that other explode? I believe it was this one here, right? Yeah, you want this one to go boom. Alright. Hello. So, what does this thing need? Stone shrine. An upright slab bears a carving. 2 pale bottom dwellers hiding from their fate. A lower slab holds 2 shallow grooves. Okay, so I've definitely fished this one up before. I don't recall this guy, though. So it needs 2 particular fish. That's jewelry. I assume the other one's probably jewelry. Yeah, the purpose for that dynamite is literally to create additional routes by which you can escape these motherfuckers, because they can and will try and shoot at your feet or the ship. Don't think we'll need a net. So I see where you are in the story now. I'd like to think I'm hitting the later stage. This fellow, perhaps? Right, I think we need to do away with the net and get the deeper fishing net. If we want to do this next one. Like that first kind of manta ray looking thing, I definitely caught one of those. That's generally in the shallows. But I suspect some of these creatures are going to be much further down, depth-wise. Having a few extra sticks of explodies on me would also be kind of nice. I feel like something spawned to the left of me then. It was loud. Hello! Okay, so we'll hitch the ship there. We'll institute some repairs first. I'll buy one of your explosives. Let's not worry about the research components just yet. Alright, I guess it's a decent cash infusion. Okay, do that. Yeah, we have no research. So, shipyard. So I want to install this thing. Swift Reaper, have a combined fishing speed of 200%. Thanks. Okay, so we have no more net, but we now have a big old bonus to our fishing speed. Great. Okay. Actually, it took some time to fit that darn thing, so it's already nightfall. Yeah, so I guess I'll wait. We shall wait till the morrows. Okay, now we'll find the fish we need. Which, I ain't gonna lie, could be a little tricky. So, there's this fella. I don't believe this was one of them. It's too skinny. Is that your Steam that keeps bleeping? Yeah, so it set off this time because apparently the fishing speed hit, you know, a high percentile, so that was worthy of an achievement. Here you go, that's the first one we need. And now I gotta find whatever this other thing is. I'm not entirely sure what I'm looking for here. Don't know if we're going deep water or if we're staying to the shallows. A lot of them. Don't touch the ship. Hey, the boy. I don't think it's any of these guys. It looks like it's this fella, I think. Oh, not though. Actually, no, I think it is this guy. Yeah. Typical I get the record holding one. I believe that one's correct. Get off my ship. Slowing us down, god damn it. Okay, so the second altar is back this way. Oh wait, that's one of the notes, I think. Surprised I missed that. You sure fuck in here? What the? Oh, it's a flag with eyeballs on it. Yeah, more bunting, you know. Is that metal meat? Treasure. Did I mark this? I did not. Probably should. Marker. Put that one there. Do 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 do. Alright, so hang on a minute. There's a lot of these fish. Yeah, so I used the explodey to open this path here. Which allows me to navigate there. So, I do not have the right thing. I need whatever this thing is. What's the wording? A stone shrine, an upright slab bears a carving, 2 pale bottom dwellers hiding from their fate. A lower slab holds 2 shallow grooves. It's not this thing. The frilled shark. Okay. So whatever that particular fish is, I don't fucking have. I just hope it's not a nighttime fish. Could it be you? You kind of look like it. Hey, yeah. It's this little fellow. I don't like that I'm going back here in the dead of night. Especially with those 2... well, whatever those are. Where did I use my dynamite? I think it was here, right, to open this? No, it wasn't, because those guys are already waiting for me. It was this. Okay, here we go. Okay. The rock splits with an almighty crack. It crumbles away, revealing its core. That one's actually kind of useful. Kind of very useful. It's 2 refined metal pieces. We've got a research component, and we got another one of the fathomless flames. Okay. All I gotta do now is escape and keep the ship intact. Thrusters engage. Okay, so where's... okay, the pontoon's in this direction. Sure, it's fine, you've got plenty of light. Well, I did get the one that's from the ancient lighthouse, so it is projecting... oh boy. As you can see, there's a lot of stuff here. Full speed ahead. See ya. I'm out of here. Bye-bye. Go away. Go away. Go away. Go away. Did you hear that? It's like something was like something was thumping its feet. Okay. But first things first, we need rest. Alright, let's deposit this one over yonder to our friend. Hello, friend. Statue. Middle. Place in the flame. Cold flame roars in the statue's hands. I have no other statue to commune with. Okay. So, what if we speak to the fanatic now? What is it? I think it's like, I've lit some of the flames. I can see that, but we cannot proceed and all. Yes, okay. He's like, yeah, I mean, it's good and all, but one ain't all of them. Neither is two. The D4 expansion soon? Are you hyped? I haven't really been following it, honestly. I think last time I got brought up, undercurrent had raided the stream. And I think... I can't remember. I feel like some folks had access to it a little bit early. So there was some hype around that. But I don't know what they have planned. But hey, here's hoping it does well. Some folks, many folks like themselves some de herbleur. Storage. Let's see. Fish. Goes for a decent chunk of change. Research, since we got that one. If I get one more, I can create the reinforced crab pot. Looked at the trailer and I can gladly say I don't even remotely give a shit. That was this not your speed? Or did the whatever they're introducing, mechanics and whatnot, not seem to your liking? Hey Magnify, I saw a review on an iffy site, gave it a 9.0. I'm dubious. Maybe they made some good improvements. One thing you can never fault Blizz for though, is the quality of the CGI stuff, generally speaking. Their major titles, that stuff has always been difficult for any competitor to rival. Okay, so this be my shape. Floating dark. So to upgrade, need 2 of those, which thankfully we managed to get. Oops. And it needs 3 metal scraps, of which we have none. Right. So now that we've done that, I need to see what the third and the final of these altars wants. So I'm curious, because like the first instance you had to use the crab pots to get. Just bought the standard edition of D4 expansion. Can't say I'm hyped, but I'll play it and probably enjoy it. Well, for me, usually, you know, money spent versus the amount of time I've enjoyed it. As long as I feel like those two have matched up nicely. Oh, I think they don't like the volcanic... Oh, no, there's the big guy. Hang on, I don't know which way he's going, so... Let's just sit tight. He might not see me. Sometimes inaction is the right move. He appears to have moved on. Yeah, these little bubbling volcanic thingamajigs act as a repellent, it seems. A stone shrine, an upright slab bears a carving. 2 malformed fish writhing under the sun. A lower slab holds 2 shallow grooves. Wait, that's fucking vague. Malformed fish, what kind though? 2 malformed fish writhing under the sun. The fact that you need that much space? Is it any 2? But hey, Minimo. Moving over tomorrow. Oh, it's finally happening, is it? Congrats, man. Hope no hiccups and it's a smooth process. I checked that I've used over $2,300 on PoE MTX. I think I'll get the open beta key. I've definitely spent, you know, the minimum required to get it. Pretty sure. But yeah, a stone shrine, an upright slab bears a carving. 2 malformed fish writhing under the sun. The lower slab holds 2 shallow grooves. Yeah, the fact that this is the only one that doesn't have the silhouette of the fish, like specifically, is somewhat telling. So malformed fish can be a little tricky. I think there's like a percentage chance to just get them naturally. I don't know if they have to be local to the region. Well, the other thing is if they just simply, what's the word I'm looking for? If they end up getting like infected. I was helping packing, but got way too overwhelmed with full-on ADHD, so I got banished by the wife. We're just too distracted. Doing physical lifting tomorrow and trash tonight. Yeah, wishing you the best of luck with this move. Done a few in my time, and it can get pretty hectic. But the more you can prep now, the easier it is on the day itself. Oh, we missed a big fish. Damn it. Spent a lot on PoE. I've gotten to the second last Conqueror supporter pack, just didn't have enough money to get the Cirrus one. And since they couldn't ship me the physical stuff, I ended up getting coins. Yeah, I can... That's like one of the main incentives, you know, the physical mesh. There's the big guy again. So I wondered, do I just deliberately let the ship get this thing on it? Go on, hit me. Normally when those things get you, it can infect the fish, but I guess it isn't guaranteed. Yeah, the shirts I would definitely be partial to. No malformed fish lids. Guess I'll keep trying. Although, funnily enough, for each failure I have, I can continue to sell the fish and get more upgrades, I suppose. Also, we can yeet that over there in the meantime as well, if we wish. Check out my brand new Binging Bear game shirt. Totally legit too, only cost $5. I thought I might say binging with Babish then for a second. Sana likes knitting. I'll ask her to make me a PoE sweater. See, that's a great hobby to have. Literally forging your own clothing. I'm playing that Dwarven Realm, by the way, kind of fun. It's 3D Vampire Survivors with endless crafting, essentially. This a new release? Marin has decided that Castile should buy our current house. I don't know, something about that just seemed perfect. But oh, there you go. There's a funky one right there. Okay. I got a wrapped shark. It's progress, isn't it? I asked her opinion because she's one of the smartest people I know and looks at real estate for a hobby. So if she doesn't have any concerns, I feel better. Yeah, like if you were selling it to someone of the family who you have some friction with, then I would have been like, nah. But my initial reaction was a positive one as well. But I'm doing it more based on feel than actual know-how. How is this described? Wrapped shark. A grinning maw turned upwards to the sky. Wings like fins ready to take flight. Very disturbing. Thing is, I don't want this fish to go off, so if we can actually slap it onto the altar, like ahead of schedule, that would be nice. But I also gotta take heed of those motherfuckers trying to nip at my heels. So, where is... God, I can hear them. Ugh. Okay, thankfully, those vents will... The volcanic vents will do their magic. Okay, so that fish should stay there and shouldn't spoil, so that's half of the equation. Now I just need to extricate myself. Full thrusters! Okay, now. I get the distinct impression we're probably gonna... Get off the ship's rudder, you bastard! Get off! Stop slowing me down! They're stalling for time. You're trying to draw the big fish to me. Yeah, if I can dock the ship there, I can wait until morning. Then I just got to keep an eye out for another malformed fish. I have no idea if the game's resetting. Let's see. Good to know. I'll definitely get that if it upholds. The game looks fun after all. I was described as another Vampire Survivor-esque. I do happen to enjoy that particular brand of gaming. It's more that houses are stressful and expensive, and if they bought it and the water heater exploded the next day, I'd feel bad and responsible, even though it's not our fault. Yeah, no, I get that, I get that. I would assume, you know, they would understand if anything like that did happen, that you weren't doing that intentionally. Okay. Must find other corrupted fish. We might get lucky if we head for where the pontoon is with the trader. I'll offload the fish that I've already caught, and it's possible that we could have some in the crab pot. Oh no, of course, yeah. And you'd feel bad either way. Intentional or no. Nope. It has merely a giga crab. I'm already crying over rentals, even though I've done it before. Different with the wife and dog. It's a big step, man, this move. Friday either way, man. Alright, that's a decent amount of coin. Is that enough to warrant upgrading? No, because we've done all this. Yeah. We still need the metal screw. Alright. We're gonna keep trying. RNG can be a regrettable factor in this as to whether or not you get the fish in question. Gonna see if I can repel them with this. So they're gonna... Be gone! There we go. So this little hue here suggests that we should get corrupted fish, assuming no interruptions. There it is. Okay. So just need to head to the altar. Is it really that one? Oh, I'm practically there. Wait, is it really that simple? That's a tough pill to swallow, if it's that easy. Yeah, it is. Wow. Okay. Great. It's closer to the altar than I thought it'd be. Chittering mandibles scythe the air in front of this deep dweller, its small body encased in a suit of thick bone. The rock splits with an almighty crack, it crumbles away, revealing its core. We've got an encrusted talisman. A stone tablet surrounded by tooth and bone. A glyph of a hook is carved into the center. And just a talisman. You get an insane fishing speed and aberration bonus. That is quite powerful. Although it's behaving as though you must add this to your vessel. I'll put it in storage for now. Alright, and that gets me the last of the flames. If I can now escape this without getting accosted by that overgrown fish, might just be fucking alright. Oh god, they slowed the ship down to a crawl. I mean, worst case scenario, I can always teleport out of it. You better hope the big guy's not heading towards us. If I can get to that volcanic vent, they'll leave us alone. Ugh. Must reach the thing. They're basically putting on a distress call. They're like, hey, food! We got food! We have food! That's right, run away, bitch. I'll teach you. Little bastards. Basically, if you try and take the path of least resistance and the most open route, those fuckers are waiting to just get up in the ship. I was wondering why two of them did nothing. I thought they were going to damage the hull. No, they just purely slow you down. So now Rotten Fishman is corrupted. That's basically what I'm giving them. Currently fighting with company over my last paycheck. They're trying to deduct for hiring / training a new guy. But I know for a fact that fucker got hired before I put my notice in, and they can withhold hours in the UK anyways. So either I get paid mid-month, or we get the ACAS hassle. Now why can they never make this easy? The bitches. To the right. Flame. Cold flame roars in the statue's hands. Preparations are complete. The fanatic awaits. Alright. Hi. What is it? The flames are lit. Ah, I can feel it. The chill of the deep touches us now. It is time. Come. You follow him up the steps of the temple. At the top is a black stone altar. Stacked high upon the altar are layers of dark, damp wood. He draws the antique pocket watch from his robe. It sways hypnotically in the breeze. It is almost yours. May it mark the start of your journey and the end. Still holding the pocket watch in one hand, he clambers atop the pyre and raises his scroll. He begins to chant. He's going to set himself off a light, isn't he? What kind of cult did we sign up for? We're about to find out. What are you doing? He ignores you. The wind picks up, swirling sea spray around the altar. The cold blue flame rises from the sodden wood at his feet. False watchman. The freezing blaze climbs his legs. His chanting continues, no pain detectable in his voice. He lifts his arms skyward. Seconds later, the inferno engulfs him. It rages for a moment, but then abruptly dies away. A cold mist pools around the floor of the temple briefly before the wind sweeps it into the sea. No trace of the fanatic remains. The pyre is cold and damp. Inspect the pyre. Give me that pocket watch. There she is. Antique pocket watch. The clock face swims underneath cracked glass, hands spinning erratically. You take the pocket watch, it's freezing cold. It vibrates in your palm, clock hands spinning wildly below the cracked face. Now, I'm going to assume that this thing received the sum of $50.00 in exchange for one silver necklace. Oh, it's a silver necklace. Okay, so it was not the one that had J on it. Okay, never mind. Alright, so we got the fatting thing. We got the thing. So what we're going to do... Bye-bye. Before I hand this in, that guy does need rest, so I'd rather let him go crazy before the appointed hour. In fact, maybe I should go back to Greater Marrow? Wait, since when were Tempest here late at night? I guess because I'm going crazy. Hi! Oof. Okay. Fish sold. Let's speak to the lighthouse keeper just in case. She's not chiming in. The only other thing left to do... We should probably speak to the trinket salesman, because we did technically use the stone tablet and find the light within, which should conclude his quest, I would imagine. So he's just on the opposing side. What a drop as a shaman. Can use that at 40 and is better than I can guarantee as a quest reward. What is this? Dream Singer Lega. It's male, yep. Wait, even though it's level 2, I guess yeah, because the stats, strength, stamina, and spirit. I forgot how crazy, like, how long certain items could last, just based on the actual stat block on it. You explain to the trader that you found a use for the fused tablet at the ancient lighthouse in Devil's Spine. It opened a door in that ruined lighthouse. Yes, that makes sense. Well, I hope you found some interesting items for me to take a look at. Well, I'll find... Days. Oh, cash for gold. Sell a total of $1,500 worth of trinkets. So yeah, I did, basically. For lack of a better term. There's this thing as well, this glyph. But it goes onto the fishing section of your vessel. Yeah, which obviously there isn't quite enough space. I think if you upgraded the ship one more time, you could probably pull that off. Right, let's head over to Blackstone Isle. Of course I can get a job that's better, but that's plus 5 spirit more than the best option at 40. Or around it for quests. And if you have, yeah. If you're okay for gold as well, and you're happy, or if you're able to buy that on the cheap yourself, why not use that? Alright. Actually, before I do anything, let me just take a look at the quests. So, I feel like there was like 3 potential ones we've somehow missed. Just the way they're arranged. I don't care for the catfish or the fangtooth, so I'll just speak to the collector. Alright. Let's see. Hi. You climb the broken steps to the old mansion. The waves swelling and crashing against the basalt columns that surround you. You pause before crossing the threshold. Deliver the relic. So you have the option to conceal it as well, which is interesting. Because every time you give a relic away, the wording is like, you relinquish. Like, always terminology like that. So I could deliver it or conceal it. Now I have a bit of... What if I conceal it? What is it? Okay. So before we just do this... The words you read from that book, what do they do to me? The book holds power from the deep. I merely extended its power towards you. Is there one in particular you wish to know? You already told me about those. Tell me more about that book of yours. Which book? This one here? With a wry grin, he pulls a dusty tome from the nearest shelf and glances at the cover. There's really not much to be said of histories of the Grey Isles. Don't play dumb, you know which book I mean. Play dumb. Your hypocrisy is varying. I suppose we must go through this rigmarole yet again. Yeah, I feel like he and I have kind of been going in this cycle several times. The Book of the Deep appears in his hands, sheathed in its dirty crimson jacket. Go ahead. Ask us, apparently. Where'd you get it? Sparkling dust motes hang in the air between you. Don't you remember? You were there. Yes, I was present when they pried open the frickin' casket. The air around the book begins to pulse rhythmically like a quickening heartbeat. So was she. I'm guessing this is Julie? Who? You wanted to forget. Begged me. The room bristles. This is what you asked for. Give me the book. Your words hang in the space between. You won't change a thing. The book is ours. Step closer. You take a step closer through the crackling room. The collector lurches forward in response. What can you possibly hope to achieve? Give me the book! You strike out with your right fist, punching hard into the jaw of the collector. His face shatters and falls to the ground. It's us! All along. What a twist! You're pathetic. The Book of the Deep is in your hands. Understand this, plainly, before you sink us into despair. I know how to bring her back. It's all right there on the pages, and now you've seen its power firsthand. We wield the power to release her from her slumber. We can undo everything. Undo what you did. Christ, I've been communing with myself the whole time. Technically. Oh yeah, what? Wow, what a twist. So, as it stands now, we haven't yet delivered the item. Well, to ourselves. Let me get on my feetsies, by the way. So before we pursue this final tangent, I'm just going to run a quick 3-minute ad, and then we shall resume. Once again, to everyone, I appreciate your patience whilst we do this little soiree. Hey, the boy. But yeah, I'm going to assume the implication here is that we're trying to bring this individual by the name of Julie. But we also seem to have gone as far as to inflict ourselves with amnesia as well. The art style of this game reminds me a little of Disco Elysium. I thought the same thing, like the character art in particular. I think it's the way the brushstrokes have been done. It's very reminiscent. Similar vibe. You know we're always patient, Seth? Is it over yet? Now? Shut up. Whoosh, whoosh. Alright. Yeah, if we take a look at our, where is it? Yeah. So these are rare fish for oddities, fangtooth, that's for the mental cultists. I'm starting to wonder if we have missed a couple of quests. Is this the way like the core pursuit board fills up? Because I feel like, you know, just to the right of search for relic should be one. Definitely one below. Maybe? I don't know. I feel like it should all fit. But who knows? Because like the other thing that you could do if you were going for like a full-on, well, not so much full completion, but close towards that. If you continued fishing, filling up the encyclopedia, catching both the regular variety of fish and their corrupted counterparts, as well as finding all the different variants, then fully unlocking the research tree, like building all the complex machines, fully upgrading the ship as well. I think all of those would work together, and as well as do all the quests. But that's like if you really want to get the max completion. I'm relatively content with what we've done so far. I thought the mayor was full of shit as well, and I was like, oh yeah, who's living on the island? He's like, no one's living on there, pal. Nope. I'm not sure what the hell you're talking about, bub. I'm like, alright, sure, whatever, I guess. Just realised something, this ad break will make us poke you next league start all the harder for being a slowpoke. Yeah, or I could, I'm not sure, I think by that point I'll have a rough idea of how much the ads help. Because there's two parts to this. The first is what it generates. If it's worthwhile, then sure. But if it's nothing noticeable, then nay. But that's the monetary part. The other one is 3 minutes of ads effectively removes the pre-rolls for the better part of an hour. So, you know, if someone happens to have joined chat after that, that means they can hop in without any issues. Like 2050, but yeah, like something more noticeable. But even if we remove the financial aspect, the fact that it actually disables pre-rolls, that tends to be like the biggest thing that can turn folks away. Because like if you hop into a stream and the first thing you have is an ad instantly playing, odds are you'll probably deviate to someone who you're already subscribed to, so that way you can actually see something. Yeah, that's the way the system is designed currently. Trying to operate within there. What amount is worthwhile? I don't know, like monetarily speaking. If it was anywhere between 20 to 50 bucks, maybe? Because that, at this point, every little bit goes a very long way. But I think the way ads work, like the specifics I really don't know. Because I think one major factor is how many people are watching. So like concurrent viewers on your stream. And second is like what's the type of content you're streaming, like what category. Because depending on where you're at, that's whether or not your stream is ad friendly. That's why it's something like Ferret Software, the one that Thor runs, or Pirate Software. Like these little gremlins. This is probably the most like ad safe thing that you could ever run, like these little guys, because there's nothing you're really going to see there that I don't think any advertiser would be like, I don't want to show ads on that one. So that's a very, very easy win right there. Where's the deadline? I don't really have one. I'm trying to recall when exactly I did this. I believe it was around about the time that we kicked off Balatro. So I'd say as we get closer to the release of PoE 2's beta, so let's say no later than like the 15th of November, because by that point I think a couple of months, give or take, would have passed. Alright, so I guess we're going to continue this. So we go here. I'm wondering though, one last thing we could do, because even though, you know, my own nature has been revealed to me, I wonder if it's enough were we to speak to the lighthouse keeper, if that will unlock any more dialogue. Let's see if there's anything else to be said. PoE season is usually better for your income enemies. Oh yeah, at the start of the league, absolutely. Maya has nothing to add. What is it? Oh, there you go. I have the book. You've had it this whole time, have you not? It doesn't matter. Make the most of this window of lucidity. Now is the time to act. So I guess you have a choice. You either cast that book back into the ocean from whence it came, or you continue to perpetuate this cycle where you're trying to desperately bring back your beloved. Do you still remember where it happened? In that gloomy darkness behind the bay? When you're ready, I'll point the way. I'm ready. Warning, you're entering the final phase of the game. Your progress will not be safe from this point onwards. Do you wish to continue? Yes. Warning one more time, your progress will not be safe from this point onwards. Yes. So the fact that they give you 2 warnings is very telling. We must wait until night is thickest, until the ocean is at it... hang on. Until the ocean is as it was all those years ago. Alright, I guess we wait till nightfall. Can we throw the keeper into the depths instead? No! But I wonder what would have happened if I had returned to the mansion again. But I would have continued the ritual. It's time. I'll point the way. Follow my light. Go and do what's right. For her. Throw it back. Okay, I guess he had to come here no matter what anyways. So anything I do now will not be saved. Okay, so we have to go behind Great Amaro. Very well. Do I have the book physically on me? No, I still have the antique pocket watch. But I don't think I have, like... It doesn't show up in your inventory. Oh, I should probably turn on my light. There we go. That way I don't hit the rocks. What game's next on the list? I do not yet know. I actually ended up finishing this... I had a feeling I'd be finishing this today. I think what I'll do is probably Stardew Valley. But we have the birthday stream on Sunday. So we got 2 games for that. Number 1, this was a title that had been recommended to me a few times. I've been told it's a relatively short one, where it's called Thank Goodness You're Here. And the second one is to make good on a promise way back when. There's a particular dating sim, the I Love You Colonel Sanders. Unironically, it's a KFC dating sim. I'm just gonna rip that out of the fucking ether so that I never have to be asked about that bastard game again. Chat's gonna definitely poke and prod with that one. So we're going to do those. But I believe after that, probably do Stardew Valley. Oh, you had chat already had its fun with the pigeon dating sim. Wait, that's the wrong ability. Speed. Choose the fucking speed. There we go. Where is it taking me? Because the lighthouse point is fixed. Did I not go to this point, or did I just happen to miss it? Oh, we haven't been here, but whatever this is, we haven't been there yet. So I guess this is where we dredged up that damn casket. No American trucks in. Okay, here we are. So it's... Hello. This is the place. Throw it back. The book struggles in your grasp. Its weight somehow shifting from side to side. Silver ribbons flail pathetically against your fingers. Throw it back. You hold it high above your head. A low groan rumbles from the book, echoed by another from the depths. Throw it back. You throw it into the foaming water. Sated! was the achievement I got. There we go. I cast this thing back from whence it came. Get thee hence! No ritual to perform, unfortunately. Our beloved must remain... Sorry, the controller was on the desk and it vibrated like a motherfucker. She must remain dead. Oh god! Well, down I go! How much would I bet, right? This is the thing that eats you if you go beyond the borders of the world. Ash got her wish. She did? I are dead. She literally got the eaten ending. We did. Yeah. Great game. I will admit, the thing I didn't anticipate is that the collector was effectively ourselves. That one caught me off guard. I was convinced that it was more the fact that we were both present when all this kicked off. Now is the time for the ritual. Well, it did save the game before that, so I'm going to see if I can load that up. And then we'll see what happens if we go in that direction. I believe the game must have at least 2 endings, unless there's a prerequisite to some of the others. Yeah, we just got to the credits. I've not been paying attention at all. Well, I had managed to anticipate roughly how long I thought the game would be, because like the central quest had always been to locate the 5 artifacts. So I knew every time I found one, that's about 20% of the game, give or take. So once I came into possession of the final one, I didn't expect it to be a very lengthy process for the game to conclude. The other is interesting is the true ending, as much as I know. Well, I was curious what would happen if I spoke to the lighthouse keeper. So I'm glad my guess was correct, that it would result in you tossing the thing back into the water. But now the other option is, of course, we continue what we've done this entire time. Because it's clear that whatever transpired before, you as the character went so far as to have your own memories wiped. 30 can still to the edge of the map. I'm pretty sure we'll get eaten. In fact, I'll do that first, because if I end up getting caught in the dead of night, then if we if we get killed, it'll just reload the last place that we docked at. While credits roll, hang on. What is this? Oh god. To kill a god. To be announced, an immersive action roguelike experience with a groundbreaking skill system that allows you to craft your own skill tree. Unlock the true potential of your character, delivering an ever-evolving experience. That definitely sounds interesting. Apparently they have a demo. Love the music in this game, man. Was Stardew was next? Yeah. So the only reason we're breaking from the normal cycle of, I finish a game and move on to the next one is because of the birthday stream. So I already picked out the games I wanted to specifically play for that day. Yeah, it showed the imagery of the passive tree where it is basically a blank slate. It's like a sphere grid waiting to be filled. The doggo's very confused. We're purposefully moving him and his shit last. Well, I'm guessing if doggo's likely used to where things are. You suddenly start moving them and the place will feel a lot more alien. So, have these devs made any previous titles before? Because this is what they've put together is quite impressive. The game is by no means difficult in any stretch of the imagination. I feel like its difficulty is pretty tame. But despite that, I still think it's balanced quite well. It doesn't. It still creates that sense of unease, but not inherently like true fear. It just has this very constant undertone of dread, and especially at night, you want to be alert. I'm glad it's turned out to be such a good purchase. Yeah, I feel like had I bought this myself, I would definitely would have considered my money's worth. What is DLC? I believe so. It's the workshop on the island, but I figured I wanted to at least do the core game. For me though, you know what wins out? If you can believe it, it's the music. Music is definitely number one in this game. Practically every track I heard, and that and its sound design. Like, I remember the first time I fished up one of those malformed fish. Normally it plays a little jingle when you pull up a shiny, but then it played this like discordant one, which was weird. Dredge does have a DLC, some oil rig related stuff, from what I understand. So is it like separate? It's like a standalone. And the other thing is the graphics and the art style. So if you look closely, even something as simple as the lighthouse, it ain't particularly detailed. Christ, even I can make that in 3ds Max in a matter of seconds. But if you look at it, much like with Valheim, you take a step back and look at everything. Everything from the way the wind's designed, that sort of aurora effect above, Greater Marrow in the background. Combine that with the sound, it looks and sounds quite nice. It's very well done. The developers have only released Dredge. If this is their first title, that's impressive, man. That's an incredible achievement. The Pale Reach. Blackstone Key, I'm fairly certain, is going to be that workshop. The Iron Rig. Iron Rig sounds like that's the oil rig one. I'm not sure what the Pale Reach is, though. But no, solid title. Glad they decided to team up with the folks that worked on Dave the Diver, because when I saw the merchant there, like, it didn't have as big of an impact, but having encountered her here, I kind of retroactively had that feeling like, oh, it's her again. Because yeah, she had some of the most useful accoutrements available. Hey Arcana! Your timing is perfect. Mostly. Yeah, I suppose if we wanted to, the game's over. Mostly, because what we're going to do, once the credits have run their course, the game did save before we locked into one of the endings. Going to see what happens if we make it. Well, there's two things I want to try. Number one, what happens if you attempt to sail to the what would be like the edge of the world of this game? Pretty sure we either get knocked unconscious and we're back again, or it just ends with that giant sea-dwelling creature eating us. Because I suppose it could be perceived as though we're breaking whatever sort of covenant we've entered into, so it'd be like, nom, gone. But the actual ending would be to continue what appears to be some sort of ritual to revive a beloved. Oh, I think that's the... Is the lighthouse moving again? There we go. Dredging the depths. Okay, so we're back here again. Yay! Okay, so here's what we're going to try. So it should have saved it here, right? It did. Alright. So, Greater Marrow, last I checked, is fairly dead center to all this, right? Yeah. So I'm just going to head in this direction. I'll head east to the edge. Unfortunately, we have the ability to instantaneously teleport ourselves straight back to the exact location where we can trigger the other ending. So yeah, that's the edge there. The fact that it has a nice little dotted line. So feel free to place your bets. I think my top two guesses is that you pass out and you just kind of wash up with the ship round about like the edge of the map, or maybe you'll find yourself along the shoreline heading towards Greater Marrow. But the other option, more than likely, is this could be seen as you breaking whatever pact or covenant you've entered into, and you just get chomped anyways. This is just the same as you tossing the boat back into the water. Everything are getting eaten. Alright. Well, there is very little reason to sail this far. So you are technically allowed to go there. But, wait, there are things you can fish here though, to my surprise. I didn't even think of that. Maybe there are certain class of fish you can only get if you're this far out. So you got these fellas here, who have just vanished. What are you supposed to be? That's a big boy. Ocean sunfish. Though this giant is the heaviest known bony fish in the world, its slow, unarmored body is vulnerable to sharp teeth and hungry jaws. So yeah, I guess there are a certain breed of fish that you can only get if you sail this far. So the game has accounted for you doing this. Sort of. They've also designed this coincidentally that if you do go at the crack of dawn, even with full thrusters, it'll be nightfall. My light is turned up. Okay, it's not turned up, but it is now though. Uh-oh. Yeah, there's a lot of these oppressive things trying to get me. Oh yeah, wood. That's really for like the true collectors. Yeah, there's a lot of red swirly things. I feel like my guy will lose his sanity before anything else. In before a giant charging shark or a random ship. Case in point. That's the anglerfish ship, I can hear it. Getting close. More of these apparitions are spawning. You've been paranoid? Hail them with your foghorn. Why would I draw attention to myself? Oh, even I managed to accrue a decent number of fish, but probably missed a good chunk as well. Okay, almost there, almost there, almost there, almost there. My guy just needs to maintain a little bit more of his sanity, though he is reaching the edge though. Both of okay, we're almost there. Wait, why did two of them spawn like that to intercept me? Okay, we're about to cross the line. It's like literally here. So, the light just went off. Turn that back on. Okay, I've gone past the line. Wait, so you can just keep going? Do you reckon they would have hid any fancy fish like in the middle of nowhere? Entered uncharted waters, turn back. Okay, yeah, so the game does warn you that you've gone. But if you don't... Okay, so it's getting very red and hazy. Also, the sun's rising as well, I've noticed. You can't even zoom out anymore. And we ride off into the sunset. Okay, the controller's vibrating a lot. Oh no. Yep, it's a big thing. I think I've angered the ocean depths here, lads. White whale, holy grail. Okay, well it hasn't eaten me yet. Oh! It's eating me, never mind. So yeah, I guess we're alright. Your ship is dashed to pieces. You slip beneath the surface and join the uncountable souls lost in the depths. Feel free to clip that, guys. So yeah, warning number one was it kind of showing up in the background. And then, yeah, then it starts chasing you. So you can't escape even if you wanted to. Damn it. I thought that was just, it would take a lot longer than that. But yeah, it takes easily a full day to be able to reach the edge. Hold on, I guess I'll leave a marker for myself as well. Simply dubbed as chomped. I'll do that. Okay. So now let's do the thing that we were supposed to. You know, I could have just as easily used the ability to teleport back safely and then avoided that, but I need to know if it was specifically going to kill me. And it did. So you could have used this manifest. Teleport yourself back to where it all began. Now, I always found it interesting, the choice of words, to where it all began. Not teleport yourself back to the isle, but to where it all began. That should have been like the first hint. Okay, so we have the option to go to the ruined mansion. You climb the broken steps to the old mansion. The waves swelling and crashing against the basalt columns that surround you. You pause before you cross the threshold. Deliver the relic. He approaches, drawing closer with an incessant ticking. You have the pocket watch. You take out the watch. Its once frozen hands are now inexplicably twitching in a rhythmic struggle, trying but failing to move forwards. You place it in front of the collector. Though it has been some decades since I last laid eyes upon this, the sound of its mechanisms has grown no less unpleasant. And with that, our collection is complete. The achievement, the moment. Give up the pocket watch. I must admit, I am surprised. I did not think you had the determination for such a job. Now, with these 5 relics in our possession, only one thing remains. We will see her again soon. It will all be worth it. You know this. Let's just RP. I know. We must make one final voyage. This time, I'll be with you. I'm ready. Warning! You're entering the final phase of the game. Your progress will not be saved from this point onwards. Do you wish to continue? Warning! One more time. Your progress will not be saved from this point onwards. Are you sure you wish to continue? Yeah, mate! The relics are coming with us. We should wait for the fog to thicken. With luck, the seas will remain unaware of our intentions. It begins. Now, our destination is the open expanse to the west of Great Marrow. It's marked on the map. Wait, is that the same place the fucking fish ate me anyways? We must not tarry on the open waters, not with such a significant cargo. Make haste. Yeah, because the collector said that himself and the sea, well, they were no longer in agreement. So you needed a surrogate to do this. But it turns out that was ourselves. Make haste. His shape disappears from the mirror. A chill rises in your body as you turn to leave. The collector's with you. Alright, bargain struck, a deal been made. The game continues. Well, we're doing the second ending. Okay, so that's kind of... Well, it's in the opposing direction. So, we want to obviously turn on the... whoops. Is the light turned on? Yeah, turn on the light. Use haste and YOLO. Yeah, this is the ending where I assume what we're going to attempt to do is revive our character's beloved, which I believe their name was Julie. Why do I feel like he sacrificed some random chick to act as a vessel for all this? But yeah, we need to hustle. The waters will not take kindly to our presence here for very long. Hello! Alright, destination reached. This is the place. This is where she was taken from us, and where we can at last bring her back. Only here, and only because of what we've achieved. What, ushered in the end of the fucking world? Giant fish is like, you know what? I'll spare you lot. You open the book. Its pages are frosted with ice, and a chill mist rises around your fingers. You begin to read aloud. To release a lost one, frozen in time. You throw the pocket watch overboard. Oh, you're basically going to offer each one of the artifacts to the deep. And tethered by chains in the deep, you throw the necklace overboard. Bind them to this world once more. You throw the ring overboard. Open the door to the starry heavens. You slot the key into the lock of the music box. And lay the weary world to rest. You throw the music box overboard. Its key left unturned. Unshackled is the achievement we got. Yeet! Alright, here's the end of the world. It's nice knowing you guys. Let that fog roll in, baby. There she is. Hi! But at what cost, guys? At what cost? There's the big guy. That is way more than the fish that I dealt with. Holy shit. You get like the briefest moment together before the end? Yeah, I think we're dead. GG. Nothing major, just the world being a goner, I would say. Hey, we got our wish! That's all that matters! Yep, there we go. Now the entire... Oh, this music's different. It's an even more melancholic version of this. Oh. Yeah, it looks like the lighthouse is no longer functional. It's practically crumbling. And Great Amaro is on fire, likely overtaken by madness and Lord knows what else. And even the Aurora's fucked up. It's like a red, twisted, crimson version of it. So it's the same tune. Oh, this tune is brilliant. Oh, it's such a bastardization of the original as well. The previous one sounded a lot more sorrowful, but, you know, still pleasant. This one is full on, you know, I'm a sacrifice you to Cthulhu. I think this is probably my favourite tune. Holy shit. Normally it was when I was hanging out with the travelling version. To be fair, unravelling from reality upon seeing Cthulhu sounds fairly unhealthy. Worth it! We are reunited with our beloved for like 2 seconds, while the rest of the world burns and is consumed. I think we're all in favour in keeping the soundtrack during other games. Oh, definitely. 100%. But it is interesting, in both endings it shows you Great Amaro. So in the first one where you toss the book... Oh, it's using the music box melody as well. Hazel, right? This is such a good tune, man. What is the next game? I do not know. Like, I know that officially it'll be Stardew Valley, but then we got the birthday stream on Sunday. 100% Dredge. 100%ing is something I normally do off stream. During streams, I like to play games generally for the purposes of progression. Some side questing, like I try and get a good chunk of it done. We can finish the day off with Balatro. No. Dredge and Stardew Valley, bit of a tonal whiplash there, don't you think? I don't know, like, Dredge was pretty chill. The only times it became more, like, you know, morbid and scary was when day turned to night. And, of course, this ending. But generally, it was still a very chill game in the grand scheme of things. No, it's all good, Colin. All good, no worries. Honestly, I might just sit and chill with you guys and just chat, if that's okay, rather than any extra gaming. Loved the ending with the twist of the sailor. It was so well done, man. So well done. I said between PoE, Dave, and Dredge, Seth made his own boat league. I really did. Yeah, very sea-based. Eerie narrative and psychological horror mostly. Yeah, could they have like turned that up a notch? Probably, but I think there was an ample amount of it, enough to keep me intrigued. The mirror thing definitely blew my mind. I was caught off by it because I was going with the assumption that clearly they knew us blatantly, and I figured that whatever we did in the past, we'd gone so far as to have our memory altered or at least wiped, which is partially true. But the fact that we were literally conversing with ourselves the whole time, that was that part was like, oh shit. But if I have the story correct, it does make mention of because like a lot of the notes I got in the beginning, it made mention of a couple, right, that recently gotten married, gone through this whole process of renaming the ship. But then it also has a separate instance where a casket had been seemingly brought up from the depths. And the moment that thing had been pried open, this intense fog had also been unleashed. But I'm guessing that's also how we came into possession of that damn tome. No worries, Ash, go for it. I wonder if we have any other aquatic-based games that we can toss them at. Well, had I not played Subnautica, that definitely would have been on the menu. But, nay. But I think there isn't any more music, so it just ends there with us getting to the credits. Yeah, solid game. Solid game. If played off stream, I reckon you can probably end up completing this in a couple of solid sessions. We're talking like in 8-hour increments. Raft. I think I saw a live stream of that. Though I would like to have a break from the ocean for a bit. Having played 2 games that were so noticeably hitched to the ocean. Might want to take a breather. Sunless Sea would make Seth hoarse from so much reading, though. But what type of... Wait, is Sunless Sea a... Is it another, like, ocean-based game? There it is, Sunless Sea. Lose your mind, eat your crew, die. Well, that's an opener. Take the helm of your steamship and set sail for the unknown. Sunless Sea is a game of discovery, loneliness, and frequent death, set in the award-winning Victorian Gothic universe of fallen London. Get your knives ready. Its reviews are kind of teetering in the 83 percentile region. I think I might have seen Pause stream this like way back when, briefly. The game seems familiar. Seems vaguely familiar. Hey Glunt, how you doing, friend? Wait, am I looking at the... Oh, I'm looking at Sunless Sea. Sorry, you're right. You're right. And then there's Sunless Skies. Okay. Sunless Skies is sail the stars, betray your queen, murder a son. Very similar in terms of, like, you know, block capitals opening. Sunless Skies is a gothic horror roleplay game with a focus on exploration and exquisite storytelling. Okay, this one seems to have generally fared better overall. Mostly. But I was not aware of either of these games. Sunless Sea is a blast. It's one of the games that I've sunk 200 plus hours and still have no freaking clue what exactly is full going on story-wise. Oh, is it obfuscated? I'm home from a meeting with the president of the university and my boss are doing better now that's over. This sounds like it was a big meeting. Everything okay? Had to discuss data collection for a grant. And I imagine grants are seldom small potatoes in terms of funding. Well, I hope the discussion was a positive one. Yeah, for those who just joined us and missed out, we just literally got to the credits for Dredge. Hang on, if you go here now, does that mean it'll play the same one, or will it play the other one? Oh no, so it just plays it normally like this. Okay, so you don't get any extra OST. I guess we could have that running in the background. Do you check out Sea of Stars? Yeah. Well, not that I've played it, but I checked the trailer. Bladewing had recommended that game. It definitely looked very promising. Obfuscated and time-based and really brutal at times. The game wants you to fail, but failing feels fantastic in that game. Oh, is it designed to encourage like lots of replayability? I'm getting vibes like you got to make some tough choices, manage resources, and, you know, claw your way forward with each successive playthrough. Rogue Waters is also a new game, turn-based Sid Meier's Pirates, essentially. Well, like I said, I've generally got the title which I know that I'm going to play. I think having finished this... Oof. If it's alright with you guys, we okay to just chill and talk? Which I know sounds weird. Normally you have to... you gotta bribe me for a hideout stream. But I'd rather not end streaming at the moment. Am I correct in gathering from the credit screen that you successfully completed the game? Yeah, we managed to get the 2 endings. I don't know if there's more endings in the game. Can anyone confirm that? If we don't factor in the DLC? Because I believe we just hit both of those. Loads and loads of replayability and tough choices, more like what the heck am I even choosing? It's more like that. It's obfuscating even the baseline items. Nothing makes sense at the start, but everything is enticing to know. It does sound interesting. The only part is the brutal punishing bit. I don't mind for the game to punish you, but I don't want it to be punitive either. Did everybody die in one of the endings? Yes. Or at least I believe so. Basically, there's two endings. If you follow through and go through the process of striking a bargain, shall we say, with a very powerful eldritch being, you're briefly reunited with a loved one. But it's very heavily implied that everybody dies shortly afterwards. Whereas in the other one, the Tome of the Deep is the mechanism by which, you've struck this bargain. If you toss that back into the sea as if to say, fuck you, instead you'll just get chomped by a giant sea creature. You die, but everyone else is kept safe. So you set aside your pursuit to bring back your beloved. It's about as simple as that, at least what I've been able to glean. The Sea in Spooptober? What is this? That's not the actual title. Oh no, you've mentioned, yeah, you've shown me this before, right? The Dark Pictures anthology. I'm pretty sure. I already have the Halloween game picked out though. The progression in Sunless Sea is 90% knowledge based, not progressing your ship or crew itself. Knowing what happens and why it happens is what makes you succeed and unravel mysteries. Alternatively, for another game, you could enjoy puzzle-centric Void Stranger. Well, I think I'll continue to play it safe. Like I said, I was always frustrated that I didn't put in as much time as I would have liked in Stardew Valley. The timing was really shite, because there's only a few days left before another PoE League was about to go live. In fact, if I go into my library here, Stardew Valley, there it is. Yeah, it was 37.8 hours. I have 0 achievements. I think a single in-game year had passed, and I played it back in the 3rd of March of 2019. So it was a while ago. Dark Pictures is a series of games. That was the first one that took place on the sea. Yeah, I think you shared me a few of those trailers. Round about the time usually when October comes around. Halloween and all that jazz. Did you get to marry your waifu yet in Stardew Valley? No, not at all. I don't even think my poor sod got into any sort of meaningful relationship. I figured, I should make it as close to real life as possible. So, feels bad, man. Listen, I'm the epitome of a guy that's going to die alone. So I figured the least I can do is RP that, even in video game form. For context, I once dreamt that I won the lottery. And, this is my dream. World's my oyster, I can dream whatever I want. And apparently the amount I won was £10. So even in my dreams, apparently I'm the most lowest expectation motherfucker on the face of the planet. Can't win. Be it in reality or in dreams. But no, yeah, if anyone's on the fence of this game, and if you've only seen a snippet of it, this is a very easy buy. The game, there's no aspect of this game that I would consider is like particularly challenging. But it isn't at the same time a cakewalk as well. It can just take time. Because the part that was initially I was fearful of was like the nighttime cycle. But once I realised mechanically how it worked, it became less and less of a problem. But the way they've designed it is there is a puzzle-solving undertone to all this. The first couple of artifacts, those are generally quite easy to get. But then you have to start going through some extra steps before you can get the thing you want. The last two definitely required a lot more finesse than I thought. Sea of Stars you might want to hold back off until November 12th. There's a free update coming, they'll add some new stuff. I would like to try that. Because, which game is Sea of Stars based off of? Was it Chrono Trigger? I never played Chrono Trigger, which is a surprise given the plethora of old school JRPGs I've played. Stardew Valley is very realistic. You throw presents non-stop at someone until they marry you. Then after that happens, you let them slave away on your farm like any good husband would. Alright. It's a little vain, but sure. I presume Steam throws up the old Halloween sales up again. Oh yeah. If they haven't already. This is the month where any games that fall under the scary umbrella would be rife to be purchased. Also, what is Throne and Liberty? Because so many people on my Steam friend list appear to be playing this. Did I miss something? Is it a new game out, or am I just on cocaine? I'm very confused. The new update will do a slight revamp of combat and a revamped tutorial. Great! Then yeah, that'll be all the better for me. Did you ever play through that Death Stranding game? No. I have watched snippets of one of the streamers I watch now and again, Three Dog, play it, but I don't know too much of the specifics of that game. I also recall, I forgot who it was. Was it Baru? I think he did a stream where he was actually physically walking on a treadmill while playing that game. Chrono Trigger is definitely a must play. Agreed. I should go back to the classics. I believe back when Uncle Doza was streaming, he'd been going through playing that as well. Oh, it's an MMO. No wonder everyone's on the damn thing. It's from Amazon. Is it any good? Man of Medan, Little Hope, House of Ashes, and finally The Devil in Me. They're considered that their first season. They're already working on their first game in their next season. Cool. Oh man, I wish it would play the fucking music, man. Here's what I'll do instead. Where is it? Dredge music. I can just literally play it from the OST list because I'm a heathen. There we go. Fits the ambience. Oh, it's now having a Western launch magnifying. Right. Death Stranding, walking... Well, that and delivery, Amazon delivery guy. I heard Pox refer to Throne and Liberty as too Korean to succeed in the West. I don't know, we'll see. Well, what's too Korean? Are we talking, well, not to play to the stereotype, but is it very heavy on the pay-to-win aspect, or is it super grindy? How about playthrough of all single-player Final Fantasies? The thing is, for me, between 1 and 5, I played basically all the Final Fantasies, at least up until... 50, I'm gonna say, yeah. But if we're talking about the earlier series, like 1 to 5, those I've played, like 1, 2, 3, and 4, I think were one and done. 5 was played twice, but I believe that's because they were imported onto handhelds and received an update. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10 part 2, those have had multiple playthroughs. Because like that's roundabout, I joined roundabout 8, played 9, and while I was waiting for 10, went back to 7 and 6. So for me, like between 6 and 10, those were regarded as my like, that's when Square was kind of like at its peak, or at least like the direction the franchise was going in, I was aligned with. Windbound is not ringing a bell, should it? About Gazim that the trailer for the next game is going to take place in space, sort of Aliens-like, which I imagine would be perfect for a Halloween stream if he's looking to do that. Black Desert Online, for me, my timing with that game was just plain awkward. The same group that I had played Darkfall with, and they're the same group that got me interested in playing Path of Exile. I bought Black Desert Online when it came to to our shores, and my plan had been to not only play with my old crew, but also to stream it as well. For some infuriating reason, it wouldn't work properly in windowed mode. So when I was in full mode, it worked fine, but I didn't have like a proper, any sort of like decent dual monitor setup, so I couldn't do it. So it kind of just rotted since then, and then by the time I got something up and running, that group had since stopped playing, so I thought, well, fuck that. West release has too much censorship, which will drop the players. Yeah, it's... honestly, man. It's got a larger guild PvP aspect, and parts are weeb beyond words. Listen, once you've played a fair bit of Dave the Diver and you've met the NPC by the name of Duff, man, that's when you hit maximum weeb. Would you like to watch an advert to do bonus against this creature? Wait, that's not what they have in there, right? Watch an ad will give you a strength bonus or something. OSRS playthrough when? Like Just Quest. Old school RuneScape. I've never played RuneScape before. I saw Ziz play it a couple of times. Oh, naturally the game's dated, but I'm more of a WoW baby than an old school RuneScape guy. They added Seafood to Game Pass, so tried that out. People are raving about it, but couldn't get into it. I think I know of this game. Normally when I've seen it, you're playing, at least at the start of the game, a relatively young, spry man. But every time you die, and it basically gives you a new life, I think you age, right? It was the mechanism? So the intent is to get to the end of the game before you expire, so to speak. I think. Maybe I'm mixing up the game. The only thing I liked about Black Desert Online was the character creation. When I was playing it full screen in solo, I was playing an Amiro-like character, so full-on barbarian, swinging like a complete psychopath. It was fun. I just was unable to play with other people. One of my viewers, Narashu, I haven't seen him in a while, but he was like heavily invested. I'm not sure if he still plays BDO. Korean games are great for visual effects, animations, but that's pretty much it. This is what frustrates me, right? I see the MMOs that are pumped out by our ilk, but man, the animations are always so lacking. And I look at the Korean ones, and they're so fucking fluid and dynamic. I'm like, can we just have that in us? Just, poach some of these people and be like, yo, how about you animate this shit for us? Duff the Weeb Lord. I've got plenty of clips that at some point, I'll be turning into YouTube shorts before long. I totally did not just look around my desk wondering where my gamepad went before I realised that I can no longer feel it sitting on my thigh because it had been sitting there for a bit. It's became one with you. I will say though, it has been nice to be able to jump between different games. When I first started streaming, I was very much a one-trick pony. It kind of had to be, unless you have something which encourages folks to tune in, regardless of what game you play. Because when I first started, my entire shtick was, oh yeah, he's that dude that plays PoE on hardcore with the controller. So this is before, like back then, the mindset players had was so polarizing that like if you're not playing hardcore, you're not playing the game at all. No worries, Minimo. I'll catch you later, man. Best of luck with the house move, dude. Hope it goes with that issue. But yeah, eventually I realised after streaming the game, I think it took like 8-9 months straight, and I was finally starting to feel burnout, even with the new League releases. And the biggest fear I had was, well, what's going to happen if I decide to not stream PoE for a bit? So I kind of experimented a little bit. First I tried to do half and half streams, where for the first 4 hours I did PoE, and the other half I'd play like a random game. But the issue there was that some folks might want to see me play that other game in the first half of the stream, not the second. And the opposite could happen, where folks were there to watch me play PoE, but here I am, pivoting to a different game. So that didn't go particularly well. So I was always... Oh, it's such a stressful time back then. But eventually the formula that I felt worked was that I'd go in with the expectation that if a PoE league like fell flat, I'll play for about a month. If it did reasonably well, or I was fairly content with my progress, month and a half, and if it was like just a, balls to the walls, great league, then it'd be 2 months, which usually left me for about a month to essentially do variety gaming. And PoE ended up being like the perfect streaming game because the expectation was that as a PoE player / streamer, you'd always consistently come back to the title. So if folks suddenly saw me streaming a non-PoE game, they're like, let's come back in a month. And no, they usually held up for a while. Evil Land 2 is another interesting game. The game's graphic style changes as you progress through the game. The graphic style changes as you progress through the game. The only game I'm aware of that did anything like that was Inscription, and which surprised me because I actually liked the graphical aesthetics of the first boss. Like mechanically, there's a lot of similarities with any time the game shifts its graphical aesthetic and art style. Once you create a community, it doesn't matter as much. True, and I will say, it has surprised me. You would think it would cease, but despite how long I've streamed, it's insane the level of support a channel like this gets. If you look at my current viewership, it's pretty crazy. Shouldn't be the case, but it has been. Fuck knows why. Maybe you guys are just as crazy as I am, Variety likely won't grow the community, but the regulars are generally always around if they're lurking. Yeah, that was often the case. Those are the viewers that I appreciate. I appreciate everywhere I have, but I have an even greater appreciation for those that will watch basically anything I stream. It also changes its gameplay mechanics with its graphics. Evo Land 2, do I know this? Oh, is that why it's called Evo? Because it evolves. Evil Land 2 is a unique RPG with its graphic style and gameplay changing as you progress through a deep storyline based on time travel. Interesting. Wait, when did this come out? 2015. Its reviews are pretty solid. 81%. And this is number 2, which implies that there is a first game. Interesting. I'm sure I would, Kel. Just more a matter of when I would pencil that in. I think my Steam library is already looking pretty fleshed out. I don't know anything about the first one. I just remember someone that I knew streaming 2 for a while. And I'm guessing based on what you saw, you figured it'd be worth a try. You gotta love a housemate tripping the fire. How'd that happen here? Sometimes the folks would be cooking something up and underestimated some of the smoke it was giving off. I love how like, it's gone off a couple of times during the stream, and I'm complaining, man, that is loud. I'm like, yes, because if it's working as intended, it's supposed to rouse you to consciousness. So out of curiosity, what are you guys going to be looking to play? I don't know how many of you are waiting for PoE 2, if that's like the main thing you're holding up. As a streamer, I know that's like the core game, but what do you guys have on the docket? Gotta love like it's just another time your cooking failed neighbour or we're torching the place. Usually they just let something burn a little bit. Not sure I've got plenty of stuff on the list. I think quite a few folks in chat do. The worst is when you're like, oh, I've got nothing to play, but I can't find anything on Steam, and then you have an entire freaking library of games that you really should be going through. I can't play Persona 3 Reloaded right now, but soon. I'm just glad you were able to buy that. Trying to figure that out. Fair. Somehow we're not high for PoE 2. Oh, I'm very high for PoE 2, but it's going to be until it'll be on the 15th of November, won't it? So we still got just over a month. I'm trying to get back to playing games. It's been rough. I'm going through a similar phase. Not so much getting back to games, but definitely going through a rough patch, yeah. I got too many games. Should probably dig deeper into either Astral Ascent or Spiritfall. There was that game that you showed me as well, that roguelike that slipped through the cracks. Children of Morta, Digimon Cyber Sleuth. Yeah, FF14. I got folks egging me on for that. Persona 5 Royal would be probably one of the easiest ones, hands down. Because even though I did a full playthrough of the original, Royal adds some content which I haven't done. Airlock Puzzle in the New Castle. Wait, what are you playing, Crawler? I keep going through my Steam library or old gaming system game list to find something that appeals to me. In my library, I guarantee I could find several titles that I probably should play, but there's just nothing pulling me towards that. I also need to finish off Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. Was that, is that a separate game, or is that more of an expansion to an existing one, Blink? Recently been enjoying Darktide with Peoples' its funsies. This a Warhammer title? 2 weeks to 7.1 in FF. Oh my god. I'm still, I still got the entirety of, well, we still got the transition from Shadowbringers to Endwalker to do. Oh, I thought you changed it because you mentioned Airlock. I was like, Airlock Puzzle? My brain forgot. Oh, it's a separate title. Wow. Okay, I thought it was an expansion or some such. It was 40k, okay. That's why I said that it appeals to me. I have plenty that I should play or try out, but not really into them right now. Yeah, this is literally my library, honestly. I look at it, I'm like, holy shit. Like, you should really play this. But in particular, any title that might take like a couple of streams, just so I can be like, right, you played it, it's off the list. Yakuza, Like a Dragon, and Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth are the turn-based RPGs of the Yakuza series. The new storyline, both are great. The one that is ringing a bell is the Infinite Wealth. Didn't I feel like that got into a bit of controversy for something? Can't remember what though. Something to do with like the version of the game it was selling. Something about New Game Plus behind a paywall or something. I'm really digging at the back of my brain here for that. Yakuza's generally amazing. Yeah, I was told if I played any of the titles, in particular the more turn-based iterations, given the sheer number of like side quest related stuff, that it would probably end up taking me a long ass time to finish. The pilots just have airlocks in space in the third section. That's what I'm on now. You probably should consider Resident Royal if it's been that long and you didn't have the Royal version. Yeah, I mean, I definitely put it higher on my list. Because I know I enjoy it, since I enjoyed the original so much. Every single one of the Yakuza series is a treat. So I've heard. There's a trailer for the Yakuza show based on the game. It's like a television series adaptation. I tried playing FF8 again, then got drained by the drawing process. At the start, I will say it's kind of bollocks. That was such a peculiar change from all the previous entries. Magic was either drawn from enemies and stocked up, so it worked more like a consumable rather than actively draining MP or mana. And then when you couple that with the junctioning system, depending on what spell you're using, ideally you want to have that at maximum, so that way you could enhance your the corresponding attribute or status effect or defense to the highest value. Finished Star Ocean 3 outside of 2 post-game dungeons. That was a fun game. Fuck it, I lost so many hours to that. In particular doing, you know, the mega dungeons and the true endgame stuff. I'll shut up if you feel the desire to. I just assumed that you recalled all or most of it. There's good chunks of it I remember, but the part that I'll struggle to recall are probably some aspects of, you know, those cognition dungeons on top of anything that's like tied to Royal, because that'll find no purchases. I haven't played it. It also ruined your stats if you cast a stock magic at junction. Yeah, unless you only needed a fraction of the spell in question, but generally, yeah. So it encouraged whatever you junction to not be touched. That or just use Aura on Squall and you win. Lionheart, anybody? That was another truly bizarre choice. To be fair, technically FF6 did have a similar thing, but to a much lesser extent. It was like a desperation attack. It took me a long time to figure out when that procced. Basically, if a character in FF6 was on extremely low hit points, I think if you did what would be considered a normal attack, they would instead do like a desperation attack instead, which would be a far more potent version. It was like a pseudo limit break. But it's like they decided to pivot to the completely opposite side in 8, where as long as your health was low enough, particularly in the yellow, then limit breaks are free, evidently. It was such a shit system because you had to weigh using the spell versus your stats. Yeah, especially if it was enhancing like defense or something. I thought about turning on the magic booster, but just couldn't be asked to do it. I guess it's just, what does it do, like maximize the spells or something? Getting strength bonus extremely early was also busted. Yeah, you needed effort for that. And if you wanted to be a complete unbridled shitheel, you know, get the card mod from the burb. It was like Quizzical. And play enough triple triad and just convert the appropriate cards into whatever gemstone / spell you wanted, and you'd just be instantly broken. There's 2 things you can do. You can either junction something to hit points, so there's nothing in the game for a while that can do damage to kill you, or you can just junction something to your strength where you're practically just one-shotting most stuff. Not just Ifrit, you can learn strength junction and Shiva, I think. You're probably right. I wouldn't be surprised. Also, let me sit down, since this hour is concluding. I will hit us with the old age in the meantime, but we shall continue our conversation. You gotta play the Yakuza series. I know. I've had one of the titles gifted as well. Let me check my email. I know that the series / franchise is like crazy levels of popular, like very rabid fan base. Put Drain on Squall and yeah, every time you hit you just heal. Lionheart in Act 1 was basically the end of the game. the part that blew my mind, and a fact I didn't learn until much, much later, is the fact that you didn't need the weapons monthly books to make the weapons. I thought you had to get them to have the recipe, but that didn't matter. As long as you had the components, you could still make it. And that I was like, fuck's sake, man! This entire time. Magic booster was just you draw once, that as soon as you exit battle, you'd have max of that magic. Unironically, given that I've gotten older, I'd probably use it, because I will inevitably end up doing the same thing anyways. The only difference is I'm just expediting the process. Because literally all you're going to do is start combat with those 3 characters, spam draw, stock magic until you get 99 with each character. And you'll end up repeating that process with, you know, other characters. Or share your spell pool with them. You don't need Zel's books to do limit breaks either. Yeah, that was another one that surprised me. As long as you know the inputs are supposed to be there, then yeah. That's so sneaky. So meta-knowledge guides you. I've suggested Yakuza to him, linked him Ko's reviews, and may even have bought him the one he has for all I know. You might be right. Hang on, I'll show you. So, Yakuza, you received a gift. It's back in, dude, this is back in 2022. Oh, it's Colonel Strauchen who did that. Your friend Colonel Strauchen has given you a gift subscription to the game Yakuza 0. Dear Seth, pretty sure you'd have a great time with this game series. Enjoy. What do you guys think? Would I enjoy Yakuza? And is this one of those games where it's not an immense sin to listen to its dub? Apparently I looked at with wanting Zilonen, because she's not just pretty and important in the story, but she's also a super strong support unit in the meta. That's basically a trifecta, isn't it? As long as you know the inputs and recognize the prompts, you can just do it from the start. Pretty busted. Huh. That does sound pretty freaking powerful. Oh, there isn't a dub! Oh, never mind. You would have spent 100 hours on the mini-games alone. They're not that good, are they? Well, how, so I guess another question is, because let's say hypothetically that's the Yakuza title I went for, Yakuza 0. Would I be at a disadvantage, like joining partway through the franchise? Would that be a bad, I guess? It's the prequel to everything. Also, it's like the starting point, if anything. Rephrase that. So, like, you know, I'm someone who hasn't played any of the Yakuza titles. And the one that's been gifted to me by Colonel Strachan is Yakuza 0. Would that be a good entry point for someone who's completely uninitiated to the series? Oh, 0 was made to introduce the series in the West. How well did this game do? I feel like this is another game that was gifted, so I should sincerely consider playing the damn thing. Yakuza 0. There it is. It's pretty cheap right now, actually. It's going for $15.99. Silence. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. 95% overwhelmingly positive. What the hell? Sega's legendary Japanese series finally comes to PC. Fight like hell through Tokyo and Osaka as Junior Yakuza Kiryu and Majima. Take a front row seat to 1980s life in Japan in an experience unlike anything else in video gaming. With uncapped frame rates and 4K resolutions. A legend is born. I mean, doesn't sound too bad when you say it like that. So 0, etc. were prequels story-wise. They're newer, and they went back and remastered the older, later entries later on. So looking at this review, hang on. Trying to look at the most, the more highly reviewed reviews, so to speak. And what is like the projected playtime for something like this? Though I think that's a bit of a loaded question because it would likely hinge on how easily distracted you are. Hang on, I'm curious. How long to beat Yakuza 0? Main story is around about 30 odd hours, or 31 and a half. Main story and side quests can be like 64 hours, and completionist is 143. The problem is, you've seen me in Chocobo racing. So it takes me a lot more than that, to be honest. Think Final Fantasy games with good side games. 40 hours of story, but I played it slow. I mean, I would be like terrifyingly slow. Like this game, right? For context, was touted to be, let's see, Dredge. Yeah, Dredge is, wow. Dredge is supposed to be 9.5 hours if you do the main story. Main and side quest is 12.5 and 18 hours for a completionist. So if we factor in, let's see, this session, this one is 14 hours there. Actually, yeah, because technically I finished it in 5, so it'd be 19 hours it took me. And I didn't quite get completionist, but I sure as shit, like, I did a lot of the stuff. In fact, if I look at the, I guess a good way to look at how well you, or how much you completed it would be to look at how many achievements you got. So if I look at Dredge, I only got 1/3 of the achievements. So, yeah. What are the other ones? Have a combined engine speed of 75 kilometers, easy. Install equipment to every slot on the ship, easy. Upgrade the hull fully, catch more crabs, discard more fish, do all research, which is several of them. Yeah, I mean, a lot of this is just literally just play more. And of course there's the 12 hidden ones. Right. I think if I... Oh, sorry. Yeah, I wasn't looking to share, but yeah, the ads were on anyways. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, it wouldn't have really done much else. I'd rather watch Yakuza than Stardew. I'd rather watch Stardew. Yeah, there's a lot of indecision. Let's take a look, see here. Let me let's see here. Let's pause this and have a listen to our friend Ko-Fa-in Carnage. Where are you guys? Okay, so I'll just get you guys over here.
Hi guys,
Oh hi. Okay. Here we are. So there's our boy.
Carnage. I am here with another Thoughts video. I just wrapped up my 80-hour playthrough on hard of Yakuza 0. And,
80 hours on hard.
Here's what I think about it. So Yakuza is a pretty established franchise. There's been 5 of them over the years, 1 through 5. They then made Yakuza 0, which is the game I just played. Now, that was my very first Yakuza game. I have not played any other of the previous games, of the older ones, 1 through 5.
The dancing fucker in the background. Is he the one who's doing that? Is that from the... Is that from the game? I recognize him in an emote in Baru's stream. He kept saying libido all the time. Is that where he's from? So that's where the cunt is from. I recognize the emote. It always freaked me out, that one. That's where the libido emote comes from. I just noticed that in the background. I was like, why is that emote in the background? Because I wouldn't see Ko using that out of context.
And they actually just re-released 1 and 2.
Anyway, sorry, tangent.
Yakuza Kiwami 1 and 2. So what I'm about to tell you was from a first-time Yakuza player, not knowing anything about the series. Yeah. So what did I think of Yakuza 0?
Oh god, there's the emote. Yeah,
this game
libido
absolutely blew me out of the water.
Really?
I can say without a shadow of a doubt that Yakuza 0 is one of the best games I've ever played, to put it bluntly.
Okay.
It's got so many things in it that just make it amazing that it's hard to pick one of them. You could go down the list of the incredible music, the fun fighting mechanics, the interesting RPG and in-depth fighting style system, the inventory and item system, the acting Just the acting, not even the voice acting, but the acting itself. A lot of the people in this game are actual Japanese actors, and they do not only a phenomenal job in acting, but when you're watching cutscenes, it was easy for me to forget I was watching a video game sometimes. And there were easily a few times, especially when you could tell that the devs
6 years ago,
the actors reacting to things. It's very easy to forget sometimes you aren't watching real people, and that is just, that combined with the graphics was incredible. On top of everything I just said, that would have been a great game. But then here's another part of Yakuza that really sets it apart. The amount of time, effort, and care that they put into the mini-games, side quests, and side areas in this game
mini-games
is
my
second
thing.
to none. There are mini-games in Yakuza 0 that rival actual games of those mini-games. Be it like the pool game, or the darts, or
I love
like
darts.
the karaoke,
Dude,
and the dancing.
Darts for me, as a mini game, I think the one that got me addicted most was probably the one in the Shenmue series, like Shenmue 1. I wasted so much time on that. I made back in college, but I had the Dreamcast, I didn't. And God, the amount of time I wasted on that fucking mini game was insane. But yeah, mini games to me are definitely a big draw.
Was extremely fun, and the game gives you reasons to do them. Not only that, they have entire huge side missions or side mechanics like the real estate and the cabaret system that for those people that like to kind of like get all the good stuff, in this case, little spoilery, but you get kind of 2 big rewards for completing the 2 mini games for each character. And working through that and doing that,
Wait.
I spent almost 10 plus...
Wait, you said each character, right? Because I forgot the name. I think Majima and Kiryu? So I guess that's these 2 guys. So you play as these 2 guys? So you alternate between these 2 fellows? I always assumed it was this dude. Because I saw him in most of the promotional material. Oh, so he plays both of these guys? Interesting. Okay.
Plus hours on each one, and it was still so much fun. Pocket racing. I spent like 10 hours racing a little car around a track that you don't even control. You don't even control the car. It does everything by itself.
How is that?
I still did it for 10 hours.
Hey, Cetra. How you doing, friend?
Just, again,
I'm hanging in there, but I'm
add
hanging in
in
there.
all of those little mini games into the fact that the base game is really good, then tie into the fact that, oh man, I haven't even started talking about the main story.
Kiryu is the
main
big
story in
name, but
Yakuza
Majima has been attached to
was
it forever.
phenomenal.
I'm assuming this guy is Kiryu
Twists
then.
and turns were all well made. The characters all fit their positions. The cameos were fantastic. And what's even wilder is this is one of those games that makes you laugh hysterically and also can very easily make you cry at sometimes. Just the characters themselves, the camera angles, the
How you liking
directing,
Satisfactories,
the voice
actually,
acting,
with the 1.0?
add that into sometimes where they just pull in the music at perfect times. I mean, it is yeah, short and sweet, by the way. It was great. The ending also, I knew the ending was going to be good. Let me just say that. By the time you're 70 hours into a game like this, you know the ending's going to be good. I didn't think it was going to be that good. And what's even crazier is here I am, like, gushing about this game. My completion percentage at the end of it was 65% at 80 hours. There's so much stuff I could have kept doing, and I almost kind of want to go back and do. But anyway, let's get to the end of this because it's already been a few minutes. Yakuza 0 is incredible. I think that most gamers will find something in it to love. If you are a single-player story type of gamer, if you're the kind of person that wants to have an incredible story told to you as you play through your games, I really can't recommend this game more. And not only that, but here's where it gets even cooler, and this is one of the things that makes me so excited about it. I just got done with an 80-hour game that easily would have made it in the top 3 of my top 10 last year. And I know that I have 5 more of these games to play. 2 of them that just got remade into pretty much amazing experiences like this one. This is a hell of a franchise, guys. And this franchise has one more big fan of it. I cannot wait to play Yakuza 1 through 5. And then 6 eventually, which just came out, by the way. Yes, Yakuza 6. I completely forgot about Yakuza 6, which just is coming out.
And this was released 6 years ago, so I imagine more have come out since.
Knowing that we have 6 more games in this world, if they're even half as good as Yakuza 0, I'm going to have a great time in them. I already know it. So, anyway, those are my thoughts on Yakuza 0. Again, if it's even something you're thinking about playing, I highly recommend you give it a try. I passed it up, and that was a huge mistake.
That's kind of what I've been doing.
That people like Bikeman, Ezekiel, and more importantly, chat, these guys right here,
9
convinced
games
me
now
to play the game, because this is one that, frankly, it's one of those ones that you just don't want to miss. So anyway, that has been my thoughts video on Yakuza 0, a fantastic game that I loved every minute of my 80 plus hours in. I can't wait to play more of them, and yeah, for all those that watched, I really hoped you enjoyed it, because yeah, that was a ride. Thanks a lot, guys.
I mean, that is considerable praise being given to the game. So I guess silly question. I think I've seen clips of like different entries to the game. Is Yakuza 0, is that the one that has the turn-based element? Because that could be like a make or break. Because you know I like to take my time. Yakuza games have a great overarching story with the craziest things happening that'll have you laying double from laughing. Well, yeah, Cobb mentioned a similar sentiment as well. Like, the game has the capacity to be very serious in one moment, but then have you pissing yourself laughing. So Like a Dragon is the turn-based one. Would you consider Yakuza 0 a difficult game? Well, I guess difficult in the sense that I would struggle. This is active combat, combos, and quick time events, but they're not difficult to do. So I wouldn't say the games are difficult. Yeah, because like Cole mentioned, he played it on the hard difficulty as well, and that was for his own personal challenge. Love this tune. Wait, what's this one called? Hang on, hold. The Resilient Traveler is what it was, yeah. Yakuza 0 to 6 will Kiryu with the beat 'em up like God of War, and after that, Like a Dragon were the turn-based. There might be some mashing, but the story and side stuff give long breaks between natural fights. That's promising. I guess I just don't want it to turn into a button mashing frenzy. I suppose my only worry is that anytime I pick these types of games, I run the risk of alienating some folks. But then that's coupled with my own intrigue of whether or not I should try the game. What's intrigued me here is multiple. For one, I do feel bad that I haven't played this game for the simple fact that Colonel Strachan was kind enough to gift this game to me. And I've had others gifted as well. I would like to go through those. But folks understand that just because the game's gifted doesn't automatically mean I'll be immediately inclined to play it. But yeah, like my barrier to entry cost-wise is 0. So I have everything to gain from playing this game. I played through Yakuza just fine despite my crankled hands. Other than Tobo. I think Tobo in this is mainly the weep stuff. I'm guessing given this game setting, there's going to be aspects of that. But for me, I will say, I do have a morbid curiosity, because it's a very expansive franchise, and a fair few people in my chat have voiced very positive things about these games. So if you've beaten Millennia, I doubt most games are a struggle for you. I mean, that was throwing yourself against a wall over and over, until eventually, well, the wall gave in. I just don't find the games appealing. I watched them before, which is fair. Yakuza is an experience, that's for damn sure. Honestly, for me, there is a very strong curiosity. I almost buckled at one point a little while back. I even considered the title this go around. It would certainly be a big departure from several of the titles I've played in more recent memory. Yakuza is one of those titles that I'd played again if I lost my memory. Don't know shit about Yakuza except this. Is this the Dame Dane? Is it? Don't be. Wait. Skipping... What? Wait, what's this? Skipping Yakuza cutscenes be like. Okay. Wait, why is it in such low quality? What the... Nani? Wait, what the fuck just happened? Why are we in go-karts all of a sudden? Is it supposed to be that low quality by default? It was loaded at 240p. What the fuck? True, because skipping a cutscene in Yakuza skips the whole game. From John Wick scene to Mario Kart. Exactly! I was very confused. Okay, so I was quite perplexed. I thought it was that meme, you know, in Breaking Bad, where Jesse Pinkman is like, he can't keep getting away with it. But for some reason, folks keep, like, linking this, like, low pixel quality version of it. I don't know why that became a meme, but, yeah. In my estimation, you might spend 3 to 10 minutes fighting on most fights, and maybe a bit more on boss fights, but you're going to get 30 to 60 minute break between, depending on how narrowly you focus the story. It really depends. Like, if I find myself genuinely enjoying it, then that's an excuse for me to go off the main tracks. But if I feel like it's not quite connecting with me, that's when I tend to focus more on the main story, see if there's any more meat to it. Because I don't want, like, the side content to be the thing that carries it. You want, like, the main stem to be something you always come back to. Everything side quest is supposed to supplement that. One game that frustrated me in this, it was Pillars of Eternity 2. Its side content was far better than the main story. I feel like the writers completely wrote themselves into a corner with where they were going story-wise, but all the side content was so enjoyable, and every time I was trying to go back to the main stem, it just didn't sit well. I would still say that you can make more clip content out of it, especially the side content. Probably? Well, I'll tell you what, at the very least, let's see, tomorrow is technically blank slate day. Because the moment I'll solidify on playing a specific game, it would be after the birthday stream, which would be on the 7th. Because on the 6th, we've got penciled in 2 games. So I could try it tomorrow, see if it is like my cup of tea. I know some people are that are happy to just keep doing side content and screw the story. Hey, if the side content ends up being good, hell yeah. But yeah, unironically, tomorrow would be like the best opportunity just to try it out. And while I understand it might not be everyone's cup of tea, part of me hopes that if you might not be on board with the game, perhaps you know, me playing it could be a window into it. Like I said, when a game like that's been gifted and it's been sitting there for a while, I do feel bad. And there's a lot of early signs that, you know, based on reviews, and when you get such a glowing review from Ko, I can't help but think there's got to be something to this. Not to mention it has so many entries in the franchise as well. On top of that, I literally asked, like, what are the best titles to play, and this is like literally like the best point to onboard. If you're going to do that, keep in mind that the first couple hours will be mostly story till you unlock the side stuff. Oh, that's fine. I just want to get like a general feel. It's not like I'm going to be like, where's the minigames? Where's the minigames? It's more like just to get like a general vibe check and see what some of the core mechanics are like. New Yakuza title came in. It'd be funny, right, if I play this, end up loving it so much, and then from like here till the entirety of next year, you're barring PoE stuff, that all downtime is dedicated to the series. It's a spin-off title, but it's called Like a Dragon, Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii. Interesting. It's a bit of a deviation. Even I'll admit that the games are fantastic if you're into it. I'm just the oddball that isn't, which is totally fair. But it must be doing something right if it has managed to accrue such a fan base. And the other bonus is that there's a fair few folks in chat who've also played it, and I'd love to see your reaction to my reaction to playing that. But yeah, I think that the biggest thing it has going for it is I'm paid a penny. It's totally free. I got absolutely nothing to lose whatsoever. I've literally gotten the game for free. Number 2, tomorrow is one of the best times. It is 100% like the most blank slate streaming day that I have, because there is a gap because of the birthday stream, and after that is when we go back to our regular schedule stuff. Secondly, like, aside from you guys having played it, even if you accept Ko's review aside, it's received very, very positive reviews overall, which is definitely promising to see. So these are very, very good early indicators. But it's possible I could play it and it might not mesh well with me, so just keep that in mind. If you do love it and it doesn't wreck your hands, I suggest going through the whole thing in order, because it's very much a progressive story. Well, if Yakuza 0 is, by its name makes sense now, because I guess you're starting from the very beginning, then sure. It's not like Final Fantasy where they're all different stories. So they literally kind of, they're all narratively linked to each other. Have I disliked one Yakuza title is Yakuza 3. What was it about the third one you didn't like? Assuming the answer falls into like non-spoiler territory, out of curiosity. Also, apologies if we're just having a conversation. Having finished Dredge, I'd rather not pivot to a different title, and I feel like this is as good a time as any to run some stuff by you guys. And honestly, I don't really want to end streaming right now because my head is still a bit of a mess. If I can keep talking, that I think would do my brain a world of good. Be easy to sleep, you know. Combat, that's pretty much it. So I'm trying to think. Like the turn-based stuff got added later. What did you guys think as Yakuza players who have played it with the real-time kind of fisticuff system? Like, were you okay switching to turn-based, or was that a turn-off? Because I feel like that'd be pretty divisive. Because if it has this like beat 'em up aspect to it, and then all of a sudden it comes crashing down to a halt and slowing down. Slade, thank you very much for the raid. How's your stream going, my friend? We just finished Dredge a short while ago, so my stream has kind of turned into a makeshift place for a conversation. My chat is trying to convince me, and has all but in name managed to pull this off in trying to get me to play some potentially Yakuza 0. But hope you stream it well. And for those hopping on over, hi. Hey, Case. You're telling the chat who loves locking you in your hideout, oh no, you have to talk to me, that's our favourite thing. Well, unless some folks had the expectation that we were going to be playing a game, I figured I should apologise. Doesn't bother my hands, and I was also used to turn-based thanks to FF. Yeah, I feel like that to me won't be that major of a negative transition. That said, it's just a design choice. I don't think either would make or break the game for you. I think I'd probably have a greater affinity for the turn-based stuff, unless I like take a significant liking to the real-time element. The thing with Yakuza is that the story hooks you in, and each Yakuza game has a recap, so you can still come back after a break and play like normal. Yeah, as long as it's a decent enough recap, you know, it covers the highlights, because that'll then cause memories to bubble to the surface, and you'll make those links again, and you can continue playing like normal. So, Case, I'm not sure if Slade's still here, but what was Slade playing out of curiosity? We've done about 3 or so sessions of Dredge, and it ended up being an absolute blast. The game did not go how I thought it would, but it was an absolute blast. We actually got both of the endings. I'm glad the game didn't make it so you'd have to go through the very beginning to unlock the second ending. There's a specific point where the game even warns you, like, once you cross this point, you can't save the game. So we were able to effectively do both of the endings back to back. I wouldn't have recommended it to you if I thought it would wreck your hands or you'd hate it. Oh no, I figured that's generally the case for most folks in chat. It's a game that has come up several times in conversation, but a lot of the times I felt like it wasn't quite the right time. But this could potentially be ideal for the simple fact that after the 6th of October, it's kind of like a blank slate until then, so we can get like properly invested. Yeah, reviews are looking very promising. Man, I just realized Dredge's soundtrack is just shy of 3 hours long. That's insane, man, when you think about it. I didn't think it went on for that long. Beautiful. Yeah, we apparently have a mullet emote. I love how you guys had outsourced this. Why is the mullet blonde? Why not? Honestly, if you want to ask simply why the emote is, Sniper's the man to ask. Out of curiosity, as far as Dredge was concerned, never did check what the DLC was going to be like. Like, I mean individually in terms of their reviews. So yeah, all of them only positive. So there's this one, Blackstone Key. That one got a mixed review, so probably didn't do as well. What happened with this one? This I would consider a token object to give to players as a thanks for supporting us sort of thing. And it's exactly that. The people complaining it gives nothing, well, you aren't wrong. This is supposed to be early game stuff, small things that you can easily find, get and use. If they put endgame stuff that would actively overbuff your stats, then what's the point of ever using anything else? You got the best right in your hands. You can complain all you want, but like, why? Okay, so you get a little bit of a buff to this. That's all it was. Like an extra pick-me-up. So that one, not all that important. There's the Iron Rig. I think Mythic's mentioned this is the, you're on the oil rig. Okay, this got pretty good scores, yeah. Not bad, not bad. The Iron Rig is the second official expansion for Dredge. A cosmic horror fishing adventure with a sinister undercurrent. This content adds new constructible destination with its own story, items, and adversities that can be experienced at any stage in your playthrough. Gather, craft, and deliver your way through the mysteries of the Iron Rig, revisiting areas from the Dredge to investigate ancient disturbances stirring in the deep. Assist the Iron Haven Corporation in constructing facilities that unlock items, gadgets, and more. But what are they truly here for? Yeah, it basically adds more achievements, fish, upgrades. That seems like a pretty fun one. And the
Rated E10 for
silence. Okay. Yeah, both DLCs did pretty well. They're kind of sitting in the 75 to 83% range. The only one that kind of fell flat is the Blackstone Key one. It gives you 2 items. Oh, is that it? Well, no wonder it got such a middle thing. Didn't ask me. I just placed it in I asked folks to yeet it in Discord. So I think I was asked who would be best to create like a Seth mullet emote, and I said it'd either be Snipe or Blank. So I said, oh, you're welcome to reach out to both. But I think the call out got put out to Snipe. But I definitely did mention you by name. I forget the exact moment. So, to recap with Yakuza 0, there isn't a dub. Like, I've watched plenty of anime. So in which case, in fact, I'll probably recognize half of the Japanese voice actors in this. But I'm assuming it's all subbed. This is another soundtrack I love. The Exotic Traveler. Hey Bowtie, are you another dingus that loves to play Dredge like Slade? Yes, though in my case, I just finished it. We got the 2 endings. Granted, we did the core base game. Slade was kind enough to do a raid of Rooney, but I finished it about like over an hour or so ago. So normally I stream on average for 8 hours. So rather than just end my stream or just pivot to some random game, I figured I would just have a chat with, with chat. I'm known to do this, just having conversation rather than playing video games. Apparently that's my snake oil. But welcome, Bowtie. I never play any Yakuza in dub. The original voices are the major part that sell the acting. Makes sense. I'm guessing the animations are styled and sculpted after that as well. There is Subnautica 2. Subnautica 2, I feel... I don't hear much about that. Don't think it made as big of a splash. The original was amazing. Seth, you can talk. I always did lip reading instead. Could always mute myself in pantomime. He got eaten? That was the best part. I'm glad my guess was correct. Like, what would happen if you attempted to sail away? I half expected, like, once you cross a certain threshold, you would just get thrust straight back in, and the ship would, like, just be damaged. But the other option, I was sincerely hoping we get eaten. And we got eaten. Creature from the deep just snapped us up like we were an hors d'oeuvre. Nom 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 nom. Always love when Ziz does the fake muted gag. Oh yeah, when he's like, oh, so what's the secret to fishing? And he'll be like, well, you know, the secret of fishing is pretty obvious. First, what you have to do... in a nutshell, is basically what fishing is all about. Basically, that's the meme. So that's usually the gag. The voice is stopped. But yeah, take notes, traveller. Take notes. It is pretty crazy, like, how long that fishing meme has persisted. The voices are back! Sorry. But I thought you guys wanted to have a conversation. You keep saying as such over and over. Seth, go get a drink. Mute yourself. We want to enjoy the OST. No! I refuse. Speaking is what's helping me keep my own sanity. Well, what's left of it anyways. This game was such a big surprise. How did you hear of this game, Ash? Because I know you gifted it to me, but something must have compelled you to do that at the time. OST reaction streaming meta when? I mean, I literally have the full 3-hour soundtrack of Dredge playing. It's when you're in the screen here, it'll play like the opening soundtrack and then it goes completely silent. All you hear then is just the gentle sound of the ocean and the lapping of the waves. Oh god, the Skyrim opening. I love the fact that even that got memed into oblivion. Anytime there's any clip where there's a fade to black, it will then suddenly transition to, you know, you heading over to your execution. I was pretty sure that I could pawn off Lovecraft horror on you by pretending it was a fishing game. Aw, you're insufferable. The fact that the Vixie emotes now have those damn horns is even more annoying. What does the smug have? Oh, that is the smug. Yeah, let's see the smug emote. Oh my god. New Bleach intro reaction stream when? I haven't even watched the recent, like, since it came back. I got a lot of catching up to do. Mythics, why do you do this every time? Fuck's sake, he's such a brat. Gigantifying emotes. Just capturing the moment, shut up. This is how he chooses to spend his bits, guys. To mock me. Nah. Do them while you can, guys. This is how you choose to fill your emote slots. Of course. Fuck's sake. Really? Both of those? The Vixie emote has such similar smug energy to mine. It's brilliant. You're literally getting paid for it. I am. I think it's what, 60 bits, something like that. So every little helps. I found Yakuza memes. Hang on. Oh, is this the rating of it? Yeah, I think I've seen this one. Wait, why is the volume slide not showing? I love this. The Charlie. Yeah, that's right, baby. That's what we're waiting for. Hang on. It's this one here. Wait. Stop. There it is. Okay. Okay. So this is the memes. I'm assuming this is rating all the different entries. So Yakuza, that was on PlayStation 2. Yeah. Okay, so he's.
I mean, it's alright, like.
Seeing EDP is very disconcerting.
It's the biggest piece of dog shit.
Wait, was that a... Wait, Yakuza Dead Souls. I'm guessing that's not a part of the main franchise.
I mean, it's alright.
Yakuza 5. Okay, Yakuza 0. Yeah. Yakuza Kiwami?
It was perfect.
Kiwami 2. Yakuza 6. Like a Dragon. Okay, so there's only 2 shit ones as far as this meme format is talking about. And I imagine that's probably going to be divisive as well for many people. Interesting. Wait, Kiwami's a spin-off? Oh, it's called a remake. Huh. Interesting. Surprised there've been so many entries, man. Must be a very popular franchise. The part that's most surprising is the fact that, you know, that it's found such a big market outside of Japan. I thought, not to be too judgmental, but, you know, I would have figured the folks, like, a tipping point would be if it wasn't dubbed, that might be a sticking point for some. Kiwami are the remakes of the first... Ah, right. Okay. Now, are we talking, like, proper remakes? Not this, like, you know, upscaled graphics horse shit. Like, we're talking they tore out the foundations and rebuilt the bitch. Kiwami 1 is a remake of 1. Kiwami 2 is a remake of 2. 3, 4, and 5 only got remasters. Okay, so we got remakes. Like, proper remakes. Interesting. Wait, so... would that mean then... hypothetically speaking, if someone was going to work through the franchises, you would play Yakuza 0 first, and then Kiwami 1 and 2? Because that's the remake of the first and second. And then you'd play 3, 4, and 5. Assuming you wanted to follow it chronologically. 1 and 2 were very outdated, so they made a remake of them with modern graphics. Did they reuse... did they, like, redo all the voice acting and stuff? Or did they... keep them? 0, Kiwami 1 and 2, 3 and 6. Okay, that makes sense, that makes sense. This is that damn Merchant soundtrack again, isn't it? This one is The Cautious Traveller. She has multiple versions of her tune, depending on where you find her. I'll have to make sure I can get the game installed. Shouldn't be too difficult. Don't remember much of the old 1 and 2 games, but they used the cast from that are in 0. I mean, given that those titles came back in the PlayStation 2 era, that was quite a while back. Honestly, I'm more surprised they made it in such a way that the stories continued. I was half expecting that the Yakuza series would be kind of similar to Final Fantasy in the sense that it's... I don't know. Not quite like Final Fantasy where they would completely change the actual world setting and characters, etc. But maybe do like time skips or shifting to different eras, if that makes sense. But if it's really all linked together, that's kind of crazy. Up through 6 is Kiryu's story. Once Like a Dragon start is where Ishin becomes the main, with Kiryu doing cameos. Oh shit! So they actually passed the baton on to someone else. How did folks react to the shift? Because I imagine that could potentially be divisive. If you have a main character, this Kiryu chap, for 6 games straight, and it's this popular, and you introduce some new schmuck, I imagine that could ruffle some feathers. Unless they did a good job of, you know, handing over the reins to this new fella. Update, Stitch wants to sell this house to Castile, so we're going to see if and how we can make that happen. I sincerely hope this actually pans out. God, it'd be so much better to pass it off to them than to some total randoms. I cried. It was very touching. Also, you agree with the shift. Alright. I imagine Colonel Strauchen would be very happy, because I remember when he gifted the game, and you guys were quite similar to like now, pitching the game to me. I think Colin might have linked... I believe Colin linked me that video before of Ko's review, but that was a while ago. Like, round about the same time the game had been gifted to me. Kiryu is immortal. The man seems to get younger each game. He's supposed to be like 60 now, and he still looks 30. I mean, you've seen the meme, right? Like, Asian folk just remain young for ages, and then at some point they just go from looking young and vibrant to just old crone in the span of like a year. They shrink by 2 feet, hunchback, wrinkles, the whole 9 yards, but just like that tipping point all of a sudden, it's like you entered a time dilation field. Yeah, menopause. You should see the meme about the JoJo water. Think I've seen this. So, if my understanding is correct, generally a lot of like manga creators, artists, they're introverts by nature. So they usually keep their own identity and appearance out of the limelight. But the dude that does like the JoJo stuff, I might be wrong, I think it's him. He actually puts an image of himself in a lot of the literature. And I'm gonna guess, I'm gonna extrapolate from this, that every time this fucker releases something new, folks swear this guy's getting younger every time, as opposed to getting older. He's got the Keanu effect. No worries, Lo. I'll catch you later, man. Thank you so much for hanging out today. But yeah, go get some rest. I keep forgetting your subs right now, you schmuck. Wait, what is this? This is an Instagram post, alright. Wait, what? How the fuck do you age like that? Hang on, I gotta do a print screen of that one. Give me a sec. Take a look at this. This has to be rigged. Is that true? Dear Lord. Hang on, if I crop this. So apparently, obviously some of the images are a lot more pixelated, right? But let me, I guess I should hide my ugly mug. But yeah. 1868. 1980, 1985, 1987. Now, memes aside, right, I'm guessing it's kind of beginning here. 1868. Yeah. Okay, so there is definitely some age showing, but fucking hell, man. That's a tough one. Now, it's the picture quality that I think is downplaying some of that. So yeah, it's... Damn, that's impressive. Actual vampire. Immortalis. Impressive. I'm older. Primordial. This is what's called aging like a fine wine. Yeah, it's insane. The man hasn't aged like 20 years. Some can really pull that off. Some people say it's their diet. Would not be surprised if that's a factor. They certainly eat more healthy than the vast majority of the Earth's population. It's also one of the characters in the story is a vampire. Hope it's based off of him. Christ on a bike. Oh, dear Lord. Oh, pox upon my stomach, it's such a mess. Managed to untangle for a little bit. Oh god, wait, when did this tune play again? I'm trying to remember. I think this happened during the night. I think? Yeah, they did a very cool effect where the soundtrack almost becomes like discordant. So play like normal and then kind of wait for it again. This sounds weird. I feel like this is an urban legend, but at one point in our history, the oldest man in the world had lived every day as a farmer on the same meals, got invited to a noble's house as recognition, and died not long after from the overly rich food. I feel like a parable like this, a story has been mentioned before. That rings a familiarity to me. The key shifts in this OST are top notch. I knew the second I heard the first soundtrack when you arrived at the Greater Marrow, which is the starting city or port town, and when I started sailing, I instantly knew like at least that opening soundtrack was really strong. But that was one persistent theme throughout the game. And to my surprise, they topped themselves with, if you go for the game's, shall we say its bad ending, or some might say its true ending, if you follow through with your Pact of the Deep. That soundtrack that played in the credits was by far the best one, hands down. Wonder if the composer has actually done other music before. That was a really strong selling point. That to me I think was a very big driving force on what set the tone and the vibe. I said it before, like graphically, even if you look now, individually, none of the assets are particularly remarkable, but all together, like the aesthetic and the vibe, I think they did an incredible job. It's amazing what you can achieve with... There's so much more you can do with less. You look at a lot of the recent titles, these supposed AAA big budget games have got everything going for them, both in terms of visual fidelity and the means to pump out some just insane visuals, and yet somehow falls flat. Then you got a game like this. And I'm vibing more with this than a lot of the current gen core games. That's why I love indie titles, man. It's so good. I've also heard about severe alcoholics that quit cold turkey and died to that choice. Our bodies don't handle extreme changes well, I think. I think in both circumstances you likely want to taper off rather than a big shift. Same thing with, well, yes, you beat me to it, yeah. Same with meds as well. Alcohol addiction will kill you if you quit cold turkey, yeah, especially like if you're a long-term drinker. It's awful compared to even other hard drugs. You'll fucking die. What ends up causing this? Because I feel like if you're drinking to the point where you need to be so heavily inebriated, you're effectively drinking a poison. Darkness! Thank you for the resub of 20 Montharoons. Appreciate the Prime friend. Hope you're doing well. Alcohol is a physical addiction, as well as physical. Alcohol cold turkey is deadly. So I guess your body just grows dependent on it. Although alcohol withdrawal itself is not a cause of death, there are 3 notable symptoms of the withdrawal process that can be fatal. Seizures, delirium tremens, and Wernicke-Korsakoff syndrome. Now the fact that that's been named after someone is rather telling. Ask Bantix. Alright, you guys might pickle his carcass. But I wouldn't say he's a chronic drinker. I had the good fortune when I ended up boozing myself. It was more in my early to mid 20s. But after one particular intense puking episode, I thought, you know what, I'm good. And just cut it out altogether. But for those who did see me when I was being responsible, I was very jovial. But didn't like the idea that if I was just a very poor judge of realizing how much I had drunk, and I figured eventually that was just a recipe for disaster. So I figured I'd set it aside. Part of it is that our brains are exceptionally efficient, and over time it changes the chemical balances. If your brain adjusts for it and you suddenly remove the reason for the change, I imagine that would create an issue. Yeah, the body's like, where's the thing? What? The fucking booze, man. Your body gets used to alcohol. It acts as a depressant. So if you go cold turkey and your nerves basically fry themselves, it starts with tremors, headaches, nausea, twitchiness, and so on, and can lead in severe cases to strokes, heart attacks, blindness, and more. Which is insane. I get the logic, but fuck it up. You would think if you cease to ingest the thing that's dulling all those aspects of your body, that's stopping it, it'd be a positive thing. But I'm guessing if you're a chronic drinker and have done so for a long time, you got to do it gradually. It destroys your brain, so it must do something with it. Oh, definitely. I came from a long line of alcoholics, and while I'm not a teetotaler, my limit is a glass of wine and sake once or twice a year. Yeah, that's exceptionally reserved, and rightly so. It's the same thing with Orson. I wouldn't say... His is more based on the fact that he's seen how it's affected his family. He's always been a mix of the designated driver and the guy who had to clean up their mess physically, as well as, you know, getting them safely to bed. And he just didn't like the prospect of being that. And the bigger fear was that, well, what if he did end up becoming someone who drank, liked it, and then became dependent on that? He didn't like the idea of just being beholden to that, so he figured, I'd rather not open this version of Pandora's box. His mindset has always been, I'd rather be in complete control over my faculties. Because you're basically one bad decision away of changing your life's trajectory if you're irresponsible with booze. Haven't had any alcohol since I was 15, tried it once, and said no ever since. It was when I had my first ever meet-up with the crew that I played World of Warcraft with. It was a very controlled environment. I just got these like little alco pops. It tasted great. Very low alcohol content, but since I never had any, it didn't take much to get me drunk. It tasted great. So I drank a couple of those bottles and I was definitely getting that buzz. And that part was, well, that was the good part. I was far more inclined to have conversations, as it definitely felt a lot more happy. But yeah, once I was taken out of that controlled environment, I realised that I was a very poor judge of realising just how far I had ingested the liquid. So when I had that only one instance of kind of a self-induced puking episode, that was the moment I was like, no. And just made a decision there and just cut bait. Watching someone die of psoriasis, or cirrhosis, am I saying that right? Cirrhosis is not fun, and I'm right there with also not tempting that particular dragon. Every addict started thinking it wasn't hooked up. The worst one was, I shared this Reddit post with you guys. A chap had intended to score some weed, but for whatever reason the dealer didn't have that, and instead was selling, I think at the time, what was like heroin. And this dude, spur of the moment, thought, you know what, fuck it, let's just do it. And even after making the purchase, couldn't believe they ended up doing that. And they thought, yeah, I'll just take it. It'll be a one-time thing, totally won't get addicted. They even went so far as to make a post on Reddit, and you wouldn't believe the number of people that said, don't do it. Do not take this, because once you do, nothing will ever give you that degree of high except that thing. And he said, I could totally, I know when to say when. And there was a post made by that account several years later, and it was like, yeah, I got addicted as all fuck. Down on my luck, you guys were right. Had to go into extensive rehab, and it was a long ass process. Doing better now, but they almost lost everything. It was haunting, and it was insane the number of people that parroted the same thing. They're like, yeah, I went into this thinking that I could leave it anytime I want, but after they got that first high, the way they describe it, it sounds, it's morbid to say this, but it sounds amazing, but for the wrong reason. It's like they hit this plateau that they could just never achieve again. If that makes sense? Like, that first time was just pow, and they keep chasing that. My family are alcoholics as well. It's a mess. Father's drinking 6 to 8 beers a day, mother half a bottle to a bottle per day, and no end in sight. I like drinking a glass from time to time, every few weeks or so for the taste if I like something, but otherwise, no thanks. Bad enough that I smoke, which I want to stop tomorrow. Let's see how that goes. Yeah, I mean, quitting any vice is going to be tricky. But I suppose everything in moderation. If the brain destroying part is true, then I must have a lot of brain to destroy. I don't think most here would doubt that my intellect, unless I'm actually drunk. I think when you've been in stream, like, somewhat buzzed, then there's a bit of slurring here and there with the what you're typing. The words kind of mesh. My stepdad is full-blown alcohol abuse. Stepdad also started to use cocaine as well as not long before we split. His dad was already suffering from Korsakoff. What are the effects of Korsakoff syndrome, out of curiosity? Cirrhosis, that's how you say it. I almost read that as psoriasis. Liver cirrhosis is crap, yeah, beware. You get it by eating loads of fruits too. Actually faster than with ethanol by far. I eat a reasonable amount of fruit, thankfully. We never heard this soundtrack on its own. You can never hit your previous high, that's why they call it Chasing the Dragon, which makes a lot of sense. Blade, catch you later, bud. Oh, I just realised what time it is. We're just going to hit the old irons while I shift from sitting to standing. Appreciate thine patience. Oh, actually, we did hear the music box. It's when it's when you yeet that into the ocean, because it follows the credits of what would be the for some regard the true ending. Get on my feet. Play my link while we're waiting is the Kiwi addict thing. Oh god, this one is so. This video, right, makes me very, very sad. And not just because it's a Kiwi, but it shows addiction perfectly in a nutshell. Part of me was hoping that the animator would have continued this, but in such a way that the Kiwi would get better. But that's like watching it in reverse. But yeah, it's this video here. It's such a sad one, man. So this exemplifies addiction so fucking well. Simply called Nuggets, alright? Nothing too crazy, right? So there's a cute little Kiwi. They're walking along, just being a Kiwi. Also, I just realised we're running ads, man. I should fucking wait. My timing of this sucks. Give it a sec. I did run ads, right? Yeah, hang on. We'll wait. Hold. I want everyone to be able to see this thing. Yeah, it's just in case someone else wanted to watch that, I don't want to end up alienating them. So there's a double-edged sword. I was like, oh, watch it during ads, but then I would like folks to see this. So, yeah. Wait, why is this? Wait, the word waiting does that? Oh, for fuck's sake. Because I capitalized the W. But yeah, we'll let those ads run their course. So this was the song that we heard in the credits and probably was my favourite. This one's called... It's also the most replayed, not surprising. Wait, why is this name not given? I know it's mostly replayed, but what's the song called? Let's not say it. It's at 1 hour 6 minutes. It's called Her Theme. Interesting. But doctor, you said kind of like Alzheimer's, you kept repeating same stuff every 5 to 10 minutes. Jesus, that sounds terrible. I never use capitals in any text I type. My DM hates me for it when I give him backstories or fill in my character sheet. My biggest weakness, and it is so frustrating with Twitch's PM system as well, because it doesn't give you an overall view of what you're typing. You have to like scroll backwards. I miss a lot of words. I've had this issue since time immemorial. Even when I proofread, I still somehow miss it, and it really annoys me. It's like in my head while I'm typing it and when I'm reading it, it's making sense. But I just skip over so many freaking words. I'm like, how? How? Only for abbreviation. Well, that's abbreviation. No, it's like DM in that last sentence. I believe that is the ads done and dusted. But yeah, the video that we were going to be referring to, in fact I can probably do it full screen by moving you guys... Oh shoot, I'm supposed to help my ma. God damn it. Give me a sec. I'm back. Sorry about that. Yeah, I totally lost track of time in that. My dad was about to remove the lens. I was like, cease, for I am here. I got a little, my mind's just all over the place. Okay, so what I was gonna do is showcase this vid here. Seth, you're freaking adorable. Wait, what'd I do? Okay, hang on. So this is the video that I was gonna share, right? Because we came to the subject of addiction came up, right? I think we can see this. So, Film Builder presents Nuggies, or Nuggets in this case. But yeah, if you want addiction demonstrated to you in a short animation, this sells it. First time I saw it, I was like, oh, this is a cute little kiwi. So it's like, oh. So the interest is peaked in that first one. So they ignore that first one, but this time they're like, what is this thing? Interesting. Yeah, it really is mythics, and this is something the Kiwi will never achieve again. This high. See, pretty chill, normal, nothing out of the ordinary, right? But then, see the second one. I think it's after this that you realise. There we go. Yep. But it's this part, the beak angled forward, the eager running. They barely get the second flip off, man. Oh, I give that look in just a sec, Roland. No! They better go airborne! Man, this is so sad. Could barely get off his feet on that one. This is why I'd hoped like the animation would continue in that, you know, they'd start to ignore that and just get better. But man, just gotta watch it in reverse. And it's such a perfect analogy, you know, or a visual representation of what addiction's like. Because you just simply keep chasing it and just never achieves that. Because that very first hit was perfect. They did like a full-on double backflip, landed without any issue, and then from there it's downhill. So they barely get to this one. No. That one always hurts to watch. I haven't seen that in a long time. Very long time. What was the top comments? Something I noticed as it gets darker, the nugget doesn't change shade, it stays as golden as ever. I think the darker it gets, the less focused on your surroundings you are, and you start only wanting the thing you're addicted to. Yeah. I think it's really interesting how throughout the video the nugget starts to look brighter and more appealing as the world gets darker. This is true. Folks notice the same thing. I was a gambler, and I assure you this is exactly the same feeling. This video is about addiction, and it comes in many forms. Yeah, and this very clearly, visually, demonstrates to you. Why are so many Kiwi videos sad? I don't know! Did I...
All you have to do is...
Wait, what is this? So this is one of the Yakuza mini games, right? Alright. Hang on, let's bring you guys back over here. Let's see. So, what is this?
defeat a child. How hard can that be?
1 hour making the perfect car. Oh wait, is this the game that Kokana was talking about? He mentioned you can't control the vehicle directly. Okay.
Yeah! Oh, that's very good.
Wow. Immediate fail.
That face!
All you have to do is defeat a
Okay, so he basically just lost to a kid. That about tracks. You look so hyped for a second? What a shit show. I guess some inputs are involved in that. Smith, check the DM Discord. Sure. Let's see. What the fuck is this? So what? Okay, I doubt I'd be this ripped, but sure. Look at this. This is apparently me on my ship. Yep. That was me when I started the game, and now I'm consumed by some giant sea creature with my beloved as the rest of the world seemingly comes to an end. His smile forever gone. Fuck's sake. Sea Fairying, perhaps? Thanks. Curses all hell. Oh, hang on! I've not heard this. This is the DLC stuff. This is called the Iron Traveler. So I guess this must be on the oil rig. Interesting. She shows up there as well. So this is a slightly different version. So make it an emote, but turn it into this. Hey, it's your creativity, man. Yeah, I think two Kiwi videos that I remember instantly, Ash. You know the one you linked, and the other one. The animation of the Kiwi, you know, trying to fly. Those are like the main two that jump out at me. The latter being the first one I watched a long time ago. Yeah, that one. That one was so sad. It was animated so well. I cried the first time I saw that one. Yeah, I didn't... When I was watching it initially, I was like, oh, this is so cute. Especially when they were like... there's this moment where they look at their work and they kind of jump into the air and they clap with their little feet. I was like, oh, this is cute. And then when they flung themselves off, I'm like, what's going on here? And then when the camera angle changed, I was like, oh, flightless bird. Little nubs for wings. But yeah. That was put together so well. Also, Mythics, that's a really cute emote. That's not Thor's, is it? Yar Wave. Aw, it's from the little eye of the pumpkin. That's cute. Yeah, that stream has been such a big source of positivity throughout my day, especially on my days off. I mean, look at these absolute freaking goobers. How on earth did they manage to fall asleep like that, pressed against the bars, man? Jesus. But it's the ferret piles that get me. But the fact that this channel, on its own, is able to more or less fund looking at what the hell is this song? This has to be the DLC. Wait, trailer 1 bonus track? Oh, it's played in the trailer. We never heard this because it's not in the game. Let's go fishing. Wait, there's a fishing mini game in this? Oh no, that's not good, guys. I might have a problem here. How does it work? I take it I'm controlling the stick? Oh, there we go. This is Kiryu, right? Alright, you cast the pole. Okay. Hook is simple enough. Well, press it! Oh, do you have to wait until they nibble? Well. Bite! Got him! Hooked! Oh no. Okay, that's a simple enough minigame. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, he fished him a... Okay, I'm gonna assume that's because that's a very high-ranked fish. Jesus Christ. Alright. Good to know. Good to know. That escalated quickly. I was like, what's he gonna fish up there? Expect the unexpected, yeah. Not even the highest rank fish. Yeah, it's 2 off max. I'll have to get the game installed sooner rather than later. I'm so behind on ordering. So much of yesterday kind of went to the wayside. There's only 2 games of the mini games, yeah. I was told there was a fair few, so we'll see what we hopefully discover. I don't recall hearing this tune either. Oh, it's another trailer bonus soundtrack. Dude, they got some of the best OSTs hidden in the trailer of the game. What the fuck? That's a shame, because it means you'll only hear it in there. It's a similar thing that happened with GGG. There are some soundtracks you only ever have heard, like a one and done, when they were advertising the mystery boxes. What is this thing? Heads up. Seth Gump. Sure, why not? I can be pragmatic. Like by the Golden Arts of Innocence, what was that? Well, that's not really a soundtrack, but more of a voice line. Although I will say, I'm kind of annoyed they don't give us access to the ones that we have, you know, the what a mess. We don't get that no more. She'll say, don't let it make a mess. But she doesn't say, you know, what a mess. So even Oshabi's lines have been limited. The deed is done. Well, hey, as long as it brings a smile to your face. If shenanigans like these improve someone's day even a little bit, I'll take that as a win. I think we can all do with a little bit of that in our day-to-day. Sometimes it's all we got, you know? Where's the rest of my music? The soundtrack isn't finished. Oh no, it's ambience, it said. Hang on a minute. The soundtrack then is 1 hour and 20 then. Yeah, because like the next set of soundtracks are just ambience. Sneaky. Restart from the top. I was like, there's no way there was 3 hours of music. And then I realized why. It's because half of it is comprised of long stints of background sound. Now I gotta go to bed because my dad woke up. I'll catch you later, dude. Thank you so much for hanging out, as always. Unfortunately, all the darts vids are cheese. We don't want that before you play. No, yeah, I'd rather discover that on my own. The first dart minigame I mentioned to you before was in Shenmue. So, obviously it plays just like darts would, but the randomness factor was that it would show you the perspective of the main character holding the dart, but the hand would like randomly go from left to right, like so. But then it would also kind of randomly jump up, down like this. So you'd have to time when you would release the dart. It was a really fun minigame, despite that like rather frustrating limitation, because you couldn't exactly control where this dipshit's hands were going. I suppose that's one way to get him to clam up. I realise what this song reminds me of. When you're in the homestead for the first Darkest Dungeon. It's very similar vibes. Not now, but that last little chunk of it that I was playing. Sorted out the power bill issue from my side of the place. It's his fucking fridges. Oh, are they responsible for the spike? I'm really glad we were able to get through this year without having to rely on that portable AC unit. Because that thing takes in power like an absolute beast. Probably the longest stint of sunny weather we had was probably this year. With only about, I'd say 2 weeks, if that, where the heat had climbed into territory where it was a bit uncomfortable. Nothing the fan couldn't handle, you know. This one isn't too bad. The guy just shot really well. No cheese from what I can tell. This is your UI for it, okay. Take a quick look, see. Yeah, that's pretty straightforward. I guess there's a subtle arc to the throws. Oh god, there's a lot of give. Alright. Don't see anything of like a power gauge or anything. Oh, I guess that's how long you're holding it. I'll take some finesse. Yeah, that's... That seems fairly straightforward. He's got a busted double old ass fridge that eats too much electricity, and the new fridge also eats too much power. I was waiting for 3 weeks and the power bill was big. He still doesn't agree. Wait, he had all the evidence he needed. You're not the culprit. That's his skill issue, or lack thereof. Either way, I'll catch you there, Plank. Go get some rest. You could spend a week in that game and not touch the story. Well, I was told as much, as far as like back when. Because I think what prompted Colonel to gift the game was it came up as a point of subject. And a lot of folks in chat were definitely big fans of the game and the franchise. And I think back then I was trying to see what game I wanted to play during one of the PoE downtimes, I forget which one. So while we were kind of getting information on it, I usually Mythics is the one, the little git. You'll hear the Steam sound, and I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake. But in that particular case, it was Colonel. But that's what prompted him to gift the game back then, which is very kind of him. Like, I've had a very large number of games gifted to me over the course of streaming. Mostly I'm glad to be also have played this, because this is another game that I had gifted away back when. I always felt bad for not taking the time to play it. This one just made sense because it was perfect, because Dave the Diver had its cameo of Dredge, so I figured, yeah, I was just switch straight over to Dredge. I was trying to send you recommends, but I'm not as persuasive, I suppose. I mean, like I said, my library of games is pretty fucking verbose. It's gotten rather ridiculous now, with the number of titles I've claimed. If I was purely a variety streamer, what I would do is I would just like cordon off a chunk of time and just call it, you know, completing my Steam library and just go through them one at a time, no matter what the fucking game is. Unless it was some... Because occasionally Steam itself will just add something to your library. I guess they just give the game out for free. Don, on top of you, brought up Stormlight Archives. Started that maybe halfway through book 1. I've had a blast listening to that. Like, the current era is going to be spanning over 5 books, so the 5th one, if I recall correctly, is going to be coming out in November. I'm on the last audiobook for Mistborn. So I'm not sure if I'll be able to time the two. I don't know specifically when the audiobook for the Stormlight Archives is going to come out. Those books are way longer. Jesus. In terms of like sheer audio. Someone made a real-time combat mod for BG3. It's chaos. I heard that folks had been working on this because now that the modding tools have been released, there were some restrictions and modders broke those restrictions. Now they have free reign. I don't know if they'll be able to make it so it plays akin to how BG1 and 2 did, but if they can pull that off, that would really help. Address some grievances folks have with the change in system. No worries, Ash. I'll catch you later. I hope to be around if my mind allows. But if I'm a little bit more unresponsive, I do apologise. But hopefully I should be. It so far feels like one of those anime that takes 24 episodes to get through their version of the tutorial. Oh, you mean like the setting of it? Yeah, if I had one critique, and I think this was only specific in Stormlight. I'm not sure if this is like a theme that Brandon Sanderson did, but there'd be so many instances where I feel like elements of the story are picking up, and there are perspective shifts. I have no problem with that. It's good because it kind of gives you a reprieve between, you know, because the two characters that whose perspective you see is that of Kaladin's and Shalon. So it kind of shifts between those two. But there'll be moments where events are starting to hit like this fever pitch, and it will then rewind the hands of time to events like, you know, 10 years ago, 9 years ago, because it's obviously starting to build till we get to the present. And that sometimes has stolen the momentum, I feel. The concept of a safe hand is still lost on me. Apparently, well, I guess it's the same way if a lass is showing too much skin. It's essentially akin to that. I guess in that world, the safe hand is seen as something which is, you know, risque. Must be gloved at all times. Finally, all the while since I tuned in until now, I worked on a single factory setup in Shapes 2 and finally managed to get it going. Took ages, but I'm happy with the outcome. How many hours do you have in Shapes 2? I think this game came up yesterday. Not yesterday, sorry. The day before in conversation. Because I remember you quizzing you on that. The world feels very much like PoE in its trade though, with them trading orbs. Oh, the spheres, yeah. Well, it's not so much the spheres, but the stormlight that's contained within them. They each have their own, like, denomination. But yeah, I get your meaning. 29 hours and 31 minutes right now. You can see it when pressing escape. A nice constant reminder. Good to know, good to know. I think this might be a good point to wrap up as well, really. So my hope is to go about seeing if I can install the Yakuza game, 0 in this case. Give it a little test drive, but all in all, it's mainly prepping for the birthday stream that's going to be on the 6th. For those of you that will be able to tune in, I hope you get a chance to swing on by. If not, we still got the VODs. But at the very least, tomorrow we'll experiment with some Yakuza. For now, though, I guess you guys need somewhere to hang out. But yeah, concludes the Dredge stream. Solid game. I reckon if we had the DLCs, probably could have extended that by a few more. But I reckon I got my my overall fill. I'm content, mostly. So for now, I'm gonna toss you guys over. So in lieu of that, let me see here. Who do I toss you guys over to? A lot of my usual suspects ain't here. Hey, here we go. Actually, Pox is on. Still want to give him thanks for the build he, for the Righteous Fire build, but he's actually playing Throne and Liberty. So, I'd like to see what this is about. So, as always, in case you guys need to reach me before or after the stream, there's a link to our Discord. Very big thank you to everyone who was very kind to join in on our shenanigans today. Darkness, appreciate the resub of 20 months and the Prime. Tempura for the 60-month resub, thank you so much, man. Ninja for the 72 months, congrats on the milestone, alongside Derek's as well for the 72 months. And lastly, Ash for the tier 3 resub at 88 months. So I'll toss you over to Pox now. Normally he'd be doing RFPOE, but he seems to be experimenting with Throne and Liberty. So I hope you guys will hop on over to his stream, hang out and say hi. But until then, please do enjoy the rest of your Friday, and I'll see you guys over the weekend. Take it easy.